Good morning, good morning, good morning, Law Nerd. It's Tuesday. It's December 9th. We are on day 7 of Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe. Honestly, at this point, I don't know how much more the Commonwealth has because we are now into the scientific evidence from processing the House. And it seems that they have gone really in order of how this was processed and have really done a good job of weaving in witnesses. And we are now to the House. So I think for me, the only thing left after everything from the House, and we have a lot of scientific services. Remember, CSI or Crime Scene Response, CSR, was there for 2 days. And we've only heard from one of the individuals that responded to the House. There are going to be more individuals, I'm sure, that responded to the House that testified. I can't stop thinking about that knife that we saw yesterday that looks to me like it was just soaked in bleach. It just looks so damaged. And after those Google searches, I can't help but to wonder if we will see someone else from Crime Scene Response or Crime Scene Services that says to us, hey, by the way, we found the family kitchen knives and they all look like this. And what that's not is, well, the way that the knives we see look. So or the one that we saw looked. So I'm wondering if there is another set of knives or a rest of a set of knives that we might see. So they've got Crime Scene Services. They've got to talk about the DNA testing. They might have tested some other things for blood. And then what else is there? Well, Jem Mutlu. Jem Mutlu is the only other person I can really think of that we still haven't heard from, that we've heard quite a lot about. And maybe they will be the last witness because Jem, Anna Walsh's former boss, and it seems like family friend, was with them in the hours leading up to when Anna Walshe died. So the real question is going to be, what will be argued for premeditation? And if the defendant testifies, will the nuances of law even matter? Or will everybody just be like, nope, immediately not? We're going to have to wait and see. Law Nerds, we're going to roll the intro. We're going to go to court. It's good to see you. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. Did you hear my Law Nerd app bing? I know I forgot to mute the tab. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Let's go to court. Hey there. I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the Law Nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. I'm still looking for what tab it was. I really don't know at this point. So I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out before I spill this in my lap. I'm like, as I start looking this way, no, I don't want to install an update. As I'm looking this way, my coffee is too. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Let's go to court and hope that we're right in time for the hear yees. Oh, a quick note, because Team Baker, the mods, and Miguelina, my producer, are amazing. Miguelina let me know that this morning there was more than a half an hour of the attorneys and the judge talking at the side of the bench and the judge kind of coming back and forth in the courtroom. There was some live reporting from those in court that helped with that, but we have skipped all of that. So they started later than they normally do today. I don't think we're still going to catch up. We start late, so we have Zoom room, but they started later than they normally do today because they were going back and forth on things who knows, probably the evidence for today, but none of it was put on the record before they brought the jury in. So we skipped a half an hour of everyone sitting in the courtroom and then going back to the sidebar where we can't hear and then sitting in the courtroom. So that's what we skipped today. I'm ready for the hear yees. You know, it's my favorite part of the morning, other than seeing the Law Nerds, of course, because that's always my favorite part of the morning. It's always my favorite part.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have...
Wait, is there a gong now? Did we add a new element? Wait. Or was that an accident? Did somebody just bump into something? Wait, is there something new? I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Gong? No?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having ado for the Honorable Justice Diane Fernandez, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Roddy, and give your attention to Joli, President of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
It sounded like a gong. I don't know, y'all, but I'm living.
Jurors, welcome back. Happy Tuesday.
Where'd the gong come from?
Start today as we do every day with questions.
Is it a bell? I mean, it could be an old bell.
That you not speak to anyone about
It was like,
this case.
boing. I love it. Somebody could have dropped a Meta water bottle, but that's a less fun interpretation of that sound.
Research about this case.
I'm going with the most fun interpretation of the noise. I'm ready. I'm ready for it to just be amusing. I'm ready to somebody to just be like,
to comply with my
boom.
order that you not access any social media.
Hear ye, hear
or
ye,
go on
hear
and
ye.
take in any news media.
I'm ready. All right, I need to find that tab that's open somewhere.
Still all have open minds.
Found it. This is why you need the Lawnerd app, so you get your Lawnerd app notifications.
Thank you, all jurors.
Yesterday we
For
were
the
talking
record,
about
all jurors answered
all kinds of
the
stuff.
affirmative to all 4 questions. We can have the witness back on the stand.
Victoria in the chat said, who are we resuming testimony with? The same witness that was on the stand from yesterday. We are resuming with the cross-examination. Sorry, I was moving around my tabs. If that got rid of my screen and you saw my background, isn't it pretty? And also, sorry about that. We were shifting tabs.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
It's the beginning of Emily
may
fights
proceed,
with her hair
Attorney
all day
Tipton.
and then puts it up in a clip anyway. Welcome. Crime Scene Services back
Morning, sir.
on the
Good morning.
stand for cross-examination.
I'm going to return to the home in a minute, but I want to ask you some very specific
We'll fly
questions
to
about
Madison.
some of the specific
fly to
evidence
Madison
that you
a bit.
testified to yesterday. Yesterday, you were asked about
The clatter was me.
Exhibit 248 that
Docket
you described as
214.
white powder residue on the portion of the rug that was labeled 16-7. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And this
Mandy,
white
this is
powder residue,
amazing.
that has nothing to do with what we were talking about on cross-examination about this white coloring or discoloration up in the second floor bedroom, correct? That's completely different.
Yes, completely different.
And I think I heard you say,
The white residue on the floor is from the Google search, my speculation only, of course, from the Google search, how to clean blood off of floors. And then the varnish was gone. You know.
on
Also, I love, this is day 2 of the chat trying to figure out exactly who this witness looks kind of like. We've seen a lot of Matt Damon. We've seen a lot of John Cena. We've seen a lot of Matt Damon, ex-John Cena, and some Joseph Gordon-Levitt in there as well. Quite a lot of it.
direct examination that the white powder residue on Exhibit 248 had
There's
been
been
sent
some Mark
out to
Wahlberg in
another
there, too.
unit
Yes.
examination.
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the?
Yes.
And right now, as you sit here, do you know what that white powder was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder.
Sir, just as a scientific experiment, we're going to need you to say, how do you like them apples? And then the chat will be able to decide. Thank you so much. You're a very serious scientist. I appreciate you. I think you're one of the higher ranking lab members we've seen in any of these trials, and you have been wonderfully serious, but our seriousness left sometime in the middle of the day yesterday. So if you don't mind helping us out. But yes, baking soda is what he said. Yeah. I think there was baking powder and baking soda. I don't remember which one he purchased, though.
Sent out to another unit
Yes.
examination.
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the?
Yes.
And right now, as you sit here, do you know what
love an
that
arson
white powder
unit.
was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder.
It could have been baking powder or baking soda. He said, from what I call from the report. I would be interested to see the report from the arson unit, but you can use both. So,
And
also, he doesn't have that
Mr.
report
Sheehan,
in front of him.
you've seen photographs of the rug that was found in Peavy in the dumpster area, and you've seen photographs where there are additional clumps of what appears to be baking soda or some other substance, correct?
Correct.
And if you know, on those other portions of the rug where you see those clumps, is it your assessment that that's also baking powder?
I don't know. It was not tested.
You would agree, wouldn't you, with me, Mr. Sheehan, that throughout the home that was searched in Cohasset, that not only was there certain items seized that may have been opened, for instance, bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to what bottles? What bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets, pails, some of those having the label of Lowe's. They didn't appear to have been used for any reason.
Correct.
And so
That's really interesting.
if you recall, you testified
The buckets
yesterday
didn't
about
appear to be used.
a cabinet that was up above the refrigerator in the kitchen. and
I'm
you said that
very
in that
curious
cabinet,
about that knife.
There was a knife and also a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, correct?
Very curious about
And
that
was
knife.
that hydrogen peroxide that was found in that cabinet up in the kitchen above the refrigerator, had that been opened?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So it's fair to say, without going down an exhaustive list, that there were numerous items found in Cohasset.
I think those
that
are
had
fair,
apparently
really
never
fair
been
and helpful
used for any
questions.
purpose. They were still, in, for lack of a better phrase, brand new, unused condition.
From what I recall, but I didn't specifically look at each and every item.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in an investigation like this, you're looking for red-brown stains because you told us on direct examination that you were looking for
Red-brown
blood,
stains.
correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in no report that you wrote, did you ever use the phrase blood spatter or anything similar to blood splatter, correct?
I don't think he would
Correct.
have.
And so it's fair to say that you did not determine that what you saw anywhere in the house was indicative of blood spatter evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, sir, can you tell the jury briefly, or in your own words, what you consider to be, as a forensic specialist, blood spatter evidence?
Blood spatter in general is
I think it's a really helpful line of questioning because I have questions about why there was insulation removed above the very apparently bloody alcove, and I think Tipton is going again, focusing in on that this was a dismemberment, not a homicide, and he's trying to limit all those areas of question of, well, this must mean that he killed her, because that's their biggest problem here. So
blood in flight.
that's
And it results
helpful.
from somebody, perhaps.
Blood in flight is a helpful explanation, I
stabbing someone with
suppose.
a knife, and in the movement of the knife, blood evidence flies off the knife.
So you agree.
and spatters onto a
It was a knife.
correct?
Yes.
And then when you see blood spatter, then you would analyze
Tipton-
it and you would look for.
So Tipton, you know what we're all thinking. You know what we're all thinking once we saw that knife and your client's cut on his hand. You know that we're all thinking that the reason he bleached the ever-loving fuck out of that knife is because perhaps his DNA and her DNA were both on that, where the other tools, it would have just been her DNA. So is that why that knife wasn't thrown away with the rest of the tools? Because it had both of their DNA? Okay, Tipton. You agree then? It was the knife. Okay.
Directionality and things like that to determine the directionality of the blood flowing from an instrument, correct?
I wouldn't be doing that. It would be a assigned bloodstain analyst It would be done in the lab, however, just not by me.
All right, and I apologize. I really wasn't implying that you would do it, but in describing what blood spatter is, you would agree that that's what some analysts that may examine biological evidence found at the scene, that they would analyze it in that way. They would look for directionality and things like that.
Yes.
And there was nothing in this home that you're aware of that could be described as blood spatter.
That is correct.
You were also asked a question yesterday on direct examination about luminol toward the very end of the direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you gave a brief definition for the jurors of what luminol is, correct?
Correct.
You saw no evidence of any container that had contained anything like luminol in the Cohasset home, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, you have no evidence that luminol was ever used in the home in Cohasset by anyone, correct?
Correct.
Thank
I
you all
wanna
for the
ask you
compliments.
something,
I'm only wearing green
little
from
bit
now on,
about
apparently.
This testing.
It's all that's happening.
The instrument that you used
Most
for
of my
testing.
warm things
Yesterday,
are
you
black or
referred
green at
to
this point.
swab K in Exhibit 216, photograph 1066. If I could have, if you don't mind, Exhibit 216, Ms. Gilman.
Still not 214.
And those are the swabs that you would then use, that you collected from some of the basement floor stains, the A through G, correct?
Yes.
And could I now have Exhibit 217, photograph 1067? What we saw yesterday is, that is a Ceratec instrument, so to speak, that the Mass State Police uses to then
Ceratec, not
analyze
Cerac.
something like a stain you would find on the
Ah,
floor.
the pregnancy test. That's not a pregnancy test. Right.
Correct?
Correct.
And if that, you tell the jury, when you talked about screening tests and confirmatory tests, was that the screening test or a confirmatory test?
This is the confirmatory test.
Now, there are certain protocols that you, as a forensic analyst, have to use the Ceratec product, right?
Yes.
And without going into it, I think it's fair to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, whenever you use that instrument, you used it correctly, didn't you?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to believe that the results that you relied on in testing the biological evidence in this case, that the evidence that flowed from this Ceratec instrument was erroneous, correct?
Correct.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that these instruments are very sensitive, correct?
Yes.
And the protocols actually suggest in using this instrument that you shouldn't use a liquid that is undiluted because it may overwhelm the instrument. So you dilute it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the sensitivity of the Ceratec HEM instrument that you used, by the way, HEM, H-E-M, does that stand for hemoglobin?
It is I believe so. I'm not sure if it stands for hemoglobin or not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That is the substance of the blood that this testing instrument is testing for, correct?
Yes.
And it's sensitive to the point that it can determine the presence of hemoglobin at the quantity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. That's what it says in the protocols, right?
It sounds correct. I would have to review the protocol.
Okay. And just as I'm going to look for that, I'll just ask you
JM,
this.
thank you. That was me.
20 nanograms
I
per
forgot to put up our
milliliter.
live court.
I'm correct, aren't I, that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
I was just rolling.
Yes.
So 20 nanograms is simply 20 billionths of a gram, correct?
Correct.
That is, and I'm not a scientist like you, but that's a very small amount of substance.
Yes.
It's something that you can't even see with just your plain old eyes, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that in checking this home for blood evidence, that you were using an instrument that if you swabbed an area of the home you could detect the presence of hemoglobin if it only was there in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Correct.
And the only place in this home in Cohasset that you found anything of blood evidence of significance were those areas you told us about in the basement, correct?
Correct.
My in-ears and the color of my jacket, hoodie situation are fighting. So I'm going to be fussing. Oh, counsel, you really just walked back to the microphone to flip your papers in it? Sir, I felt like that was personal. Emily, you're watching in delay time. That's not even actually possible. Time's a construct, everybody. I feel personally attacked by Tipton's flipping papers.
You may.
You mentioned the protocols and then it sounded right when I said 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm just going to show you page 2 of the protocols. Just ask you to read it to yourself.
I appreciate the defense strategy of really saving cross-examinations for where it matters and where they can make some headway or some perceived headway. I really appreciate
Ready?
Yes.
So
the
having
conscientiousness.
reviewed that document, do you recognize that document as protocols applicable to the blood testing history we've been talking about?
That is the protocol that comes with the Sartec card itself. We also have internal lab protocols that we follow for the specific testing.
You will agree that the protocol that I just showed you, though, does specifically state that the sensitivity of this instrument is at 20 nanograms per milliliter, right?
Yes.
So when you collect biological evidence at the scene, it cohasset, you're not trying to quantify what it is you're finding, correct?
Correct.
So it can be a very tiny amount, correct?
Yes.
And that tiny amount, and we're talking about something of 20 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't find anything even in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter in that upstairs bedroom we talked about yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say as we moved through the house, you didn't find anything, a minuscule amount of biological evidence of hemoglobin on the stairway.
You're not going to just find like hemoglobin on the stairway, but he is trying to minimize the findings. See? If this was a bloody, bloody crime scene, where is it?
Correct?
Correct.
Nor did you find it in
Argue the rug and
living
the
room area that you
tarps,
examined,
but
correct?
you know,
Yes.
Yes, no, you did not find it.
Correct.
That's fine, it's my fault. And you did not find it anywhere in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
So somebody can try to clean a floor, and somebody can try to clean a bathroom area.
notice the words he's using.
But if they leave
Try.
something as small as 20 nanograms per milliliter of biological evidence, this instrument that you rely on could detect it.
That's not how that works.
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah, that's not exactly how that works, Tipton. You have to have enough to swab it to actually get it into the machine for the machine to detect it. The machine doesn't just like roll around the floors like a fucking Roomba going blood, no blood, blood, no blood. That's not how it works. He did a very good job in not going beyond theoretically. He actually like bites the rest of the answer back in.
Yes.
He's like, theoretically, stop there.
Could I have exhibit number 97, please?
Oh my God, all of you are like, crime scene Roomba, we need to make it happen. Can you imagine? Actually, I can imagine. Instead of using, wouldn't it be better, instead of using the chemicals that can be destructive, if you had a little I don't know, even a drone so it doesn't touch anything on the floor. Just like a really low flying drone type Roomba that could scan the floors. It would be so much easier than trying to figure out where to spray. And if you could figure out the scanner, I imagine it wouldn't be that hard to get a little drone to just kind of hover around, and then you could just test the walls and everything too. Why not?
You see the rug in Exhibit 97?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that rug is
air
the...
could scatter things, but you would have to do it after you had processed everything else. It would not be the first thing that you would do to process. It would have to be at the end of the process. But
rug that you testified to yesterday?
It looks similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
that's dead ass the same rug. With the like palm trees on it. It's the same rug.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in with the fireplace?
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room.
Okay, and that's the room that you examined, correct?
I did not do a full examination. It was one of those areas that I did a brief visual exam as I was walking through to the second floor and first floor.
All right, if you can take down
He did a good job of reminding the jury it's the same rug.
In any event, when you went into that living room and whether you made a cursory inspection, and no one told you you could only spend a little bit of time in the living room, that's fair to say, right?
Correct.
You could spend as long as you needed to find whatever it was you were looking for, and that was blood, right?
Yes.
And you could have torn up the floor in the living room like they did up in the second floor room if you had any reason to believe that there was blood or biological evidence in that living room, correct?
Correct.
And you could look for what we just talked about, blood spatter evidence on the fireplace that you see in Exhibit 97. You could do all those things. But what happened was when you went through the living room, you saw nothing that gave you pause to look at that room for biological evidence other than walking through it, looking.
I mean,
moving on to another area, correct?
Correct.
I will say for all of you that are like, don't give Elizabeth Holmes any new ideas. A, she's still in prison. B, if she could figure out how to make, and somebody said it in the chat, like a LiDAR for biological material, it would be helpful. It would be really helpful. Like all the other sci-fi movie shit is coming to life. What if you could just stick like a little thing in the middle of the room and then have it just image everything at once? Jen said, do they get YouTube in prison? I don't know. I know that they get ABC. 50 Cent taught me that. Some of you asked about whether they tested the drains. They did test the drains in the bathrooms. And they all returned negative for blood.
That rug that is
After seeing what he shopped for, I'm not surprised all the drains in the house tested negative for blood given the amount of time that he had.
seen in Exhibit 97, lying on the floor, there was simply no evidence on the floor area in front of the fireplace that there was any biological evidence of any significance. And when you, right, let me cut that off, right?
Correct.
And when you were examining that area, was that on January 9th or January 8th?
January 8th.
So when you were
He's talking about the living room.
on January 8th, that rug wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
So that entire floor
No, Tipton. The rug in the living room wasn't there on January 8th and January 9th.
was in plain view, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it'd be pretty easy, wouldn't it, for you or any one of your colleagues to examine that particular area of the floor to see if there was any biological evidence on the floor where that was. And you testified yesterday extensively on direct.
It's very hard to hear Tipton. He is asking questions in and around. When you were in the living room, did you see this rug? The rug that we saw cut up pieces of yesterday. And couldn't you have just tested the floor in the living room for blood? Also, rugs can move. But, you know, again, Tipton is doing the things he needs to do to try to say you could have tested in the living room and you didn't see any reason to.
examination, that there are numerous parts of pieces of rug that you examined, and you told the jury about the red-brown stains you saw on that rug and those pieces, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever, as one of the forensic scientists involved in this case, did you ever piece together the fragments of the rug you testified to?
I did not. That would not be my unit if it was requested for analysis.
And he doesn't do pieces. He doesn't do the manual puzzling that we heard about in the Reed case. There's like a puzzling section in crime scene. And yes, he went to HomeGoods and purchased rugs and scented candles. We haven't seen that security footage yet. I know they've got it. So we're probably going to see the HomeGoods video too.
In the Massachusetts police crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, whenever he shows the rug, I see like
I want to turn your attention now briefly to the
It's the same
knife
picture
that you
Right.
testified to yesterday that was
Exactly
found
what I
in the
think of.
cabinet above the refrigerator, okay? And if we can have exhibit 201, please, Ms. Gilman?
But I'm glad the defense brought it up. The prosecution
Once again,
didn't bring that photo up again for the jury
That's the
this week.
cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And inside that cabinet, you found a knife, correct?
Correct.
And inside that cabinet, we see various items, including boxes, what appears to be bottles of hydrogen peroxide.
I am ready to go Where's Waldo on this photo and try to figure out where the knife block is or the rest of the knives. I need to see the rest of the knives, everybody. Eventually I'll let it go.
Yes.
And we also see can you tell the jury what they see in the right side of exhibit 201, another container with a red label and white lid on it?
That is hydrogen peroxide wipes.
Okay. And were those wipes
Those wipes that appeared to be in the bag and didn't appear to be on the receipt. Yeah, I clocked that too. Because only these bottles appeared to be on the receipt, not the wipes. Mm-hmm.
also in apparent brand new condition? They hadn't been opened?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could we have exhibit 202, Ms. Gilman? And if I may, do you know, Mr. Sheehan, if then when someone was taking
Was that all tested? All of whatever this is, was that all tested?
this photograph, if that is the exact condition of how the knife was found?
Yes, it is.
And that was after someone removed, and I say someone like one of your colleagues, they removed that bottle of hydrogen peroxide and those wipes.
Yes.
You told us yesterday that there was a screening test conducted on that knife, correct?
Yes.
But there was no confirmatory test, correct?
Did the knife smell like bleach still?
Correct.
It's fair to say then that you, as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether whatever you characterize
Oh, there's a sweater
as,
today.
Screening test results as possible blood, you don't know if it's blood or not.
That is correct.
And since you didn't do a confirmatory test, you certainly can't tell us that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that on item number 1-8, which is the knife, exhibit 215, that
So close.
you otherwise didn't see any visible stains, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from yesterday, that on this knife that was found above the refrigerator, you neither saw any visible stains, red blood stains, and you don't know what it was on the preliminary screening test, whether it was blood or not, correct?
Correct. It was only a screening test positive.
Did you look at the knife, Tipton? Sir, come on.
And if you know, Mr. Sheehan, that sample that you collected from that knife was never subjected to any further testing.
Correct.
So there is no evidence whatsoever that that knife had any biological substance on it like blood at all, right?
Aside from the positive screening test, no.
Tipton. Tipton. He was Googling how to get DNA off of a knife, Tipton. My guy, I appreciate that you are doing the best that you can. But he was Googling how to get DNA off of a knife, and that knife looks like it has been through some shit. And bleach.
But the screen test doesn't tell us it's blood.
That is correct.
If I could have Ms. Gilman exhibit 208. Yesterday, you see that photograph, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And you
Look at
described
this
that as the
photograph.
bottom basement step in the Cohasset home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how that step came to become broken, or however you want to characterize it?
I was notified that someone, when they were doing a preliminary search around the house, had stepped on it and it broke.
Okay.
That's helpful information. Also, excuse me, Mr. Prosecutor, you haven't had your turn yet for a go. If crime scene services breaks the step, bring that up in your direct examination. Because again, it looks worse if it doesn't come out to cross. Because I think many of you were probably with me wondering if that step broke in all of the things that were happening in the house. Bring it up in direct. Was that broken when you arrived at the house, or do you know how it got broken? Some of you were saying, I think he mentioned it. I must have missed it. Because if they did mention it, then I will retract my frustration. If they did not mention it, frustration moves forward. It's now a choose your own adventure.
So you don't know if it was cracked before that person you just described actually then completely broke.
I don't.
You have no idea, as you sit here today, what condition that stair was in when it then thereafter was reported as being broken by, I'm just going to say, one of your colleagues or one of the Mass State Police people?
Correct.
But you did say that there was a blood stain that's indicated there on the bottom piece of wood lying on the concrete floor.
It was a red-brown stain. I did not do confirmatory testing in the lab on this one.
Okay, so we don't know if that stain is indicative of blood or not.
It is indicative of blood, but so it had screened positive, but no confirmatory testing was done.
Okay, but you can't, it could be blood though.
Yes.
Okay.
Chat, I know that it is a way more fun theory that Proctor was just stomping around this house breaking shit, because it's really easy to blame Proctor. He wasn't, I don't think he was there that day. If we find out that he's there that day, we can talk about it later. But I imagine that we will hear from the person who accidentally broke the step. But no rumors in the chat. I appreciate you, but someone's going to get confused. And then it's going to become facts. Some of you are asking, where is Tipton going with this? Tipton is focusing on...
Can you tell us, Mr. Sheehan, that...
Sorry, Tipton. I thought you were going to take more of a break. Tipton is focusing on the things he thinks are most damaging to the case. So if you want to know what Tipton thinks is the most damaging evidence to the case, just listen to his cross. He ignores everything else, and he's very focused on the things that he think could indicate to a reasonable juror that a murder occurred. The knife looks sketchy. Cutting out the ceiling insulation looks sketchy. Okay, but is there any blood spatter? Did you test the floors where the rug's missing from? Was there any nanograms or millimeters or whatever of blood on the walls or the ceiling or what have you? So he is trying to poke doubt into some of the assumptions that the jury is going to need to make, or the linear inferences that the jury is going to need to make, because at the end of the day, there is no autopsy. The victim was never recovered. So the jury has a completely circumstantial case without the victim being recovered and without a manner and cause of death. And so there are inferences that the jury is going to have to make that they are allowed to make from the circumstantial evidence. Tipton is doing everything he can to focus on pulling the foundation out from those inferences. And the knife not being with the other tools that were used in the dismemberment is a difficult piece of evidence for them. Tipton is fighting to first, I think, take the first-degree murder down to second-degree or voluntary manslaughter. At worst, get the murder completely not guilty. At best, I don't think that that's going to happen on these facts. But if Tipton can get a first-degree murder down to a second-degree murder, if they add in the lesser included, which I think will happen when we get to jury instructions, that takes it from life without parole ever period to 15 to 25 years to life. There's a possibility of parole. So even shifting this from premeditated to not premeditated can shift it from first degree to second degree. And that means there's a possibility of parole at some point in the future. And so that's what they are really fighting for, is just is to really shift that out of the premeditation. And if they can take away some of the like, hey, that knife looks really bad, they might be closer to getting there. So that's what Tipton is focused on in all of his crosses. He's been really, though he wanders around, Tipton has been focused, strategic, and I think at times fairly effective. He's got really bad facts to work with. So any level of effectiveness is helpful for him. No one can accuse Tipton of not being prepared for this trial and not trying every argument one could think of.
Who specifically from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, other criminalists, were there examining the home on January 8th and January 9th?
On January 9th, briefly, Davis Gould was there before he had went to do the Volvo and to do the examination at the trash collection site.
And also, do you know a trooper named Stephanie Devlin?
Yes.
And she was there, correct?
Correct. She's assigned to the crime scene services section. She's the one that took majority of the photos.
All right. And she was involved in also not only taking the photos, but was she also involved in conducting and assisting in conducting latent print examination?
Yes.
And who else was there?
I would have to refer to my notes. There was a large amount of people there from both the crime scene services section and the detective unit.
Do you know of anyone named Sullivan?
Heather Sullivan?
Well, there's two, I guess. Heather Sullivan. Tell us about Heather Sullivan.
She was assigned to the crime scene services section, and I believe she was the one who took photos of everything at the trash collection site.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other Sullivan who is a trooper that was at the scene examining the home at Cohasset?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And could you just estimate, as the best you can, how many people from the Mass State Police were there examining the home? Let's start on January 8th.
I would approximate about 10.
And how about January 9th? Once again, we understand it's approximate.
I'd say about 15.
And it's fair to say that both on January 8th and January 9th, that those people were there for all day doing their work, correct?
Correct.
And their work included looking for any evidence and examining every single room in that house for it,
Correct.
when you differentiate between...
There are too many crossovers in last name. Paisley Cat in the chat is right. It was Devlin. Dever, Deaver, Diva, never, ever going to be a cop again is not in this case. And if she shows up, the goat will start screaming even more.
The crime lab.
Boston
and crime
PD is
scene
not
services.
connected
Can you
here.
just briefly, once again, tell the jury the difference between the two units?
So the crime scene services section is essentially the sworn division of criminalistics. They do all of the testing for fingerprints and any type of impression evidence, as well as documentation with both photo and video. We are both criminalistics and crime scene services are under the umbrella of the crime lab.
So they're trained professionals with combined years of experience looking for any and everything that could be significant in the investigation of a case, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you're working with groups like that, number of people, 5, 10, is it fair to say that when you get together at a crime scene or where you think a crime was committed,
When you get together, did you all go to high school together? Like,
talk with each other about what you saw or what you might not see?
what are you asking?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in the course of an investigation like this, you would then review perhaps your colleagues' reports or their notes, so you have a better idea of the entire scope of the investigation.
Correct.
I mean, they're crime scene services.
You
That's what
rely
they
on those
do.
reports, don't you, to be accurate and to reflect what was found at a scene, correct?
Yes.
And so there's something called field notes that you and your colleagues fill out, correct?
Yes.
Those field notes are handwritten, correct?
Yes.
And what you do is and tell me if I'm wrong, you fill out specific things.
Tipton, where are we going with the field notes?
Making observations or shortly thereafter, and then later
I'm out of
on,
coffee.
you take those handwritten notes and
It's
you
unfortunate.
put them into a typewritten report, correct?
Correct.
And those field notes are included in the file and the case-related file, the criminalist file, the CSS file, regarding a particular case like this one, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday,
Flora, that's what I thought of too. I thought of the field
asked
notes
you
notebooks.
if you were aware.
Excuse me, Mr. Joseph Gordon Levitt, Cena, Damon. Could you move the mic just a little bit back? That'd be great.
That in one or more rooms, if baseballs have been removed to examine a particular room, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize. I implied that it was one of your rooms. You said, I don't remember.
I believe so.
Lithy, no,
It's
they're
fair to say that
not called
based
out.
on your review of your
Seen.
colleagues' notes,
Seen.
examining this cohesive home. In fact, the notes, field notes, and the reports do indicate, at least in some instances, that baseboards of certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
For those of you that are like, the second Tipton wanders away from the mic, my mind wanders with him. Don't worry. Here's what he's asking. Yesterday, remember, he asked if this witness knew if baseboards were removed from the home. He's now asking about the field notes, but I don't think he's asking about this witness's field notes. I think he's asking about somebody else's field notes. And will you talk to somebody else about your field notes so you can testify to their field notes is not going to fly. Because just because they might be aware of something that happened, they are not the right witness for it. I imagine we have numerous other scientific service witnesses coming, but asking someone about the job, asking somebody about what is not their job is definitely a cross-examination strategy, because you can get conflict in witness testimony between like two scientific services people or two law enforcement officers, because you ask the one about the not their job and you ask the other one about the is their job. Imagine somebody asked one of your coworkers that you don't know that well to describe something that you did. What's your confidence level that they would accurately describe what you were doing? Right. So I have a feeling that the field notes are the not his job part. I mean, your coworker might be like, oh, they're working on this project. That's about all they could say. Right? Unless it's somebody that's like on your team that you were supervising you, that you're working closely with, just somebody else on your team might be able to say, this is their project, this is their job title, but that's about it. Katie in the chat said, I can't even explain what I do to people, and I do it. It's fair. Lisa, we'll put it on the list. We'll put it on the list. We're going to need them with this trial because the photos in this trial are not super YouTube
Just before I
friendly.
ask this next question, I think maybe I come to sidebar.
You were just at sidebar.
Yes.
The judge's face said you were just here. Look at her face. Hold on. Tipton is pondering his next question. Look at the judge's face. They just came back from sidebar.
Just before I ask this next question, I think maybe I come to sidebar.
Yes. You may.
Also, I appreciate the judge's strategy of pause for a moment before responding. They're going back to sidebar, which means Tipton is tiptoeing into an area that maybe is not exactly what the court asked. However, I have a tremendous amount of respect when getting into an area that might run afoul of what the court just said, that he is asking sidebar to really clarify what the court's saying. This is not a ask forgiveness situation in front of a jury. This is very much a ask permission situation in front of the jury. And these attorneys have had, very few sidebars, all things considered, considering some of the other trials we've seen. Court has actually run really smoothly for them, but getting into an area... Okay, I'm going to let this roll because I see Tipton's face as he's walking back from the bench. But I appreciate Tipton being mindful. Some defense attorneys prefer to come in like a wrecking ball. Tipton's smile is kind of telling. Tend to come in like a wrecking ball, and it can cause problems. I also imagine that Tipton, and I've seen a lot of you say that he is well respected. I would not be surprised if he has a very good reputation amongst the bar in Massachusetts, just based on what we've seen here. All of you are asking, why is Tipton smiling? He could be smiling because something went his way. He could be smiling because something didn't go his way. And he was like, well, shit. We're gonna reset. So it really, truly could be either.
Mr. Sheehan, you told us a moment ago that you do collaborate with your fellow colleagues at a scene like this.
Back for more foundation. The court has asked him to lay more foundation about how much he and his colleagues talk. I still think they're going to need another witness.
Yes.
And that you do review their reports and their notes so you get a better picture of the entire scope of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you said you acknowledge that you know who Trooper Devlin is, correct?
Correct.
Devlin.
And did you, in fact, review her reports in conjunction with all your other colleagues' reports specific to the examination of the home at Cohasset?
Yes.
And it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, Mr. Sheehan, for you to look at something in this particular home, Cohasset home, on January 9th. And it would be important to you to know that that's something like discoloration on the floor that you observed on January 9th had not been observed there on January 8th. Would that be important to you in assessing the scope of the evidence that was being looked at?
In regards to my examination, I don't believe so.
He's probably going to have to move on with that. He might choose not to.
Devlin's notes regarding whether the discoloration on the second floor
I choose not to.
was not seen on January 8th.
I would have to actually review her notes again. I definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
Yeah, because why would he? Why would he review her field notes? Why would he review her field notes? We are getting far afield into the this is not his job. And let me see. Did Devlin testify already? Hold on. Let me go through our notes because producer Magdalena helps me also keep notes of which witnesses testified and not. Let me see if I can control F into whether Devlin testified or not. Nope, not yet. All right. Can the witness say not my job? Not really, because the questions he's asking are, did you review her notes? Did you review her report? Don't you collaborate and talk to each other about what you found? Also, Devlin might be unavailable, and that might be why he has not moved on.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I think the court is going to, at some point, tell Tipton to move on with this. But Tipton very much wants to get in with this witness to baseboards being removed. All right, we're going to zoom as best we can. Ah, good. Tipton has come back to the bench to go through his notes. I think that he's been told to move on, and he's moving on to another part of his cross. There could be a lot of reasons an officer could be unavailable. I had officers unavailable for trial for funerals, vacations, because they had just had like back surgery. There's lots of reasons someone might not testify, and sometimes the Commonwealth can't wait long enough for that witness to testify. It also might not matter. But if the baseboards were removed and nothing was found, Tipton wants to get into that, saying, look, this couldn't have been a crime scene of this level. Tipton is also fighting an uphill battle with the Tyvek suit, hacksaw, the carpet or the rug, and the fact that his client was Googling crime scene.
You may.
The prosecutor just whispered something at, can you show me what you're showing the witness, is what the prosecutor said. Kiki QT said, I swear I heard a dog bark yesterday. I swear I heard a dog bark yesterday too. Yeah. I thought so too.
Yes.
Also, because apparently my memory is refreshed the second he starts walking and talking. Yesterday, we were talking about the photos of the Tyvek suit, and I talked about the gray part being the under, like the foot, the sole of the footy. I went back and looked. Those were the photos when it was inside out. So the footy looked all gray, and those were the photos of when the Tyvek suit was turned inside out. I went back and looked because I was like, what? But yeah, it was from when they were inside out. So hopefully that clears up any confusion. But yes, I heard a dog yesterday too. There could be many reasons a dog's in a courthouse.
Can you just tell us if that report indicates who's reported?
Yes, it was not on my end.
Yes, it does.
And who's reported it?
Trooper Stephanie Devlin.
And that would be one of the reports that you just told the jury, that would be one of the reports you'd review in the context of the investigation.
Yes.
And I would ask you, if you would, sir, to read to yourself
I'm very curious.
this second numbered paragraph. Just read it to yourself and then look up and tell us when you're done.
Nikki said, the great thanks. The gray was weird. It was when they were inside out. I had to go back and look at it too. The knife's been bugging me. I have more questions about that. But I really want to know where he's going with this. And yes, Awkward Aquarian said, I remember Emily's story about the judge who insisted on having a police dog in court. This was a judge that I did not get along with at all.
Okay.
Is that this trooper?
I was trying to get him to a kinder pause face. This was a judge I did not get along with well. It was a search and rescue dog that searched for people that were, well, either missing or hiding from law enforcement. And the court wanted the dog to come in the course of some pretrial motions. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to question the dog, which the court did not appreciate my regular and sometimes unintended sass. But I'm like, I'm not going to question the dog. I don't know why you need to bring the dog. And the judge is like, I want to see the dog. And I'm like, it's a search dog. Do you want a picture of the dog? She wanted the dog in court. I called the handler, and after the handler stopped cursing at me over what a terrible idea it was, I told the dog handler, look, you're going to have to either bring the dog in, or since you are close by to this courthouse, why don't you just come in and explain to the judge, I'm not doing it anymore, just explain to the judge why this is a bad idea. And then if the judge tells you to go get the dog, you can go get the dog and bring the dog in. Judge insisted that the dog was in. This was a search dog that searched for search and rescue. Search dogs for search and rescue use mostly human stress hormone to find who they are searching for. What in the world could go wrong with bringing a search Malinois into a fucking courtroom? Just into a courthouse? Why do you need to see the dog? That dog was so fucking mad. Because of course the dog was. Courtrooms are stressful. So the handler explained to the court that there was nothing to glean from bringing in the dog, and that in fact it was going to cause the dog to respond because the dog searches by stress, because when people are hiding, they can be stressed. When people are in distress, they can be stressed. And the handler was explaining that this would actually cause some response in the dog. The court didn't care. The dog was exactly how you would expect a working Malinois to be when in a stressed out courtroom full of people, myself probably being the most stressed of them all. And then the court was like, take out the dog. I'm like, well, no fucking shit, Your Honor. What this dog was doing its best to restrain the radiating energy of wanting to work and to try to not bark. But the poor dog was so stressed in that environment because, of course. And the judge wanted to see the dog for no logical reason, it seemed to me. And the handler was so mad. The handler was just like, I am not here for this. And told the judge that the stress in the courtroom was going to cause an issue for the dog, and it sure did. So, yeah, so we had to bring the dog in, and the handler told the judge exactly what was going to happen, and it did happen. And then I'm sitting there looking at the judge like, this was a very valuable use of our time today together, Your Honor. Thank you. So if you're wondering why this judge fucking hated me, she started it. All right, moving on. But yes, it was a problem. Oh, I did not question the dog. The judge tried to question the handler about the dog while the dog was with the handler on the stand. It was a mess.
Was not observed on January 8th up in the second.
As to that form sustained,
Does the content of that second
Tipton is still trying to get this question in. I had no problems with this judge until she had problems with me. And then it was over.
Okay.
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th up in the second?
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the staining that was present on the 8th was not present on the 9th? And this is the question. And I imagine that this is why it's being objected to, because this is not firsthand knowledge for this report. This is now hearsay, but they're going to have to ask Trooper Devlin what they mean by that. You've got to explain it, because there's a reason staining might be present on the 8th. Sometimes if they process stains, you might not see the stains anymore based on how they process them. But if he didn't do the processing, he can't say, when I swabbed the stain, it was then gone. So you need Devlin for that. So I'm really struggling to hear him too. I'm going to repeat his entire question.
Okay.
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th?
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on the 9th was not observed on the 8th? But I don't know if that includes something being removed or what.
The second,
As to that form sustained,
does the content of that second paragraph of Trooper Devlin's report refresh your recollection about whether the discoloration in the second floor bedroom upstairs was not seen on January 8th, but was seen on January 9th?
In terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have to go by her report.
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
So we went through all of that and all the sidebars and all the everything, because apparently Devlin's report says that what Devlin observed on the 9th was not there on the 8th. And this forensic analyst, CSI, said, that doesn't refresh my recollection because I never knew that thing. If someone tried to refresh my recollection as to, I don't know, algebra equations, it would be fair of me to say my recollection is not refreshed because I never knew that in the first place. So you can't refresh a recollection if you did not know the underlying fact. So no, my memory is not refreshed. I did not know that. I did not observe that, and I did not say that. So that's where he's at. Also, no, sometimes my sassiness with the judge was
I want to focus
a
now your
protective
attention
mechanism,
on
but
what was described yesterday as dark gray
just made things worse.
slippers. Item number 9-27. If I could have Ms. Gilman exhibit 230.
there are more stories with me and that judge. Some of you are asking if that judge is still on the bench. This is a judge that I regularly, or used to regularly, check for obituaries.
You recognize
for,
that, don't you, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
because I was like, at some point it's going to be there. But no, this judge was a million D when I was appearing in their court.
And that is an item that has been marked
Emily, you really didn't want to get to these slippers, did you?
as 9-27.
That is correct.
And you described for the jury yesterday that there was red-brown stains on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I'm very
Top
nice
and bottom, correct?
until I'm
Yes.
until I'm not.
And you went into some detail on direct examination describing how you took pains to try to collect samples from the interior of Exhibit 230, item 927, to try to find, quote, skin cells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were purposefully trying to avoid collecting red blood cells, or collect samples from what you perceive to be red blood cells.
Yes, Tipton, he had to go out of his way from what appear to be your client's slippers. He had to go out of his way to try to get the DNA from the slippers that are not the apparent blood. He was trying to figure out who was wearing the slippers. Because Tipton, the reason you need to talk about the slippers, my guy, is because your client went and bought a whole bunch of PPE, and your client seemed to plan how to dispose of the victim on a Walshe. And you are trying to show that he didn't plan to murder and also murder on a Walshe. And those slippers indicate that something went down before all the PPE was involved. And if she died of natural causes in his bed, in their bed, why is there so much blood on his shoes? And also, why is there hair and tissue on the slippers? Also, before we get back to the slippers, this is probably a good time to just remind you that the photo of the slippers are hard for me. The photos in this case are hard. And we are very fortunate to A, be in the time of year that it is December, and B, have incredible sponsors who help support the channel, especially when we are going through trials that are not always advertiser friendly, because our advertisers are like, no, we talk about law and we do law things, and these are the things that happen, and we are not going to shy away from talking realistically about the things that happened. So today, we have a huge thank you to our sponsor, Nord. They have been, Nord, if you guys didn't know, some of you might not, Nord was one of the very first sponsors I started working with when this YouTube channel started to grow, and has been a great sponsor and also protector of all of my shit since then. So we're just going to take a moment to thank our sponsor today so we can get back to all of the photos that are going to immediately mean that we are demonetized on YouTube. So thank you, Nord, for taking care of us and the law nerds. We're going to just fix that in post and pretend it didn't happen. Law nerd, you hear me talking a lot about services like Incogni that can get your information off of the web, and now Nord has taken it one step further with NordProtect. Listen, the thing that we need to protect the most in our growing and connected world is our identity and our privacy. The thing I love about NordProtect is they have the features that you would expect, like credit monitoring and instant alerts in case somebody's trying to do anything sus. But beyond that, something that I've not seen anyone else offer is that they also have identity restoration services and identity theft recovery. They have cyber extortion protection, and they have identity theft recovery. So if your identity is stolen, you may be able to receive up to $1 million for recovery expenses. I've not seen anyone else offer this, and to have a trusted name like Nord partnering once again with cybersecurity experts to not only bring monitoring, but also help you recover if something happens is something truly that I'm really excited about, and so glad that I have covering my family. And it's really easy to get started. You just pick the plan that matches your needs, set up the monitoring for the information for you, and verify your identity. Law nerd, if you're ready to protect your identity now, it's time to get NordProtect with an exclusive discount at nordprotect.com/Emily Baker. And remember, it's risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. And yes, law nerds, that is something I have and use too. Incogni, Nord, and NordProtect are all available with a NordProtect plan. Go take a look. Let us get back to today's trial. Because
I'm sorry, red blood stains.
we need it.
You actually used the word control. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did use the phrase to avoid, quote, cross-contamination, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by cross-contamination?
During a sample collection, if there are visible red-brown stains in an area, I would try to avoid that when collecting for potential recovery of skin cells. Knowing that these red-brown stains could be potentially blood, I wanted to avoid combining a skin cell collection with a blood collection.
And what was the purpose then of trying to collect, quote, skin cells, epithelial cells?
The skin cells themselves would help identify a person who would have been using the item or wearing them, how they would normally be worn.
And you have no direct knowledge of how of who these slippers are, do you?
I don't.
And you have no direct knowledge how any of the red-brown staining came to be onto this exhibit 230, do you?
I don't.
And do you, in fact, know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash collection site.
And that's why they were swabbing for DNA inside the slippers away from the apparent blood stains so that they could try to determine who was wearing the slippers. I think
And
I'll be
so
surprised if
do
it
you
comes
know
back to
what
anything other
specific,
than defendant,
bag
right?
these slippers were found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this. We understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found in, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the case file.
Yeah, he's probably going to
You are aware
argue
of the fact that,
cross-contamination.
a number of bags, black bags, were found at a dumpster site in Peabody, correct?
Yes,
Did you ever go to that dump site?
I did not.
And you are aware of the fact that there was a compactor. Aside from the dumpster, there was a compactor. It was also searched. That
We saw the pictures of the trash. That trash is not compacted. But A for effort, Tipton.
resulted in the bags being found, correct?
Yes.
And a compactor is different than just a dumpster bin. It's a compactor that pushes items and condenses them into a smaller physical size so it can collect more trash or garbage or debris, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that when you're concerned for cross-contamination, and you were taking pains, as a forensic analyst would, to try to avoid cross-contamination, it's fair to say that when things are put into a bag and compressed by a compactor, they are pressed together with whatever else is in that same bag, correct?
Objection. Overruled.
Correct.
There's no evidence that these things were compacted. But Tipton is going to try to make the argument that they were compacted together. And so they were all cross-contaminated with what? I imagine he's not having this conversation unless it comes back as his client's DNA inside the slippers, right? And the reason that the slippers matter so much is what we talked about before, because the PPE came after. So he's trying to poke doubt in, but if something's compacted, then it could all just zhuzh together and cross-contaminate. See, the thing is, Tipton, they actually tested inside the slippers where like the top of your foot would touch the slippers. So if you're testing where the toes are down at the very bottom of the slippers, cross-contamination, I don't think is a reasonable explanation. Because law enforcement actually did their job here, Tipton. It's making it harder for you.
And so when they are pressed together in a compactor, they are pushed together and they can then be cross-contaminated, correct?
Objection. You can answer it.
Correct.
And so when you look at these items as a forensic analyst, and you did so, when you see something like hair that may have been attached to an item like the slippers, you have no idea if that hair was on the slipper when it was put into the bag, or if it came to be on the slipper because of the compression that resulted from being compressed by a compactor.
That is correct.
So I guess the question, the next question is this. When we look at these photographs of various pieces of evidence, like these gray slippers, the dark gray slippers, and other pieces of evidence that you look at, the photographs are not representative of how that item may have appeared before it was placed in a bag, correct?
Correct.
As to that form, sustained.
The photographs do not.
Tipton's
depict
tiptoeing real
how
close
an
to it,
item-
and that's why we're hearing more objections to this area.
The photographs that have been placed into evidence of certain items may not depict the condition that a particular item was in prior to being deposited in the black bag.
Correct.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much.
I mean, you got to give it to Tipton for trying,
And
but
yesterday
I don't
you testified
know if it's gonna
to
help.
some hair that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to exhibit 232, you examined 2 of the hair fibers that you found, correct?
Yes, from item number, I believe it was 9-18. Sorry, 9-28.
9-28,
Yeah.
yes. And one of the 2 hairs that you examined, you determined was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
And then the other hair you examined was consistent with animal hair, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Sheehan, that, I've been calling you Mr. Sheehan. You're not a trooper, are you?
Correct.
Okay, so I've been right.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Tipton.
Are you aware of the fact that there was an animal that also resided at the Cohasset home
Yes.
during this period of time?
Yes.
And did
This has got to be one of his longest
and
cross.
are you aware of where this
He thinks this
hair
is
that you
needed.
were examining, exhibit 232, was found in the Cohasset home?
From what I recall, it was found from the trash area
Okay. The trash area of Peabody?
of the trash collection site.
Okay. And you also told the jurors yesterday about another exhibit of hair, exhibit 250, correct?
Which exhibit is that?
That was a
Which
hair clump?
the item number was 16-12.
Okay, could we have exhibit 250? Is that the item 16-12?
Yes.
And that would be exhibit 250?
Yes.
And the hair found in this exhibit, what is that substance that we see in the photograph?
I do not know.
So it was never examined.
I have a guess.
And of course, it'd be very important to determine.
Based on everything else we've seen, it's also baking soda / baking powder. I can't remember which one he bought.
If that substance that we see in this exhibit, if that substance that the hair rests on was skin tissue or anything of the sort.
Visually, it did not have any visual similarities to skin tissue.
So there's no question in your mind as a forensic analyst that that has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But as you sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
And the fact that we saw an exhibit, and it's exhibit 233. Could we have exhibit 233, please? This exhibit was indicative of exhibit 232, and it's the hair that you described as consistent with human hair, correct?
Correct.
And it's the root section, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that a hair that contains the root, that hair falls out naturally, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's nothing to indicate nefarious about the fact that there is a root attached to this hair?
Correct.
It's just the fact that when you examine this, you examined it with the protocols that you use, and you made a determination based on its structure, as the term you used, that it was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
When you use that phrase, consistent with human hair or consistent with animal hair, what you're saying is you can't say positively that it's human hair, but it's consistent. Correct?
I mean,
With this root,
sure it
you
went
can
to be
confirm it's a human hair.
DNA
If it did
tested.
not have a root, it would have to be consistent with.
Okay. With regards now to
he's like, yeah, it looks
these various items
looks
and
like a human
tools
hair,
that you
and the root's
testified to
attached.
yesterday. I'm talking about the hacksaw and the hammer and things like that, correct?
Yes.
All of what you told this jury, without repeating later, all of that is, it's fair to say that you're unaware of exactly where those tools were found, other than they were found in that compactor dumpster area, that you, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you're not sure what particular bags those tools were found in, correct?
Correct.
And so, even though you detected the presence of red-brown stains and determined that some of those stains had hemoglobin, you can't tell the jury how that biological evidence came to be on each and every one of those tools. You just can tell us there was biological evidence on those tools, correct?
That is correct.
And once again,
He didn't
the
test
biological
them.
evidence that
He
you
didn't test them for DNA, though.
detected on those tools
We're going to get to the
could
DNA.
have been on any one tool or more, could have been deposited as a result of transfer, correct? Or, as you called it, cross-contamination, correct?
That is correct.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions
Promise.
about the testimony regarding a hatch that you testified to about yesterday, right?
Yes.
You did detect something that you described as greasy or oily film on that hatch.
I mean,
Yes.
You never did.
You kinda gotta
examine
address
that
it.
Greasy or oily film.
I'm surprised he didn't let this
Correct.
go.
You never did any further testing of anything on the surface of that hatchet with regard to the greasy or oily residue that you saw to determine if in fact it was an oily residue that was deposited on a tool to prevent it from rusting, things like that, right?
The testing that I did was the screening test for blood, and it was in the same area as the hatchet head.
But other than that, other than trying to determine if there was a presence of biological evidence, you did not specifically try to determine what the greasy, oily residue was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't, well, I shouldn't put it that way. You didn't take any effort to try to go to a particular store, find the exact same tool, and see if that tool contained a greasy, oily residue, did you?
I did not.
I mean, Tipton, have you ever bought anything from this store? I think the testimony yesterday was a little hard to hear just because it was incredibly sad. But the hatchet head, he talked about having a residue, like a sheen, greasy, oily residue, consistent with cutting through fatty tissue. However, the jury's not going to be asked to consider that, but it is difficult to imagine that someone's being dismembered after a spontaneous, unexpected, natural death. And that was a fairly pointed conversation yesterday. And it was fairly quick that the Commonwealth went through that, and they did not circle back to it. But now the
Redirect.
defense has. Oh, we're done with cross. Look at that.
Mr. Sheehan, do you test all areas
the
of a
hatchet for
potential
last.
scene?
I do not.
Did you test all areas of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
No.
Why not?
I tried to identify the most forensically relevant areas and move from there.
And what are the reasons that testing could be negative?
It's possible that a particular biological substance was not present, and it's also possible that it was present at some point, was cleaned off, or it is present and to the point where it is not detectable by the tests.
So how does cleaning a house impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
That's the question.
If it was thoroughly cleaned, I would imagine the test results would be negative.
Does washing the walls impact your ability to find blood?
Yes, it does.
What type of cleaning materials would impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Virtually any type of cleaning material,
It's a good redirect.
bleach, alcohol, ammonia, anything, even water if it dilutes the sample to an extensive amount.
Hydrogen peroxide?
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Yes.
Are there other ways that blood can be destroyed or diluted?
Really any type of cleaning materials, as well as environmental factors such as extreme heat.
Like a dishwasher?
Did you test? Actually, if I could have published for the jury, Your Honor, Exhibit 21.
I'm annotating my notes real quick. I didn't think they were going to
That's
pause.
not the right exhibit. One moment.
I'm going to answer some questions while we are in redirect. So thank you everyone who gifted memberships today. Pilates Law said evidence of premeditation. He told New Year's Eve guest he'd lost his phone and felt quote unquote free, setting up excuse to not have his phone on him during the shopping dumping. It's fair. Then conveniently found it after. Looking forward to that witness. I'm also looking forward to seeing Mr. Mutlu. I wonder if it's going to be one of the last, if not the last witness from the Commonwealth.
7236. Photo 7236.
A number of you have said, I can't believe, I love the little piggy said, I can't believe they're not arguing crime of passion, which heat of passion can take a homicide case down to even sometimes an involuntary manslaughter, but then he has to admit that he did the thing. However, what we saw in opening statement and what happens if when the defendant testifies can change, but it's something that can reduce a case. However, I found out she was cheating, grabbed a knife and then murdered her is probably not going to work well for that. But no, it seems that at this point, that's not the direction they're going, that they are going with natural death. And he found her deceased. And then I think the words they used in opening were freaked out. His testimony is going to be very, well, the most crucial thing in this case. I think the defense will have an easier time with this case, even though it is a difficult case for them if he does not testify.
Do you recognize that room?
Yes, this is the living room.
And this is the living
Well, shit.
room from when you were.
It's a very different rug, isn't it?
There during the search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you recognize in front of the fireplace?
There is some looks to be a repair
Rug.
work around the brick, as well as a
Is that painter's tape around the brick?
carpet.
So there was a carpet there when you were there over the hardwood floor on January 8th and 9th of 2023.
Good
Is that
redirect.
correct?
Yes.
And that is not the carpet that you
I also wonder if it's freshly painted.
tested in the lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do Do you know what the objects looked like before they went into the bags that we just talked about, that you talked about on cross-examination?
I don't.
And do you know what the objects looked like if they went into the compactor at all?
I don't.
Good redirect.
So do you know where those bags went?
The bags were, as far as I know, the bags were recovered from the trash site. I'm not sure where exactly they were recovered from before that.
I might have one moment.
The repair work around the fireplace is an interesting detail. I didn't notice, and it wasn't as relevant to me.
Thank you very much, Ron.
The rug in the living room.
Cross.
I think that was a really,
When you looked at Exhibit 21, just
you know how important an area is to Tipton by the fact that we're getting into recross. I think it was a really good and constrained redirect. Again, these attorneys have done a good job of focusing on largely the more crucial details.
now, you said you could describe that fireplace as having what looked like repair work, right?
Yes.
Did you examine it?
Tipton asked, you said it looked like the fireplace area had repair work. Did you examine it?
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the fireplace to prevent a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brick?
No, because that tape wasn't around the fucking corner, Tipton. It was under the lip.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Painter's tape is not going to stop a 2-year-old from hitting their head on a fireplace, Tipton. But I guess he's going to agree with you. So, I mean, good question.
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the
Oh, he said could be
fireplace to prevent
foam.
a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brick? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
He said could be foam taped around to prevent a
witness
kid
may
from
step
hitting their
down.
head. To answer all the law nerds questions, we'll go back and look at the picture real quick. He is saying that that could be foam taped around to prevent a kid from hitting their head. I'll let you decide, but there was painter's tape recovered in the garbage bags. So that's the end of that witness. I'm going to try not to zoom too fast as we get into the next
The
witness,
jury,
which is another crime lab analyst. Back up real quick. All right. Another crime lab analyst
Jurors,
is,
in light of our late start today,
oh, I zoomed way too far.
Yes.
the witness may step down.
The painter's tape.
Jurors, in light of our late
Found
start
was
today, I'm
blue.
going to keep on. Everybody good?
All right.
Thumbs up.
They're not going
You
to
may
take a
call your
morning
next
break.
witness.
They're going to go to the next witness.
Commonwealth will call Bryce Raymond.
Bryce Weymouth. And when I had improperly zoom, it looked like Bryce Weymouth was saying that they work at the crime lab. So another crime lab witness. I'm not surprised because we need to get to the DNA. And we need more processing of the house because other people were there processing the house.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Just watch your stuff for me.
Hello, Bryce. Witness number
You may proceed.
32
Thank you very
for the
much,
Commonwealth.
Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Bryce Raymond,
Oh.
Raymond.
I could not be more wrong. Not Raymond. Where did Weymouth come from? I don't know.
Mond.
My brain is just
Could you please
interjecting.
tell?
Bryce. Bryce.
Could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Penn State University and a Master's of Science in Biology from Tufts University.
The
And what
chat's
is your
immediately going to be
occupation,
like, go
sir?
Penn.
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 2 in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Huzzah! Lawnards, it is time. It is time for DNA. Miguelina, will you let the chat know that we have moved on, or the app know that we've moved on to the DNA witness? Also, while he is doing background training and experience, I am going to pop off screen for just a moment because I need to grab something, but I will be listening. I will be right back on screen.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State
After I
Police
finish
Crime
taking
Lab?
this note.
Since June of 2019.
And can you please tell the jury your present duties in the DNA unit and the nature of the work that you do?
I will be right
Yes,
back.
as a Forensic Scientist 2, I am in charge with processing evidentiary items through our DNA lab processing, as well as interpreting and making any conclusions to known standards.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received at least 6 months of specialized training in which I read all the protocols and procedures at the lab. I attended lectures and took quizzes, as well as worked on mock evidentiary items through the lab processing. And at the end of testing, I take a competency test.
And did you pass that competency test?
Yes, I did.
So does your testing and training stop after that initial 6-month period?
No, every year we have to do at least 8 hours of continuing education in order to stay knowledgeable in the field.
And do you continue to be tested at the lab?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of testing is that called?
That's called a proficiency test.
And how does proficiency testing work at the lab?
Yeah, so twice a year we have to take a proficiency test to continuously show that we have the skills and knowledge in order to perform DNA analysis. This is given by an outside accrediting body. And when we complete our work, we send in the results to that accrediting body for them to grade.
And what are the results of your proficiency testing?
I have passed every one I have taken.
So approximately how many samples have you had the opportunity to analyze for DNA testing?
Approximately 2,000.
And have you testified before in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Does the Massachusetts DNA unit at your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, we do.
And who sets those protocols and procedures?
They are based on some accrediting bodies, such as the FBI, as well as validations that are done at the lab.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, accredited?
Yes, we are. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, as well as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards for DNA laboratories.
And what does accredited actually mean?
That means we are following a specific set of standards to make sure that the scientific work that we are performing is accurate and reliable.
And is that a national accreditation?
Yes, it is.
I know,
And
chat. They
does
said the
your
FBI,
work
and
undergo
I
any
wasn't
kind of
on
review
screen.
process?
Next time.
Yes, all work goes under 2 different types of review processes, a technical review and an administrative review.
And is that review process required under the accreditation standard?
Yes, it is.
And so if you could
Very
just explain
excited.
technical and administrative review, please.
Yes, a technical review is one that
How many DNA analysts have we seen in trial now? I think it's enough that we can go to 1.25. We'll slow it back down when we start going through the numbers in the review.
is done by a qualified analyst that takes a look at your work to make sure that you followed all the proper protocols and procedures.
We're at
And make sure
1.25.
that any conclusions you made are scientifically
Sorry,
sound.
replay crew.
An administrative review looks over the file to make sure there's no spelling mistakes, no grammar mistakes, all the pages are numbered and initialed, and other administrative things such as that.
And why is that all important?
That's important to make sure that we provide the best quality work that we can.
Again, this witness has testified
And
so
now I
many
want to talk about
times
DNA.
that they are very
What
quick
is
and easy to
DNA?
understand.
DNA stands for
Even at 1.25.
deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint of life and what makes you, you. You inherit your DNA from your parents, so you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. And no 2 individuals have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
I mean, everybody.
Is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so whether we test blood, saliva, hair, skin, we should expect the same DNA profile if they came from the same person.
Everybody
So what type of biological
who describes DNA kind of describes it the same way. But it's what makes you, you. It's the blueprint of life. We've heard this multiple times before.
material can DNA be found in?
So that can be blood, saliva, skin, hair, sweat, urine, anything biological.
So can you explain generally the process that is used for forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, at the lab, we have a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. This is when we break open the cells and collect the DNA. The second step is quantitation or quantification. This is when we can get an estimate of how much human DNA is present as well as how much male DNA is present. And that's so we can target an appropriate amount for the third step. And that third step is amplification. This is when we make millions and millions of copies of specific areas on the DNA and are fluorescently tagged. And then the fourth step is separation and detection, also known as capillary electrophoresis. This is when we put the DNA on an instrument that separates out the DNA by size and has a camera to detect those fluorescently tags. And that produces raw data.
Yay.
And what is the goal of that raw data?
The goal of that raw
Figure out
data is
who.
to then be read by an interpreting analyst in order to interpret the DNA profile.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, so the specific areas
Who.
that we are copying during amplification is called STRs or short tandem repeats.
Not let
That
the
is
dogs
just
out, but-
areas on the DNA that repeat different lengths for a person. So one person could have 5 repeats, another person could have 6. And it's the combination of all those numbers is what makes up a DNA profile.
So how many locations are you testing?
We test 26 locations as well as a sex determining location.
And what is batch testing?
Batch testing is what we do at the lab and is a common practice in forensic science, in which if one analyst will process all those items at once on the same instrument.
So why do you use batch testing?
We do that for efficiency, as
Well, ma'am,
it
it's more
is better
efficient.
for one analyst to process, say, 50 items
have it all
at one
set up.
time on one instrument than 50 analysts trying to process one item each on the same instrument, one after each other.
Yeah, a lot of setup time switching
Is there a
between
protocol
different
that you
things.
follow prior to retrieving any evidence to prepare your lab area to
Imagine they
avoid
clean it with
contamination?
bleach.
Yes.
So how do you avoid contamination?
To avoid contamination, I first put on protective personal equipment, and that can include a lab coat, a mask, a hairnet, and for me, a beard net. When I go to my lab bench, I also put on gloves, and I spray the lab bench with bleach, clean that off, and lay down lab bench paper before I proceed with any testing.
So why do you use bleach?
The bleach is to destroy any DNA that may be present on the lab bench.
So you agree.
And why do you
Bleach
use bench
destroys
paper?
DNA.
We use bench paper to prevent any contamination from items that I may be testing to be deposited onto the lab bench for the next person.
And why are you wearing PPE?
The PPE is also to prevent any DNA that I may touch to go over to another lab bench or any of my DNA to be deposited on the items.
And once your area is prepared, can you please tell us what you first did and what you first do with items that you're going to sample?
Yes, so for sample preparation, I get a list of items that have been selected for DNA analysis. I get those items out of storage in our secured walk-in room. I take that container of evidence back to the lab bench. I scan it into
Secured
my custody
and
and take
logged.
a photocopy. I then open
Fantastic.
up the container, grab the items that I need, and put those aside ready for testing. I seal up the container with my initials and date and put the container away.
And did you work on lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I did.
And what
I would
did you
imagine that's why
initially
he's
do
here.
to prepare the samples for DNA analysis?
I did sample preparations on some items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically about samples. Did you prepare samples 5-1.1, sample from swabs of red brown stained cave on basement floor, 7-10.3.1, sample from the stained area C on the blade of the hacksaw, 7-10.4.1, sample from the handle of the hacksaw,
I appreciate that she's identifying where things came from,
9-22.1.1, sample from
because the
stained
way
A on
Lally did this,
Wincal number
it was
1
so hard to
with red-brown
follow.
stains. 9-28.1.1, sample from stained
even
area
sped up.
A on
This is
apparent
easy to follow.
hairs. 9-31.1, sample from cutting of red-brown stain from piece of rug from bag number 5 from 300 Forest Street. Did you prepare samples from those?
Yes, I did.
So after preparing the samples, what did you next do?
After preparing the samples, I then did the first lab step of extraction.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Yes, to each of the tubes, along with the controls, I added chemicals to the tubes and put them in an oven, and that is done to break open the cells in order to free up the DNA. I then take those tubes and put them on an instrument that separates out the DNA and puts them in a separate tube in liquid form, and that tube is called an extract.
It's foundation, and the defense all has these reports, so she doesn't need to ask one by one because it's the same process for all of the things that they tested. They already talked about the batch testing. So when they get to the results, yes, she should go one by one, but getting to the, are these all the things that you tested and what did you do? No, it's much more efficient to group it.
Use equipment.
Yes, I did.
What equipment did you use?
I used an oven, and the instrument was an Easy One robot.
And how did you use the equipment?
For the oven, I just placed the samples in and took them out. For the Easy One robot, I put the samples on the robot and then programmed the robot with the proper protocol to use for the extraction and collection.
Is the oven also easy?
And then got the tubes off of the robot when the process was done.
And I think you said that is now called, what is that now called?
That is now called an extract.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Next, I took a small portion of the extract known as an aliquot and put that into a separate tube and prepared that for the second step of quantification.
So now we're on step number 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Easy bake oven
what
CSI
items
version.
did you do quantification for?
The same items that were previously mentioned.
And how did you perform the quantification step?
Yes, so for each of the aliquots, I put a portion onto a 96 well plate along with other chemicals. I then placed that 96 well plate onto an instrument, and that instrument does a series of heating and cooling, and that produces the data that gives us the estimation of DNA.
So I believe you just named the equipment that you used.
Yes, it is a real-time PCR system.
Okay.
I don't think he named the PCR system.
So
he
how did
said
you use
Easy
that
Quat
equipment?
or something.
So I put the 96 well plate onto the instrument. I then used the computer program associated with it to say that to start the quantification process. And then after it was done, I collected the data off of the equipment and then put it on our computer drive.
And then what did you do next?
After that, I discussed the quantitation results with the interpreting analyst of this case, who is Saman Saleem.
And then what did you
no.
Then we...
No. I then discussed it with the interpreting analyst. Wah, wah. All right, so we've got another witness after you then?
We came up with how to do amplification strategies for each of the items. And then once that was decided,
it's only bad because we're going to have to wait for another witness.
So step number 3 is amplification.
Because he just did all the extractions.
And what items did you perform amplification for?
Those same 6 items.
That we previously named.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you perform the amplification step?
Yes. For each of those items, I got the extracts, and I either used all of the extract or a portion of the extract to target an appropriate amount of DNA for testing.
Let me just stop you for a second. What's extract?
Extract was the product from the first step of extraction.
Okay. And now finish your answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So for those samples, I added chemicals and put them into an instrument known as a thermocycler. And that also does a series of heating and cooling, which makes the copies of the DNA that are fluorescently tagged. And at the end of that process, the tube is now known as an amplicon.
And then what did you do next?
Next, after the amplicons were done, I then proceeded on to the 4th step of separation and detection.
And
Amplicon
which
is a
items
fun
did you
name.
do the 4th step for?
The same 6 items that were mentioned.
So you did all the steps
the
of
extractions.
DNA for those 6 items.
That's correct.
He did everything but
And how
analyze
did you
it sounds like.
perform the detection step?
Yes. Of the amplicons, I took a small portion of each amplicon and put it on a 96 well plate, added chemicals to the plate. I then put that plate onto an instrument known as a 3500 genetic analyzer. I then programmed the genetic analyzer to perform the separation and detection. And then the instrument separated out the DNA fragments by size and with the camera detected those fluorescent tags.
And then what happens next?
After that data is generated, I take the data off of the instrument and put it on our computer drive.
And then what
what?
happens?
After I'm done, I let the interpreting analyst know that data has been collected, and I hand over any worksheets that I generated to them.
And then what?
And who does the interpretation?
In this case, it was Saman Saleem.
So you did not do the interpretation here.
He's already said that 3 times now.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
And then what? And what happened next? However, it does make sense in a lab setting.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Probably not.
Just a few questions.
Oh, okay. Because Tipton wanders and it's hard to hear him, I'm going to slow them back down. It makes sense to keep the lab workflow going, to have the analyst just doing all the analysis and to have somebody else prepping everything. I think it would keep the lab flow working much better so that the analyst isn't doing all of the prep and extraction and then having to analyze. It makes a lot of sense for the workflow of the lab, but we just are going to have to wait to get to another witness who hopefully is the next witness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I got too excited when I heard DNA.
You've taken a lot of proficiency tests. You've passed them all, correct?
Yes.
You take pride in what you do, don't you?
Yes.
And
You've taken a lot of proficiency tests. You pass them, yes. You take pride in what you do, yes. Tipton, he has willfully signed up to wear a beard net. He likes what he does.
you're running these machines, the analyzer, and everything else, and you're running them consistent with the protocols that are required to be followed to run them accurately, correct?
That's correct.
And what you do is you depend on the fact that the samples that you get for testing are samples that will result in reliable results.
Are you going with cross-contamination, Tipton?
What is your height at the lab?
I am a forensic scientist too.
Okay. And are there forensic scientists 3? And
The last witness was a forensic scientist 3.
Yes.
okay, but you're a 2, correct?
Correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, you would be, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea where the samples that you subjected to DNA testing came from, correct?
That's correct.
Well, my answer would be yes and no, because he has a list of where the swabs came from, but beyond what was swabbed, no.
And in fact, you have no idea how they were collected, wherever they were collected from, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you can tell the jury that at times when you conduct testing like you just described, the results will indicate that there are mixtures of different DNA in a particular sample, correct?
That's correct.
And whenever you get the results that result in a mixture, you can't determine, as a forensic scientist 2, for that matter, forensic scientist 3, you can't tell how those 2 different substances came into contact with.
He's going with contamination in the trash bags.
Correct?
Our testing does not determine how DNA got onto an item.
And hopefully it's a simple question. Your DNA results do not tell you anything about what happened at a, let's just call it a crime scene, what happened at a particular
So you
scene,
agree?
or where they were collected, correct?
Correct.
It's a crime scene.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
And yes, chat, the first thing I thought was, this ain't a scene, it's a goddamn arms race. But Tipton, if I were you, I don't know if,
With that little extra bit, we'll take our morning break. We'll be back in 20.
oh, they're taking a morning break. I don't think I would have acquiesced that it's a crime scene, but he did.
Close your notebooks, follow me.
I'll see if they put anything on the record before they go to break, and we're going to zoom right past the break, because we're going to zoom right past the break. Tipton's going hard in the paint for cross-contamination via trash compactor. However, I think it's because the DNA of the defendant near the toesy bit of the slippers is going to be pretty difficult for the defense to argue around. So I can see why he's going with, it was just cross-contaminated. But I appreciate that Tipton's focused on the areas where he thinks he can perhaps get one juror to be like, well, how do we know?
don't need anything.
Could I bring one housekeeping order to Your Honor?
Yes.
Defense had asked for a potential voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, and he's going to be available here. So I thought,
What is that you say? A potential voir dire of Mr. Mutlu? And he's going to be here today? Tell me more.
one housekeeping order to Your Honor.
Yes.
Defense had asked for a potential voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, and he's going to be available here. So I thought before the jury comes back from the luncheon recess, we could do that brief voir dire, and I could call him as the next witness in order after that.
Ooh.
From the lunch recess or from this recess?
I don't even know if he's physically here right now.
All right.
But,
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
yes, but I thought the lunch recess, I thought that he was going to be here either by 11 or 1. I just want to make sure he's in the building.
All right. Speaking of that, I'd like to talk to you about scheduling one. I talked to you at the side of the bench.
No! Talk to me! Your Honor. Your Honor, talk to us. Your Honor, come back. Your Honor, we would love to chat with you. So it sounds like Mr. Jem, did he say Mutlu is going to testify today. Lawnards, if you have other shit to do, which I know some of you do, it's a very busy time of year. I see some of you studying for finals, getting ready for finals, working end of year things. It's crazy here too. I get it. But now is the time to make the room on your phone. I know it's hard, storage space, to update and or download the Lawnard app. And inside the Lawnard app, we have an FAQ. The mods can tell you how to find it, that can show you how to turn on your notifications so that when this witness takes the stand, you don't miss this witness. I wonder if it's going to be one of the last for the Commonwealth, because he was at the house with Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe in the hours before her death. Whether the jury will find that to be a murder or not, we will have to wait and see. This is why I always wait to see what they put on the record, because the defense wants to do a voir dire of Mr. Mutlu. I'm not sure how it's pronounced after what the prosecutor said. The friend that was at the house on New Year's Eve celebrating with Brian and Anna Walsh's former boss, the individual that introduced Anna Walshe to her lover. So, well, realtor turned lover, I suppose. That is going to be, I think, and hope, very interesting testimony. And I'm curious on the area. What? My devices are having main character energy today. Cancel, Alexa. I get to have the main character energy. So the defense wants to do a voir dire, which means questioning outside the presence of the jury. And I'm curious what area the defense wants to question about. And we will see that, maybe after the lunch break? So let's zoom past the morning break. I should do a quick summary of the morning break. We're going to be caught up in real time quickly. So let me make sure we are backed up. At the morning recess, court started a little bit late today because court was putting, it seems, in some work to deal with areas of evidence. That was all at sidebar and not for public ears. And then we got into the rest of the crime scene cross-examination, and now we are getting into the DNA. The first DNA witness, I was very excited when I heard DNA. I was like, DNA, I'm all ears. It was the person who did all the foundational work, the preparation, the extraction, but not the DNA analysis. So at the morning break, we are waiting for the DNA analyst to take the stand. I imagine that will be the first person after break. And then we heard that we are going to have the individual that was there on New Year's Eve this afternoon. I'm all ears. Let's go to court. And Lawnards, I zoomed too quick and we didn't get to see the OnlyFan a little bit today. So there's other OnlyFan, the OOF today. So they are going back on the record after the morning break. It does not seem that the jury's in. That's the court's trial binder. So we're before the jury comes in. Let's see what they're going to put on the record.
You have a non-Mootlu witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call that witness. I'll have the jury back in.
Do you have a non-Mootlu witness? Oh, now I'm very interested to see what happens after lunch.
Sorry?
I'll have the jury back in.
My apologies.
That's funny.
Do we have Mr. Mootlu? Jim? Mootlu?
No,
No,
you didn't hear me.
wrong.
Sorry.
I asked you, do we have, maybe I shouldn't be so brief.
The judge was just trying to be cheeky, counsel. She made a joke. Do we have the non-Mootlu witness? And he's like, I'll have Mr. Mootlu in. No, that's not. Damn it.
Do we have, maybe I shouldn't be so
Cheeky.
abbreviated with my words. Do you have a non-Mr. Mootlu witness ready?
Yes.
Let's call that witness and get the jury back in here.
Yes, Your
I've
Honor.
had a little lumpy morning and I want to continue keeping the flow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mootlu is the friend that was there at New Year's Eve. There's going to be a voir dire. The judge was just trying to be cheeky, and it seemed the prosecutor was like, yes, we'll bring in Mr. Mootlu. No, that's not what she said.
I just want to make sure they're still sitting out on the bench. I'm not sure that they are. Could I have 1 second
Oh,
to check?
shit.
Sure.
All right. Well, they are working out the lumps and bumps. A lot of you have asked for your frequent flyer miles. That motion is granted by me because the court's like, it's been a lumpy morning. I'm like, hey, Your Honor, it's been a bumpy December for me. I'm glad that it was just this morning for you, but I'm feeling it too. So
Great. Let's get the jury back in. We'll do Mr. Mootlu over the break.
Yes,
And over that, I mean, over the lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
fantastic. Very excited to see Mr. Mootlu over the lunch break. Let's go to Massachusetts. Let's go to Boston. All right. Defense counsel's hair, again, is just giving. I love it every day. I'm just like, the curls are great. The little half bun clip situation, I'm going to 100% steal. Possibly today. Love everything about it. You can
All rise
tell
to the
that
court, please.
I did not wear my
Jury's
hair
adjourned.
down in court. I cannot, having my hair touching my face while I was trying to be in trial would make me crazy. So jury selection, my hair was down. Once we got into trial, my hair was back, generally in a bun of some sort. Not nearly as messy as the buns now, but yeah, hair was back. Because don't touch me. So jury's coming back in. I imagine we're getting back into DNA evidence.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
I'm
Thank you very
excited to
much,
see
Your
it.
Honor. The Commonwealth would call Brianna Kiesel.
That wasn't the name that he gave. That's a different name. Why is that a different name? All right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
Though I will say supervisors can testify if that's needed, so who knows?
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the court and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Brianna Kiesel, Brianna. Last name Kiesel, Kiesel.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's in biology from Arcadia University and a master's in forensic science from Towson University.
What is your job?
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab,
And what unit are you assigned to?
the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I would love to hear everything about your background, training, and experience at 1.25 speed. Thank you, Scientist Kiesel.
6 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
I am authorized in processing, interpreting, and reporting samples that were collected from crime scenes, as well as
Interpreting, you
standards
say?
collected directly from an individual. I can also technically review other analysts' work when it concerns batch files, which we call files that have standards collected directly from an individual.
And do you have training for this position?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about your training?
Sure.
I forgot that they're also going to need to do the known standards from Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. So we're also going to need someone who does the known standards to compare the unknown standards.
Our training is a minimum of 6 months, and during that time, we have lectures, quizzes, and this all culminates into a final written exam. We
You
also
talk
have
about this
a
a
practical
lot.
component in the laboratory
appreciate it.
where we take several steps for sample sets forward, and that all culminates into a final written exam, as I mentioned, and a final lab practical.
And did you pass that written exam?
Yes, I did.
And that's called a competency evaluation?
Yes, that is a competency, the lab portion of it.
And do you also have to take proficiency testing?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain that to the jury?
A proficiency test is an ongoing competency test where we have to take samples forward twice a year to prove that we are that we are knowledgeable and still performing that skill or method according to laboratory standard operating procedures.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
I have, yes.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
I have.
So I want to now talk to you about this case 23-00596. Prior to retrieving any evidence in 23-00596, how did you prepare to process the evidence?
So once I was assigned the samples, I cleaned my bench space with bleach and wiped everything down, every instrument that I was using.
Why bleach?
And once that was done, I laid down a piece of fresh bench paper.
And directing you now to lab number
Oh,
23-00596.
I'm surprised.
Did you work on items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, and item 9-27.3.1, stain A of the exterior left gray slipper?
Yes, I did process those samples.
And what work did you do on those two items for sample prep?
For sample prep, they were already prepared by our criminalistics unit. So I just went into a secure freezer area to retrieve the packaging. I removed the tubes from the packaging and just visually examined the items within the tube.
Did you also work on item 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, and sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit?
I did, yes.
And what work did you do for that?
Those samples I performed just like I previously mentioned, where I went to the secure freezer area, retrieved the packaging, removed the tubes from the packaging, and just observed the samples within the tube.
So you also just did the sample prep for that?
Yes.
Did you also work on item 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
So in this case, this item was still in a specimen jar. So I retrieved the packaging, just like I previously mentioned, made sure the seal was secure as I did with the other samples. And then after that, I opened up the jar and sampled a few items from the jar and placed it into a tube for processing.
So you actually had to make the sample for this?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many samples did you make?
So this was 16-13.1. There were two tubes we referred to as 16-13.1A and 16-13.1B.
And did you do any further work?
No, that is where my work ended.
Okay.
So background.
And where did the samples then go?
I then passed the samples off to Madison for extraction.
They're bringing in everyone who touched any parts of the DNA, which I appreciate because there are clearly multiple different lab techs and scientists involved in the different extractions. So we're going to have a number more DNA witnesses to go. Okay.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down.
All right. No cross. Because what would there be to cross? You prepped the samples? How did you prep them? Which
Commonwealth may
samples did you
call
prep?
its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Madison Frank.
Okay. Now Madison Frank. So we're on witness number 34 for the Commonwealth. And there are just a number of people who touch the different samples in the processing of all of this DNA. I'm going to leave this at 1.25
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now.
because we're going to do more scientific background training and experience. And until we get to results, I think the 1.25 is probably sufficient because
You may
all of
proceed.
these witnesses,
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you please state
all of the scientific witnesses are and have been incredibly professional and have their spiel of background training experience, what they do, how they do it. It is so rote for them because they testify so often that it is real easy to follow.
your name for the court, spelling your name?
My name is Madison Frank. That is Madison Frank.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic and investigative sciences from West Virginia University.
And what is your occupation?
I think half the chat is just waiting to see if they hear a shout out to their university or a football team that they like. One of the two.
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 2019.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a forensic scientist too, I will perform DNA analysis on either known or evidentiary biological samples, interpret those results, and report out my results in a case file.
And have you had training for this position?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed your
Proficiency test.
testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed the competency testing that was part of your training?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Oh, yes.
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention
I'm
to
sure
lab
quite a
number
lot.
23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you now about items.
Ma'am, bring the mic to you. It's on an arm. Just
9-27.2.1, the sample
it
from the
in.
interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street. 9-27.3.1, the stain A on the exterior left gray slipper. 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the tie-back suit. 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the tie-back suit. 9-32.5.1, sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the tie-back suit. And 16.13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster. I believe I just gave you
So just for summary, the slippers, the tie-back suit, and the unknown tissue are the things that this analyst worked on.
6 of those samples. Did I mention 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior leg pant of the tie-back suit? So those would be the 6. What work did you do on those?
DNA analysis is a 4-step process, so I perform steps 1 and 3 of that process on those samples.
Okay. And
So
what are
didn't do
1
the
and 3?
analysis.
Step 1 is extraction, and step 3 is amplification.
Okay.
And how did you do step 1, the extraction step?
For extraction, I received the samples and I added chemicals to the samples and the controls, and then put them in an oven so that we can break open the cells to obtain the DNA. Then those samples will go on an instrument that helps to clean up the sample so that we're only dealing with the DNA and no other cell parts.
And Chad, if you're like,
Then-
didn't we just hear this? Yes. The other forensic scientist who did this process for other samples.
After the extracts come off of the instrument,
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't
then
mean
I
to
will
break
take a
the
small
flow.
portion of that sample and I will put it in a new tube to be used for the second step.
And which
Chad, I'm teasing.
instrument
I know
did
my
you
pausing
use or
doesn't-
equipment?
An easy one robotic instrument.
Okay. And how do you use that instrument?
The samples will go onto the instrument in tubes, and then there will be new tubes where the samples will go through processing in the instrument to put out just the liquid and DNA portions of the sample.
And then what is that biological material then referred to?
An extract.
And what is that extract then ready for?
The extract is then ready to be quantified in the second step.
So did you do that second step quantification?
No, I did not.
She did the
Who
amplification.
did that second step for those 6 items?
Troy Adams did the second step of quantification.
And why is that?
We use a batching process when we are processing our samples so that it is a more efficient and streamlined processing.
And are you qualified to do all of the steps of DNA, the 4 steps that you described?
Yes, I am.
And then did you do more work on this case with the 6 samples?
Yes, I also did the third step of amplification.
On all 6 of those samples?
Yes.
Shimmy said,
And
I
that
understand
being,
now. So it's a team of people
9-27.2.1,
preparing the samples and one person doing the final analysis. I think so.
9-32.1.1.
It could be 2 people that did analysis, but yes, there's a team that is handling different batch processes for different samples. There was a lot of DNA to process in this case. So they're trying to keep the lab moving smoothly.
9-32.2.1, 9-32.5.1, and 16-13.1. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you did the third step. And how did you do the amplification step?
So I took the extracts that were generated from the first step, and I took portions of those samples and added chemicals to the tubes with these samples, and then I put them onto an instrument called the
thank you so
thermocycler.
much
And
for
this will
the
go
50 gifted
will have the
memberships.
samples
That's
go through
incredibly
periods
kind.
of heating and cooling.
Thank you.
And this is to make millions of copies of
Welcome,
the
new
specific
members.
DNA that we are looking for to be able to visualize it in further down in our processing.
And which equipment
For
did
new
you use
members,
for
you
that?
can
A thermocycler.
Okay. And then
you'll now be able to find the members only streams and the members only videos in the members only tab. And then keep an eye on your posts or notifications in YouTube, because when we do members only behind the scenes, I will post those there and you have access to that, including our members only lives this month.
how do you use that equipment?
These samples just go on, they are in small tubes and they will go on into small holes in the thermocycler. And then it is a
Cycle.
metal plate that they are in, and it will go through different steps of heating and cooling.
And why, Mom, it's
What
getting
happens
colder
next
here
to the DNA process?
this weekend
So
too.
the next step will be
Stay warm.
those tubes that just went through the heating and cooling, that those tubes will be used for the fourth step of separation.
And who did that step?
Troy Adams.
So you did not do that step.
No, I did not.
And did that end your work on this case?
Yes, it did.
Is Troy Adams
Any
next?
cross-examination? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is all the foundational work. If I was the defense, I wouldn't stipulate to this either. You need all the witnesses to come in
Commonwealth may
because
call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Troy Adams.
Troy Adams is next, because what if you can't find one of the witnesses? So they are going to go through all of these foundational steps, which means I think we won't get to well, maybe we will. I don't know if we'll get to the analysis before lunch. All right. Witness number 35 is Troy Adams.
Affirm testimony will give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm going to leave this at 1.25. This is going to be related to the Tyvek suit and the slippers, as we previously heard. And yes, the jury has
Thank you.
to listen.
Can you
to
state your name for
all
the
of
court,
these
spelling your
witnesses.
first and last name?
My name is Troy Adams, TROYADAMS.
Thank you. And what is your educational background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree from Pennsylvania State University in forensic science.
And what is your current occupation?
So I currently work as an investigator for the Lehigh County Coroner's Office in Pennsylvania.
And how long have you been in Pennsylvania?
I've been in Pennsylvania for approximately 3 years now, 2 years working in my current job.
So prior to
So you left Massachusetts to go to Virginia to work as an investigator at the coroner's office. Cool. Also, for all of you wondering, do you need to have your prescription checked? No. I don't know why the in-court camera is not focused on this witness, but I'm with you. I don't know.
moving to Pennsylvania, did you work in a different field?
No.
Did you work for forensic sciences in Massachusetts?
Yes.
And can you detail your working history as it pertains to forensic sciences?
Yes. So out of college, I joined the Massachusetts State Police crime lab there as a DNA analyst.
Is there a reason you chose to leave Massachusetts? Tell me your thoughts about MSP.
I completed all my training protocols and was tested for competency, and then I began performing casework on samples.
And then,
But yes,
did
Chet,
you work
even if they
for a
leave,
different company in Pennsylvania as
they have
well?
to come back and
doing
testify
forensic
until their
sciences?
cases are done.
Yes. After I left the Massachusetts State Police, I joined Quest Diagnostics as a forensic scientist in their toxicology division.
And just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
So worked at Quest in their toxicology.
Have you had training for your position at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and also for your position at Quest?
Yes.
And have you had ongoing training as well?
Yes.
And have you taken proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were the results of your proficiency tests?
Who just
I
said
passed every
Pennsylvania Prince
proficiency
Harry?
test.
Where did it go?
Do you have any certifications in your current job?
Yes.
And where are those from?
So I am certified as a national medical legal death investigator.
And how did you receive that?
So I received that after a certain amount of training at my current job, and then
That was fun.
going through and taking a certification test.
I want to direct you now to when you were working in Massachusetts. Did you do work on lab number 23-00596?
May I refer to my file?
You may.
Everybody else had it
Yes.
memorized, bro.
And did you do work on items 9-27.2.1, a sample from interior of a dark gray slipper, 9-27.3.1, stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cup of a Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, the sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
Yes, I did.
And what
I
work did you do on those
Appreciate
6 samples?
so much.
So I performed the second and fourth step of the DNA analysis process.
Right, because we already heard from the
quantification.
person who did the first and fourth step. I appreciate so much that this prosecutor, instead of just rattling off, did you do testing on 18-1, 18-5, 17-1, B7A9? She lists the number, but also names the thing every single time. It is so much easier to follow than just listing the 18-whatever, 18-whatever. And it reminds them, these are the slippers and the Tyvek suit. The things we were just talking about, he did steps 2 and 4. So we're going to let him rattle off steps 2 and 4.
And detection.
He didn't do the analysis.
Can you tell us how you did the quantification step?
If you're in the replay crew,
So
just
I took a sample.
skip.
I was given samples from the extraction step, and then I added a mix of chemicals and went through repeated processes of heating and cooling, which quantified the DNA.
And then the process was then next ready for the third step. Is that correct?
Yes, it was ready for amplification.
And who did the amplification step?
Also, to be fair
I
to
believe that
him,
was Madison Frank.
to be fair to him, he has moved on to a different job. This is no longer his day-to-day because he is now a investigator with the coroner office.
And after Madison Frank did the amplification step, what did you next do?
I took the products of the amplification step and performed detection.
And did you do the detection on those same 6 items that we just discussed?
Yes,
And how did you do the fourth step, that detection?
I added a mix of chemicals and placed the samples on the detection analyzer.
And then what
You
happened?
can tell he's more out of
And then
practice.
electropherograms were generated, which were then interpreted by the interpreting analyst.
And where did that data go?
That data was transferred to one of our servers at the State Police Crime Lab.
And did you do the interpreting or did someone else do it?
Someone else performed the interpretation.
Did you do any other work on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of
Probably
this witness?
not.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Emily Oliver, please.
That's a name I don't think we've heard. I would have remembered the Emily. All right, we're on to witness number 36 for the Commonwealth.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole
Excuse me, Emily, you don't have a binder. Are you also from the crime scene? Crime lab?
truth, so help you God?
Emily, have we seen you testify before? I feel like we have. Not in this case.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Emily Oliver.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Yep. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in 2019.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a Forensic Scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2019.
And can you please tell us your responsibilities?
So at the lab, I perform DNA testing on samples as well as DNA profile interpretation, and I write lab reports.
And what training have you had for this position?
So when I was first hired, I did an in-house training program that lasted over 6 months.
I don't think we've seen her testify before.
Testing mock casework samples as well as lectures and exams.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes.
And have you taken competency tests and proficiency tests as well?
Yes.
And have you passed those?
Yes.
A lot of CSI witnesses.
Prior to doing
today.
any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So first, I clean the area and all the tools I'm going to use with bleach, and then I lay down clean bench paper.
And how are you dressed before you work?
I have a lab coat, gloves, a face mask, and a hairnet.
And why do you take those precautions?
To prevent any contamination from myself onto the samples.
I want to direct your attention now to lab case number 23-00596 and asked if you worked on items 7-13.1, sample from area A on the head of the hatchet, item 7-13.2.1, sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stain. Did you do work on those items?
I did.
And what did you do?
So for 7-13.1, the head of the hatchet sample, I did the first 3 steps of our 4-step DNA analysis process, which is extraction, quantification.
So the hatchet samples and the apparent gauze with tape. All right.
And amplification. And on the other 2 samples, I did the first 2 steps of our 4-step process in the lab.
Okay, I also want to ask you if you did any sample prep.
So I did, in the sample, it was more so just making sure I pulled the correct tube with the correct case number and item number from our cold storage room. It was previously prepared by someone else.
Thank you. Can you tell us what you did for the first step for the items that you did the first step for?
So extraction is the step where we add chemicals and heat to the sample to release the DNA from inside of the cells in the sample.
Okay. And which items did you do that for?
For 7-13.1, 7-13.2.1, and I believe it was 9-20.1.
Okay. So for all
the
3
jury
of those,
does
yes.
not have 1.25 speed.
Did you use equipment for the extraction step?
It's going to be a
Yes.
very busy, a
And what
very
equipment did you use?
It's called
repetitive morning
an
for
Easy
them.
One extraction robot.
And what is the biological material now referred to?
A DNA extract.
And what is it now ready for?
The second step, which is quantification.
And how did you perform the quantification?
So I took a small droplet from the extract tubes and put them into a new tube. And then I add different chemicals to that new tube.
All 3 of those items?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment?
Yes. It's called a 7500 real-time PCR instrument.
Okay. And then what happened in the DNA process?
And after that, the samples go to the third step if they have enough DNA, which is amplification.
Okay. And for which items did you do the amplification process? Did you just do that for 7-13.1?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not do amplification for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
Just due to scheduling reasons, that was worked best for me.
Okay. So who performed the amplification process for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
My coworker, Mary Nagle.
Okay. So talking now about what you did do amplification for, item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Can you tell the jury, how did you perform the amplification process on that item?
Sure. So I add, again, different chemicals to the extract tubes and put it onto an instrument that creates millions of copies of these specific locations on the DNA that we're looking at.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a thermocycler.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
The last step is the separation and detection step. And that after that last step, we have the DNA profile.
And did you do that fourth step, the detection step?
I did not.
And who did that last step for 7-13.1?
My coworker, Joli Bregu.
Yes,
I have no
another
further
witness.
questions, Your Honor.
I just have,
Go right ahead.
and first off, all I didn't hear your name.
Did he just apologize for doing cross? Oh, he apologized for not hearing her name.
Oh, Emily Oliver.
And you have a title?
Yeah.
You can just call me Miss.
Was he? Oh, he's like, do you have a title? She's not an officer. You can call her scientist. Scientist Oliver.
Oliver, if you'd like.
Can you tell us, jury, a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification?
Why?
Sure. So different materials in the environment can kind of limit the reaction and which could affect the DNA profile that we get in the end.
He's asking about inhibitors.
And can you just tell the jurors what are some of
God.
the known inhibitors of DNA amplification?
So dye from blue genes can be an inhibitor. I don't recall any others off the top of my head.
All right. The fact of the matter is that the DNA molecule is a pretty robust molecule, correct?
Correct.
And
except a bleach.
it's fair to say that things as common as oil and things like grease, they don't inhibit the amplification of the DNA molecule in this testing, do they?
I'm not sure.
Remember what I said the cross-examination strategy was? Pick someone whose job it's not. We're at pick someone whose job it's not. That's where we're at with cross.
What about the quantities that you're dealing with? Is it fair to say that the quantity that you're amplifying can be measured in nanograms?
Yes.
And what's a nanogram?
I believe it is, so it's just a very small number. I believe it's 1 × 10⁻12.
So is it fair to say that it's about a one billionth of a gram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And what about a picogram? Can you define a picogram for the jurors?
It is
What's a picogram?
a slightly larger number, but still very small quantity.
Okay. And in the amplification process that you just told the jurors about, what happens is that you separate the alleles from the molecule, the DNA molecule, and then you amplify those alleles, and then they reunite into a molecule, and a DNA molecule, and then your machine and
I see a lot of you having audio issues on YouTube. Go ahead and refresh. It's on YouTube's end. It is not on our end. So depending on where you're watching, apparently your use may vary. So go ahead and refresh, because that is on YouTube's end, not our end. So everything looks great on our end. So sorry, y'all. It depends on where you're watching.
apparatus that you use, it's able to process it and give a result, correct?
Correct. And that's mostly referring to the fact that DNA is a double helix, kind of looks like a ladder that's twisted, and it becomes single-stranded during part of the process and then comes back together again.
All right. And finally, you're familiar with the term electrophoregram, correct?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury what an electrophoregram is?
So it's just a graphical representation of the DNA profile, kind of like an EKG. There's a bunch of different peaks that correspond to the DNA. That's a printout that we get and that we look at the end of our testing.
So in the State Police Crime Lab, when you look at the electrophoregram, does the analyst interpret the peaks to determine the results of the DNA testing? or is it another piece of apparatus that does the analysis of the electropherogram peaks?
So we put our electropherogram through a program called Gene Mapper that does help the interpretation, but a person is still looking over the profile.
All right. So is it fair to say that in the State Police Crime Lab that the final call, so to speak, the final determination of what is or isn't interpreted as DNA, that's done by the analyst, not by the machine?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Okay, thank you.
A redirect.
All right, redirect.
The witness may step
Next
down.
witness.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth will call Mary Nagle.
More DNA extraction stuff. For those of you that are like, Emily, is this ever going to end? Yes. Well, it seems like we're going to have other witnesses after the lunch break, but remember, I'll send you a notification in the Law Nerd app because there are going to be a lot more foundational witnesses. It's something that's necessary. The jurors are going to have to sit through the background of how all this DNA was processed is critical. Whose DNA is where is critical. So it's just going to take some time. And if you are having YouTube issues, try refreshing. It is not us. I sent a text to see if
You
there's
may
any known
proceed.
platform issues.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you say your name
Witness
for the record and just spell your
Number
last name?
37.
Yep. My name is Mary Nagle, Nagle.
Any relation to Joli? I just need to know.
And what's your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's of science in biochemistry, cell and molecular biology from Drake University, as well as a master of science in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 3 years.
Can you tell us your responsibilities?
Yep, I am capable of performing all of the lab work as well as reporting and interpreting single source profiles and writing up other reports as well.
What training have you had for this position?
I underwent a 6-month training program that included lectures, exams, and about 50 mock samples for lab practice.
And did you pass the exams that you during your training period?
Yes, I did.
And you also have ongoing training.
Yes, I do.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have to take proficiency tests?
Yes, we take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes, I have.
I slowed down cross-examination and then I was like, what is happening?
Your attention to lab case number 23-00596.
It's better now.
Did you do work on item 7-13.2.1, the sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown
So
stains?
hatchet and
Yes, I
the
did.
tape.
And what did you do on those items?
I performed the 3rd and 4th step of the DNA analysis, which is the amplification and detection process.
So the
And how did you do
extraction
the
part.
amplification step?
For amplification, I was made aware of which samples to process from Emily Oliver. From there, the samples were set aside in a tube, and I took whatever amount was needed specific to that sample item and added chemicals to that. Those the samples and the chemicals were then put on an instrument that went through a series of heating and cooling, and this process makes millions of copies of that DNA.
And did you use equipment?
Priya, not another
Yes, for
Emily,
that,
just the
it
Emily
is
we saw
mostly just
before.
the heating and cooling instrument that is used, and then
Like
the,
literally
pipettes
one
and
witness
tubes
ago.
and instruments like that as well.
And then you said you did the 4-step detection?
Yes, I did.
And which did you do the detection for both of those items that we previously discussed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So after the 3rd step amplification, the samples are in smaller tubes, and a small portion of that sample is then loaded onto a plate with another set of chemicals. That plate is loaded into an instrument to run. Instrument then detects the DNA and produces a profile for interpretation.
And did you do the interpretation?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
That was Saman Saleem.
When do we get to hear from
any further
Celine?
Any questions of this witness? You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to speak up. Ms. Nagle,
Yes.
just have a few questions for you.
Oh, I thought you said no cross. All right, we're going to slow you back down for cross.
Once again, there are certain known inhibitors that affect the ability to amplify the DNA molecule.
Are we just going to
correct?
play pop
There are,
quiz with
yes.
everybody?
But there's not very many
Correct.
because it's a robust molecule, correct?
Right.
One of the inhibitors is, interestingly enough, the blue dye that we see in things like Levi's, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. But it's not something like oil or grease or things like that. The molecule doesn't get broken down by oil and grease and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And
But
if
bleach
is used on an item,
Y'all, sometimes the synchronicities of covering trials have to make me laugh too. Counsel, you owe me a Dr. Pepper, please. I would like a Dr. Pepper.
if bleach is used on an item that contains DNA and the bleach breaks down the molecule, that molecule will not properly amplify using your crystal.
It will still be amplified, but parts of that DNA will probably drop out at the end of it, but there is still usually DNA at the front of that profile.
When you say at the front, you mean that the shorter alleles, after the molecule is broken down, the shorter alleles will amplify, but the longer alleles won't because they were broken down by the bleach.
Correct.
And when you look at the results,
Counsel knows what he's talking about.
a trained analyst can see that the longer alleles didn't amplify properly, and they may conclude that something like that particular sample might have been affected by bleach or something like that, correct?
We do not look into what could possibly affect the degradation, but we are capable of seeing the fact that
It
the
has
DNA
happened.
profile will begin to slowly drop in what is present.
Okay, thank you. One other question. Am I correct in saying that an anagram is 1/1000th of a gram?
Is this a pop
Yes,
quiz?
I believe so.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that a picogram is 1/1000th of an anagram?
A picogram would be 1/1,000,000th.
And when you're using the quantities that you're using to get the result complete in the
So the main answer to his main question was, if DNA is degraded by an inhibitor, then what? And her answer was, you can see when you try to amplify it that the DNA sample is degrading, but you can't attribute it to something specifically. So you can't say this is degraded due to bleach, this is degraded due to this inhibitor. You can see that it's degrading, but you cannot attribute a cause to it.
lab. We are talking about quantities in anagrams.
Yes.
He's
Tiny amounts. correct?
talking about
Yes.
little numbers.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
She's like, I didn't
Any
know this was a
redirect of
fucking
this
math
witness?
test.
No, Your Honor.
No redirect.
The witness may step down.
Next witness will be witness number 38.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Joli Bregu.
I'm going to just zoom as the witnesses take the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
Is anyone left at the crime lab today? Or are they all in the hallway? Is the entire crime lab in the hallway?
Affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
We didn't lose closed captioning. It's just that when Tipton's far away from the mic, the closed
Can
captioning
you
can't
hold up
pick him
for a
up.
second?
after the last several witnesses, I need to know what the crime lab knows about hair care. Because the crime lab is rocking the most glorious locks. What do you all know that we don't know? Because it's something.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The court had said, hold on a minute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your entire name for the record?
My name is Joli Bregu, Joli Bregu.
And what is your educational background?
Hello, Miss Bregu.
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Boston University and a Master
There's
of Science
BU.
in Biomedical Forensic Sciences, also from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit
And
And
how
what
long
is your
have you
hair
been
care
there?
routine?
since June 2019.
Jolie, you're I'm sorry for the pause. She's like, what else do you want to know? Jolie, you're delightful. You're still going to 1.25 because I'm sorry. We've heard a lot of this before, and I don't think you're going to give us your hair care routine, unfortunately. So,
Can you tell us your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
Sure. I perform forensic DNA analysis on evidence samples submitted to the lab. So my typical workday consists on processing those samples in the lab, doing the data interpretation, making comparisons with the reference samples, writing reports, testifying in court as needed. I also do administrative and technical reviews.
And what training have you had for this position?
So in addition to my education during my master's degree, I followed a forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis track. And then when I got hired, I was trained at the Massachusetts State Police, specifically in the DNA unit in forensic DNA analysis. The training consisted on lectures, reading of relevant literature, laboratory experience with practice samples, data interpretation, written and oral exams followed by competency tests.
Jolie, you're delightful. We love your
Yes.
hair.
And do you have ongoing training as well?
Yes, we have ongoing
I still
training.
wanna know if the
Every
last
year we are
witness is
required to
related to
take at least
Nagle.
8 hours of continuing education, which is offered in forms of
common
seminars,
last name?
webinar, workshops.
Maybe.
We usually take more because there's more offered through the year. We're also required to read at least one scientific journal article relevant to our field.
And you have to take testing as well.
Yes, we have to take proficiency tests.
All I heard is we're going to read one non-school book a week because it comes back to movies.
Every year. They are taken twice a year.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I have passed the proficiency testing required throughout my employment. The last one is still in the grading process.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
It seems like she
Directing
has.
your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
I performed the fourth step that is used in forensic DNA analysis, which is detection.
And how did you do the detection step of the DNA process?
So I took the samples from the analyst who had done previous work, Emily Oliver.
Emily, right.
I prepared those samples, mixing them with the required
Emily said the reason she didn't do step 4 is just because timing. So
reagents. Then I loaded them in our instrument that does the detection,
Thanks,
known as
hijinks.
genetic analyzer, and I started the run. And that's where my role ended. After the run is done, the data is saved automatically in the computer and can be imported by the interpreting analyst for data interpretation.
Did you do the interpretation here?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
Saman, Saleem.
we just need
I have
Saleem.
no further questions, Your Honor.
Make cross-examination of this witness. Go right ahead.
Is it going to be the exact same cross-examination, counselor? Or are you just waiting until somebody gives you a different answer?
Yes. Yes, you did.
Couple of questions. You're familiar with the term in the context of DNA testing, allele, correct?
Correct, yes.
He's asking about alleles.
Why don't you just tell the truth?
The allele is a variant of a DNA fragment that is amplified during our third step. So it's a person has two alleles, one they inherit from the mother and one from the father.
Okay. And the allele then is the section of the DNA molecule that is then looked at once you've separated the molecule, and it's the part of the molecule that then gets amplified, correct?
Yes.
And so if you have an allele that repeats at a certain locus on the DNA molecule, then you may be a particular type at that particular location.
Melanie, they can't skip her because she did the fourth step of the DNA preparation before the analysis on the DNA from the head of the hatchet. So they could not skip her. All of the people that they have brought in have done critical steps before it gets the DNA analyst. So you have to do all of this preparation before it gets analyzed. That's why they're bringing them all in.
It's how many repeats are within the allele. So the allele itself is the entire fragment, and within that alleles, there are we call them short tandem repeats. There are repeats, they repeat themselves different numbers for different individuals, and
I thought
that's
she said
what
just the fourth
it's
step.
assigned to an allele. How
Could be
many
just the third
times
step.
the fragment repeats itself within the allele.
And
The amplification.
people can have the same repeats of alleles in the molecule, but generally speaking, they don't have the same number of repeating alleles across the molecule, at various different loci.
Yes, correct.
And the loci is just plural for locus, right?
Yes, the loci is the location of that particular allele in the DNA molecule.
In the testing that was done in this case, you're using 26 different locations plus the sex area.
Correct, yes.
That's a mellogen.
Correct, yes.
He's asked these questions of other witnesses before.
Any redirect of this witness? No.
I would imagine
The
not.
witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Bregu. If you watch trial coverage and want to shoot us an email, we're open. If your email is just going to be like it's genetics, that doesn't help us. But glorious hair abounds. Oh.
Judge, days ago I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you.
Oh, there's a stipulation? Okay, Your Honor. I'm going to have to gain this up a little bit because I have no shade for the judge walking over to where the jury is to talk to them because it's going to be easier for them to hear. It's just harder for us to hear. So let me try to gain this up a little bit.
Days ago I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you, a stipulation is just an agreement between the parties, and I'm going to read you now an agreement that the parties have made. This is a stipulation regarding DNA samples of Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe. It reads as follows. On May 9, 2018, FBI Special Agent Tyler DeLore.
The FBI!
Remember, we still don't have the evidence in about how they got the known samples from Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. So they can't do a comparison of the DNA until they have known samples. So this is from May 9th. We have an FBI agent. Let me back this up. This is going to, I think, go to the known samples.
On May 9, 2018,
2018.
FBI Special Agent Tyler.
Oh, the art fraud case. His sample would be in the system from the art fraud case. Right. Because he would have had DNA taken when he was arrested in that case. Right. That makes sense that he's already in the system. Yep.
DeLorme obtained a DNA sample from Brian Walshe. Special Agent DeLorme brought the sample to the FBI headquarters
So it'd be in CODIS.
Boston, where it was placed into evidence storage. Also on May the 9th, 2018, FBI Special Agent Matthew Riportella obtained a DNA sample from Anna Walshe.
Really?
Special Agent Riportella brought the sample to the FBI headquarters
That's interesting.
in Boston, where it was also placed into evidence storage.
I have so many questions about why they would have taken Anna's sample in connection with Brian's federal case, but I'm not going to ask those questions now. I am going to put a big old note that I want to look into that later. But oh, am I glad that they did, because it's going to make all of this much cleaner that the FBI has known samples for both Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe from the underlying federal prosecution. Because then they don't have to try to figure out what is her toothbrush, what is her this, what is her that. So the fact that they have it, I am very glad to hear, because it just makes all of it easier. I don't know if Brian Walshe would have been all that forthcoming with sharing what in the house was honest.
On January 10th, 2023, Special Agent Kristen Koch took the sample of Anna Walshe and the sample of Brian Walshe from evidence storage at the FBI headquarters in Boston and brought both samples to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. The samples did not leave the custody of the FBI until Special Agent Koch submitted them to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
So they hadn't been processed yet.
That's Exhibit E.
So that stipulation tells us that in May 2018, May 9th, right after my birthday, in May 2018, the FBI took DNA samples from Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe in connection. The stipulation doesn't say this part, but we know based on the timing, in connection with Brian Walsh's federal case. It sounds to me like those samples were not tested and put into CODIS, or they weren't reduced to their DNA chains and put into CODIS, that the samples were kept. The FBI then delivered those samples to the Massachusetts State Crime Lab on January 10th, 2023 for processing. So we are going to see, I imagine next, the witness who took the known samples and then made the profile from those. That would be my guess, is what's coming next.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Oh, the stipulation just
Jacobsen.
yeeted. All right. Next witness is Karin Jacobsen. So we're not going to get any of the FBI witnesses in. That's why they did a stipulation. These things happened. Brian Walshe would have had to give that DNA sample in connection with his arrest. Regarding Anna, I would guess it was voluntary, but
Testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing should be the truth,
everybody with the good hair, and I'll look into that another day. So we need to do sequencing and a profile of the known sample.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Jacobsen. Your ponytail's rocking, and I'm sure your background training and experience is real interesting, and it's going to be great at 1.25 speed. Thank you.
Could you please give us your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Karin Jacobsen. That's KarinJacobsen.
And if I could just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
I can hear her just
What is your
fine.
occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a forensic scientist 2 within the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
Since August of 2021.
And what are your duties?
I'm responsible for receiving items of evidence associated with known individuals, taking them through the 4-step DNA process, and making those DNA profiles available for use in comparisons.
And what is your educational background?
I have both a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Bowling Green State University.
Hey, that's near me.
And, do you have specialized?
Specifically, which red is it? Because it's a great like blue red, not orangey red. It looks fantastic.
Training to be a DNA analyst. Yes, I do. And can you tell us about that training?
So there's Bowling Green.
The training program within the DNA unit is at least 6 months long. It consists of lectures covering all of our protocols, literature readings,
Yes, the
covering
entire
current
crime
historic
lab
methodologies,
is at the courthouse
laboratory
today.
processing of at least 50 mock samples, and all of this is wrapped up with a competency test.
And did you pass your competency test?
Yes, I did.
And have you also had ongoing training?
Yes, I have.
And as part
Wait,
of your
we're not
ongoing
talking
training,
about
do you
Bowling
have
Green and
proficiency?
Oh, we're not talking about Kentucky. Y'all are like, no, Emily, Ohio. Fair enough. Not as near to me. Fair.
Proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And have you passed your proficiency training?
Yes, I have.
Not near me.
I want to ask you about lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this case?
The DNA testing process is 4 steps long. I performed the 2nd step and the 4th step for 2 items.
And what were those items?
These were items 13-1.1 and 13-2.1.
And what were those?
These were the
Known
DNA saliva
samples.
collection kits for Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, respectively.
Okay. So
Which means someone else did steps 1 and 3. Okay.
how did you do the step 2? That be the quantification step?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
In the 2nd step, quantification, I received a portion of the extract created in the 1st step. I applied a set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that goes through cycles of heating and cooling, and this produces an estimate of the amount of human and male DNA present within each sample.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was that?
This is a 7500 real-time PCR machine.
And
No, I wasn't joking when I said the
who
entire
had done
lab.
the previous step?
The previous step was performed by Katarina Stashyn.
Okay. And why didn't you do that step?
Can't wait till we hear from Katarina. Why can't one person do all the steps? The crime lab has a conveyor belt going on. So they are batching together the different steps to make it go faster. It slows down the testimony, but given that most cases won't go to trial, it saves the crime lab quite a lot of time. So the flow is efficient for the scientific testing. It makes it a little clunkier for court, but sometimes this all gets stipulated too. It really matters in this case. So we're going to get every single witness, but they've been really efficient coming through. Everybody's just been like, go, go, go. But yeah, different work areas.
We batched
And-
our samples in the laboratory processing for the sake of efficiency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Conveyor belt
And
situation.
then when did you become involved again in this
I'm taking a note.
in this process for these samples?
I then performed the 4th step, separation and detection.
Okay. And can you please tell this jury how you did that 4th step?
So the same person, Katarina Stashyn, performed the 3rd step. I received the
Lots of
product
you think
produced
it's
in the 3rd
Ruby
step
Woo.
from her. I applied another set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that separates each of the copies of the DNA by size.
Emily, we're talking
and then with
about
the help of some special
DNA,
software,
why
it
are we
turns it into a
guessing the
visual
lip color?
representation of the DNA
because
profile.
we've heard this 16 times today.
And did
So
you
we're
use any
guessing-
equipment?
Yes,
so
I
we're
did.
guessing
And what equipment did you use?
This was
the
a
lip color.
3500 genetic analyzer.
Okay. And then what is the data next ready for in the process?
After the data is reviewed, it's ready for use in comparisons.
Okay. And who did the interpretation and comparison here?
I also think it's fun trying to guess the lip color, given that everybody's screens are going to be calibrated differently and the lighting in court is a little funky. So all of us are going to be trying to guess a red lip. And all of you may also be right about what it looks the most like to y'all because everybody's got a different screen calibration. So it's going to look slightly different for everyone, which is so fun.
In this case, it was Katarina Stashyn as well.
And did you do any other work on these samples?
Bring Katarina!
I have no further questions.
Cross-exam? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Next witness is Katarina, right? Right? It's got to be. Who did steps 1 and 3? Katarina.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Katarina Stashyn.
How did we know? Bring us Katarina. Oh, Commonwealth Witness number 41. No pressure to have amazing hair, Katarina.
Cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me.
And
A little bit further. There you go.
wait, did y'all coordinate? The blouses are great. Do we have a coordinated blouse look for court? I bet that's what's in their group text, right? So what are we all wearing to court today? I'm teasing, but also.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your whole name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Katarina Stashyn.
I love
First name is
Katarina
spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And what is your current occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently a criminalist in the biology section at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab located in Reno, Nevada.
Oh, you moved. I bet the winners are better. When did you move?
And can you please detail your work history as it applies to forensic sciences?
I was previously a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for about 3.5 years, from 2021 to earlier this year, 2025, when I got the opportunity to move back to Nevada to be closer to family and pursue a job still as a DNA analyst.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And do you have
So
any
back home.
specialized
That makes
training to
sense.
be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received training at both the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and at my current job in Washoe County. In Massachusetts, I completed an approximately 1-year-long training program that consisted of reading scientific protocols, scientific literature, textbooks, all on the
And yes, to answer all your questions, Massachusetts has to pay to fly the witness back in to testify if it's not stipulated to.
topics of forensic DNA analysis. I also took written exams and oral exams on those topics. I also practiced sets in the lab, both for laboratory processing and for DNA interpretation, put together practice case files, wrote reports, did comparisons, and all of that training completed with a competency test, of which I passed. And then at Washoe County, I completed an approximately 6-month-long training course due to my experience, where I also did review of scientific literature, textbooks, protocols, practice sets, writing practice reports,
she
performing
did steps
comparisons or interpretation,
1
etc.
and 3 on the
and that
known
also
samples.
completed with a competency test, of which I passed.
Are you guys all going to lunch?
And have you also had proficiency testing?
Yes, I have also completed proficiency testing.
And have you passed those tests as well?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency testing that I've taken so far.
And have you testified in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
So what is a single source DNA profile?
A single source DNA profile is a profile that originates from one person or one contributor. And you can identify this in a profile. Just by looking at the profile, you can see how many people are in there.
And what is a known standard?
A known standard is a sample that's taken directly from an individual. For example, a sample from somebody's mouth, a saliva swab, or a blood sample. It's taken directly from a person to be used for comparison purposes.
And how is a known standard developed into a DNA profile?
You got to
A
do all
known
the
standard will go through the four-step laboratory
extraction.
process to result in a DNA profile that can then be used for comparisons.
Easy bake.
And the four-step process is what?
The 4-step laboratory process for DNA analysis is extraction, quantification, amplification, and
I'm
detection.
going to just gain this down
So prior to doing any work,
because I gained it up
how
for
do
the
you
judge,
prepare
and it
your
is
work area?
peaky.
So when you first get into
Not
the
nice.
lab to do any of those steps, you're going to clean your lab bench. So that involves using a
Bleach.
bleach spray to wipe down your area. You're going to clean all of the equipment, utensils, your pens, pipettes, any equipment that you're using. And then me as a person or any lab analyst, you'll be wearing a lab coat, a face mask, a hairnet. You're in full PPE, wearing gloves, changing gloves frequently.
I'm just going to be
Why do you
randomly
clean your area and wear
screaming
PPE?
bleach.
We do this
For
just
days
to
to
keep
come.
everything perfectly clean, or the cleanest that we can, just to help the integrity of the evidence and help produce the best possible profile.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to Massachusetts Case Lab
Did you work on this case?
23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you work on
And what
items
did you do,
3-1.1 and 13?
on the known standards in this
13-1.1 and
case?
13-2.1?
I performed the sample prep, the extraction, and the amplification on the known standards in this case.
And did you also do interpretation on this case?
Yes, I also reviewed the profiles that were obtained from that process and made sure they were able to be used for.
Oh, good. She did the interpretation so she can say, yes, these were known samples, and yes, they were complete samples so that we can use the samples to compare. Interpretation! Huzzah!
Comparison purposes.
So I want to ask you about each of the things that you just told us about. So were you working on 13-1 and 13-2? Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those?
Those were the known saliva standards for both Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe.
And so what was 13-1?
13-1 was the known saliva standard for Anna Walshe.
And what was 13-2?
13-2 was the known saliva standard for Brian Walshe.
And how did you do the sample prep for 13-1?
So both of these samples were known saliva samples, so a swab from the mouth, and I just cut up the swab and placed the cotton part of the swab into a tube,
Just the
a labeled
tip.
tube with those item numbers.
Just the tip in the tube. Yep.
Okay, so that's what you did for 13-1,
I'm
and then
sticking
did
with
you
it.
give it another number?
So once I cut that swab off, it then became 13-1.1.
And so did you do the same thing for 13-2?
Yes. So then the cotton that got cut off of the whole swab became 13-2.1.
Ted asked, do we really need to fly them all in?
Prep, what did you next do?
Or couldn't they have done a video call or
Then
depo
those
not for a
samples went
criminal
through
trial?
the extraction
They have
step
to
of
come
the
in.
process.
And how did you do the extraction step?
So extraction consists of adding...
Especially since this witness is pretty critical as to the known standards for Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. They all have to come in, and then at a criminal trial, they very rarely allow for anything over video. And I imagine the court wouldn't have allowed it here. And because she also did the interpretation, they would have required her to be in person. So no, and I don't think the defense was going to stipulate to this. I don't think that they should have. Don't misinterpret me as saying they should have. I don't think the defense should have stipulated to any of this. They can in other cases, but it matters in this case. So Cowhill 33 said, where did Anna Walsh's known sample come from? It was a cheek swab back in 2018.
Chemicals to the samples and going through heat variation to help break open the cells present in the sample and release the DNA that is present. And then that DNA is isolated.
And did you use equipment for that?
Yes.
What equipment?
An incubator was used for that heat variation that I mentioned, and an Easy One robot was used for the extraction part, meaning that after it sat in the incubator with the chemicals to break open the cells, a robot is used to isolate that DNA from the rest of the cellular debris left behind.
So you told us about sample prep and step 1. Did you do the next step, step 2?
No.
Why not?
Because it was done.
Just based on scheduling at the lab, who was assigned to do what step that day.
And who did that next step?
The second step of quantification was performed by Karin Jacobsen.
Who was just testifying.
Were you qualified to do all of the steps?
Yes.
And so what did you next do?
I next did the amplification step, that third step I mentioned.
And how did you perform the amplification step?
So amplification is the third step, and this is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain fragments of DNA. So this is done by, again, adding certain chemicals and going through heat cycles to make these many millions of copies of DNA, because we're usually working with a smaller amount of DNA. You need to make a lot of copies to make it visual and able to be detected.
Did you use equipment?
Yes.
What equipment?
We use what is called a thermal cycler, and this is the instrument that performs those heat cycles needed to make the copies.
So did you do the next step, the fourth step?
No.
Who did that?
Karin Jacobsen also performed the fourth step of detection.
So then what did you do next?
That testified.
So after that full laboratory process was completed, I looked at the data that was produced from those 4 steps, and both items resulted with DNA profiles that I reviewed and made sure were acceptable to be used for DNA comparisons.
And could you visualize a single source?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Anna Walshe?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And were profile sources developed that were appropriate for comparison?
Yes, the profiles developed were acceptable to be used for comparisons.
And they were both single sources?
Yes.
What does appropriate for comparison mean?
When I'm saying appropriate for comparison, I mean that the profile is full, as in data is obtained at every location that was tested, and that it is single source.
And what do you do with the profiles?
That profile is then made into a text file that is made available for the analyst that's going to be doing the comparisons.
And were the profiles assigned a number to identify them?
Yes. So the numbers for the profiles are the same as their item number. So the text file profile for Anna Walshe also had the number of 13-1.1, and the text file profile for Brian Walshe was 13-2.1.
If I might have 1 second, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, we're getting to the point where they can do the comparisons now.
Cross exam.
No cross.
Step down. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. So we are getting to.
All rise for the court, please.
I think we have now laid all of the groundwork to actually do the DNA comparison, and it's time for lunch. I want to see what the court is going to put on the record because we might have to wait until after Mr. Mutlu testifies to get to the DNA comparison. Let's see what the court puts on the record, and then we'll do a summary, and then we'll grab some lunch real quick. The Commonwealth just literally flew through witnesses. It does help that we put it at 1.25. It feels like we flew through witnesses too. We had a little bit of zoom room, and now we are on the edge of the testimony that we are waiting for. Emily, really? Yes, really. I regret nothing. All right, jury's going out. I'm going to put, I could leave that rolling while I get us to regular speed to see if they put anything on the record about when we're going to have the voir dire with Mr. Mutlu. So, let's see, jury out for lunch.
Anyone need anything?
Scheduling.
Anything from the defense? You all set? Very good.
No scheduling? Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Hello, only fan. Hello. All right, law nerds, let's see if we can do a quick summary. I think we can. And then we will zoom. Let me see if we are back on real time. Court is still at lunch in real time.
All right.
Oh, court is just coming back from lunch in real time. All right, perfect. So I can take like 5 minutes, literally 2 minutes ago. All right, perfect. So I will take a very brief lunch. I might have to take a break when they take the afternoon break and grab some more food, but I think we will be good. They literally have been on the record like a minute. All right, let's do a quick summary. We're going to take a very, very brief break because I want to see what this voir dire is. So at the lunch break for, what are we on? Day 7. The Commonwealth has gone through witnesses really quickly, for sure. Also, it helps that we were on 1.25 speed because it was all the foundational DNA witnesses. The crime lab batches their process of taking samples and turning them into DNA profiles so that they can be compared. And so we had every single person, I think from the entire crime lab. Oh, that scared me. I think every single person from the entire crime lab, not being facetious, who did any part of the step, and there were many because there were so many different things where DNA was tested, and they batched the different steps of that DNA testing. And we have gotten to the point now where we have the known samples from Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. The court read in a stipulation about those known DNA samples and let us know that back in May of 2018, Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe were both swabbed for DNA by the FBI, and then that swab DNA was kept in storage in Massachusetts, where Brian had his federal art fraud case that was pending. I'm curious about why they took the sample from Anna Walshe. I'm going to go take a look back at that court record after we are done here. But it doesn't really matter why they took the known sample from Anna. I'm glad that they did because they swabbed Anna Walsh's cheek. They are not trying to find a known sample in the home. They are using a sample that the FBI collected. And now we have heard from the witness that took those known DNA swabs and turned them into DNA profiles. So I think we've gone through everything that gets us to the point where they can now take all the unknown samples and the 2 known samples and start doing the comparison. But we also heard the court talking to the attorneys about doing a voir dire outside the presence of the jury with the witness who was with Brian and Anna Walshe the night of New Year's Eve. And that should be coming up right after the lunch break before the jury comes back in. And then we will be moving through the day, because what I really want to hear from is Jem Mutlu. That's really, really, really what I want to hear from. But then I think we will get into the rest of the DNA comparisons. I can't imagine what more they have once they do all the DNA comparisons, unless there is more from the crime scene processing of the house, and maybe there is. I'm surprised that for 2 days that crime scene services were out at the home, so far we've only heard from one person who did crime scene response at the home and took samples. I don't know if we'll hear from any other witnesses, or if the Commonwealth is really almost done with their case, which could be the case, that the Commonwealth is almost done. This piece of hair keeps sticking in my earring. It's making me, Emily, is this why you put your hair up? Yes, it's going up. So I'm really curious to see what witnesses the Commonwealth has left. Let me know in the comments what witnesses you think are going to be left. I don't know if they're going to call. Some of you are asking, are they going to call someone from Anna's family? I don't know if they're going to call maybe her sister to talk about conversations. If they are going to call her sister, I would probably leave that to last. We haven't seen video from him shopping at HomeGoods. You're correct. So I'm not sure how much more the Commonwealth has. So we might be nearing the end of the Commonwealth's case in the next day or two here. Okay, law nerds. I'm going to set a timer. 10 minutes or less. I'm going to go grab some snacks. I'm going to go grab probably a fizzy water and make sure that my kettle's full so we can make tea this afternoon, because I still have stroopwafels left. And then we are going to zoom through this day 7 afternoon in court. So if you do not have the Law Nerd app, now's the time to make some room on your phone and download it. Free on iOS and Android. We will let you know when I am back from lunch. I will also let you know when we are getting into key witnesses in this case and when the prosecution rests and other critical moments. I also do keep you up to date on some of the other things that I am keeping an eye on, though I do have pretty strict rules about keeping the chat on task and on topic. You can see why with the ADHD, it is hard for me to stay focused on days and days of DNA testimony so that I can summarize it for you if y'all are squirreling with me to go off topic onto another case. If we're off topic relating to this case, like trying to guess the color of lipstick a witness is wearing, it works for me. But if we go off topic and do another case, my brain has taken off that direction and it's real hard for me to rein it back in so I can focus, especially when we're going through foundational evidence. And so I appreciate that. The mods always try to help us stay on topic, because otherwise I will be like, but wait, what the fuck did Courthouse Becky do? So those updates I look at after court for the day. The mods always let me know what's going on. So I take a look at those at the end of the day, and then I send that information in the app. So you would have seen a update in the app yesterday regarding that. So that's how I kind of try to keep up between what's going on in court here. And then I check in on the afternoon or evening. By the time we're done with court, I check in then. So we will be back less than 10 minutes. Law nerds, it's great to see you. Lipstick sidebars are needed. Like, what are we doing for our hair care? Always a needed convo. So let us take a quick break. I will see you soon. You guys are the best. For those of you asking about stroopwafels, they are delightful with tea. These are the ones that are at my local Publix. There are 2. They say authentic Dutch. I hope that that's true. And they're not just like, you're American, you don't know, because also possible. But they're little like waffle cookies with caramel in between. But when you put them on the top of your tea mug, like that, the cookie warms up a little bit, and then they are just a little slice of heaven with a warm cup of tea. So I think they are delightful. They are made to rest on top of your cuppa. So, you know, they just, they're delicious. But for afternoons in court, they are just so perfect. They are just so perfect. It does help keep your drink warm. It's the perfect way to steep tea, really. It just is the perfect way to steep tea. I love it. Dainty Brighton said, I panicked last night when I got Emily's message because I thought court might have been canceled today. I don't mean to cause panic. I just wanted to share about Courthouse Becky. For all of you that are like, what's Courthouse Becky? Okay, 30 seconds. Ready, go. Did I turn that down? No. My chimes were fighting with me. Okay. Lock in, law nerds. Remember the clerk of court in the Murdaugh case? Yeah, that's Courthouse Becky. If you didn't watch the Murdaugh case with me, you've got a lot of catching up to do. Don't do it now, but enjoy over the break. She was the elected clerk of court. She was prosecuted for perjury, abuse of her office, 2 counts, and obstruction of investigation, essentially. The whole fallout of the Murdaugh case that's going up to the Supreme Court in South Carolina is that Courthouse Becky is alleged to have interfered with the jurors. She was not charged with that. The prosecution said that they could not prosecute her for that. South Carolina has a very different standard than the national standard. So the Supreme Court of South Carolina has to decide if they are going to switch their standard to the national standard, which gives Murdaugh a very good chance of a new trial, or if they are going to keep the standard that they have been using, which closes the door more on Murdaugh's appeal. Yesterday, the clerk of court, Courthouse Becky, went into the same Murdaugh courtroom and pled guilty. I've got all the allegations and the ethics complaints and everything on the channel I think we have a playlist for not Courthouse Becky, but within the Murdaugh case. So this fallout has been literally rolling downhill since the Murdaugh trial. We will be covering the Murdaugh appeal getting into the new year because he'll be in front of the Supreme Court for oral arguments in South Carolina in early February. We'll cover it. If you follow me on social, I also put a quick reel or short or whatever up on TikTok and on Instagram. Emily, you don't use TikTok much. I'm trying to cut down on the impersonators on TikTok, and to do such, I have to post on TikTok. So I have a separate phone that I use TikTok on. I put a screen protector on my broken phone and use that one for uploading on TikTok, even though you can do it from desktop. So that is the quick sidetrack. But if you had the Law Nerd app, you would have gotten a notification yesterday about all the things going on with Courthouse Becky. And for those of you asking for updates on Ron, it's at the end of the podcast from Monday. Those are time-stamped. Let's get to lunch so we can get back to court because I want to know what's going to happen.
now. This is how it go.
Hello, chat. I double clicked the swoop, but we got a double swoop back from lunch. I told you the hair wasn't going to last being down. I had to go up. We had to clip. So, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? So, I've seen the mods posting a note in the chat. Thank you, mods, for everyone who's having some YouTube-y struggles today. Just refresh. I think there are some differences depending on where you are watching. I know it's a thing. I don't know what to tell you. They're probably updating the UI of something. So we'll see what's new in a week or two. All right. I brought my lunch with me because I want to get back to court. I want to see if we are going to get to this voir dire because I did not peek ahead. So I don't know. For all of you, if any of you did peek ahead, don't tell me. I want to be surprised. So few things in life are surprising anymore. I would like to be surprised. And trials are nothing if not surprising. So we're going to go back to court together, and I will see you in just a moment. I did refresh the lippy. Today we have a variety. We are doing the kulfi. This is, and I think I pronounced that correctly, this is first. Sorry, we often will link this just down in the YouTube so it's easy to get. It's like a lip oil stain situation that I very much like. And then I put the road over it. You can see from my collection of lippies, hold on, that there's a theme. These are the ones I have near the desk. Yeah, there's just variations of that color, variations of Black Honey by Clinique that I started wearing in like 7th grade. That's the vibe. That just variations on Black Honey by EDB. That's what it is because it works with the skin tone. We're just going to stop fighting it. Every time I try to do like a nude lip, I just look way too washed out. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just leaning into what I like. Black Honey will be sheer enough, and then we'll build from there. So let's get back to court, shall we?
Bring the jury.
I mean, we might not get the jury just yet, but we're going to at least hear if we do the out of the jury presence voir dire. So we'll see.
Unmuted.
I love being unmuted. Your Honor, what? That's a mighty large water bottle you got there, Your Honor. Stay hydrated. The winter, dude, is so dry. The jury is still out.
Your Honor, we can either do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, or we could continue on with DNA and do Saman Saleem.
Well, if we go back, if we stay on DNA, which I'm happy to do, is that going to end the day, or we're going to hit Mr. Mutlu at some point today? Is he going to hit the stand at some point today?
I think DNA is going to go.
I think Mr. Mutlu would not like to be hit today. Is DNA going to take the rest of the day? Damn it.
Go about another hour to 90 minutes. It could go 2 hours.
So I'm going to take it from that the answer is no.
It's possible. I guess is my answer. I don't like. I know we don't like to hedge bets, but I'm going to hedge my bet on this one.
Depends on cross.
I don't want to be shy a witness when we can still do work.
Well, in light of what you've told me about the schedule, I will be happy to let the jury go at 3:30 today.
Okay.
If that happens.
Okay.
And we are still on the same schedule.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think they are probably running pretty well ahead of what's going on. So the court, he said, if we have time to work, let's work. And the court's like, well, based on what you've told me, I'm okay to let them go a little early.
Yes, we are.
It's up to you, Your Honor.
All right, well, we'll talk about that again at the end of the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
No.
So
bring me Mutlu.
What I'll say with regard to that is you're in a better position to evaluate how long a voir dire would take I don't need the jury in the building while we're doing a voir dire.
That's
So I guess it
fair.
would be my mild preference to just continue on where we are today, talking about DNA, and then tell the jury that they can come back later in the day, tomorrow, instead of a 9 a.m. start. Maybe we'll do a 10 a.m. start for them and do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu in that time while the
That's
jury's
fair.
on their own time and not on our time.
That's
How
fair.
does that all sound?
That sounds like a very good idea, Your Honor. And I can tell you, I have the keeper of records from HomeGoods here just in case. And that would take about 20
HomeGoods
minutes
Video.
if you did end a little early.
All right. And how long, I won't hold you to it, but Mr. Mutlu's voir dire, as I understand it, and frankly, I had to remind myself through the pleadings what exactly it is we were voir diring him on. Now that I have
Can you let
reminded
us-
myself
can you
of what
remind
we're
us?
voir diring him on, how long do you anticipate, and I'll go to your brother in a second, but how long do you anticipate it will take?
Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, not actual relation. It is the way Massachusetts says it. Some courts say my friend, some courts say my colleague. I would have a hard time saying my brother and my sister in court, but my colleague, my esteemed colleague. But yes, brother means opposing counsel, not literal brother. I figured the chat was going to be like, what the fuck is she saying? She means opposing counsel, your colleague. Massachusetts says brother or sister in court quite frequently. Not a lot of jurisdictions do any longer, but Massachusetts has held on to some of the vestiges of older legal tradition. So a lot of you are saying Massachusetts, or not Massachusetts, England, my learned friend, which I think in California, if you said to someone, my learned colleague, it would definitely be a diss. So, my colleague or counsel sometimes. So
You to present that evidence.
I think about 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside, Your
All
Honor.
right. I was thinking it was relatively short. More, I was checking to make sure that there wasn't a big disconnect between my expectations and what you're thinking.
no, it is always brother, never bruh. We cannot go with bruh.
Do you agree?
I think California should just adopt dude. I think everything should just be dude. My dude at the bar. It's neutral. We don't have to go with friend. We could just go with dude. Even if just SoCal wanted to do dude. It would just be like, I will go to your fellow dude in a moment. Yes, dude. Thank you, dude. Imagine. Dude. But no. And until we get full idiocracy, California is not going to go to dude. I think they'll stick with colleague. The dude abides, It should just be dude.
Attorney Tipton? Do you agree, Attorney Porges? I do. All right. So there's other matters we could handle in the morning tomorrow as well. Be prepared for those.
Oh,
including what I said to you at the side of the bench the other day with regard to the first 2 or 3 pages that I was looking for from you. Do you understand?
Be prepared.
Attorney Tipton? Excellent.
I'm going to start singing
All right,
Mulan in just a moment. All right, what just happened there? Because I kept interrupting, talking about dude. The court has indicated that instead of working on the jury's time on the voir dire outside the presence of the jury of Mr. Mutlu, the former boss of Anna Walshe, who introduced Anna Walshe to her realtor turned side piece, and who was at the Walshe residence on New Year's Eve into maybe the early morning hours of New Year's Day before Anna Walshe was deceased, was killed, died spontaneously. We'll see what the jury says. But instead of doing that voir dire while the jury waits, the court wants to go through the rest of the, see, all of you are saying now Lion King. I was not thinking, which is fair because Jeremy Irons, I was not thinking be prepared Lion King. I was thinking I'll make a man out of you, Mulan, but be prepared instead of like, do your best. My brain went to make a man out of you, not Scar, be prepared. It jumped the track into a totally other song. I don't know why. Be prepared would be better from The Lion King, but my brain just went, I don't know why. Just jumped the trap completely. It went to do your best. The way she said, be prepared. It was like, do your best. Anyway. So the defense said that the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu wouldn't take that long. The prosecution said that it wouldn't take that long. And they have about an hour plus of the DNA testimony to complete. Plus the record keeper from HomeGoods is present, presumably for the video of Brian Walshe buying rugs and candles. So the court has decided that instead of holding the jury waiting, she will just let them come in later tomorrow morning because they seem to be ahead of schedule. The court indicated they were ahead of schedule. And the court said, we have other things we can handle outside the presence of the jury. So we can do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, and we can handle what we talked about at the side of the bench. I talked about the first 3 pages, and the court said, be prepared to discuss those things. I suspect that the court is talking about the pending ruling on whether or not the defendant's guilty plea will come in. And so I think tomorrow morning, the jury will probably come back later. The attorneys will come back at normal time. And when the attorneys come back at normal time, they will do their work before the jury comes in for the day. That way, the jury has a later start in the morning. They can, grab a coffee or check their emails or whatever and not be just sitting in the jury room waiting for them, which is a really conscientious, let's use the jury's time to the best of our ability. And then let's give the jury back a little bit of time when we can do work without them being there. So the judge is keeping the jury's time in mind. So I guess we're going to have to wait till tomorrow. Well, it'll be fine because we're going to get to the DNA that we wanted to see. Bridget asked, has he been convicted of the fraud case? He pled guilty in the fraud case. I don't.
Hold him up for a minute.
He's been, they're holding up the jury for a second. He's been convicted and sentenced in that case. I would have to double check on the sentencing.
Hold him up for a minute.
She's talking about
Not
the jury?
You, them. I just don't want the Commonwealth not at their desk.
Oh, when the jury comes in. She said, hold up the jury for a moment to allow the Commonwealth to return to their desk. They were presumably not at the desk. That's mindful of the court
You're
as
all set
well.
now. Thank you.
All right, so jury's coming in. Voir dire in the morning. All right. Fair enough. I want to hear what she rules on the guilty pleas. I think she's going to keep them out. But we'll see. Voir dire will be streamed. We'll cover it. Thank you guys for asking. We'll cover the voir dire in the morning. We'll be live before the jury gets in, depending on what time the jury gets in the morning. And we'll cover any argument on whether the defendant's guilty pleas in this case will come in. Ray asked, he's not wearing a suit. No, he's in a sweater today. So I'm surprised the jury's not in yet, actually. There we go. The court did say it was going to be cold today.
The Commonwealth would call Saman Saleem.
I'm going to back that up one more time and let the Commonwealth say that again. The jury's now in.
The Commonwealth would call Saman Saleem.
Where's my applause? Applause, applause. Okay. Now we're to the DNA analysis. Miguelina, will you let the app know that we are now getting to the DNA analyst who's going to
Affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and
compare all of the DNA?
Thank you.
All right. Lots and lots and lots and lots of people did a lot of work to get us to the point where this witness can tell us whose is, what's is, and
You may
where.
proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your full name and spelling your name?
My name is Saman Saleem, Saman. Last name is Saleem.
Saleem. I kept saying
And
Saleem.
could you please tell us
As in, like, my heart will go on. So apologies. That is how I heard it. Okay, Miss Saleem, good to see you.
your educational background?
I'm sure we are going to be very excited to hear everything that you have to say about the DNA comparison, but your background and training and experience is going to go at 1.25 speed.
I have a bachelor's degree from Boston College in biochemistry and a master's
We've now got BC and BU in one case.
of science and forensic science from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I currently work as a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab within the DNA unit.
And what is a forensic scientist 3?
A forensic scientist 3 is a supervisory position within the DNA unit, where I manage other analysts, forensic scientists 1 and 2, that work within the DNA unit.
So how many people do you supervise?
I supervise 6 people currently.
And are they all in the hallway, or were they all in the hallway?
And what are your responsibilities in supervising those people?
As a supervisor, I manage their caseload by assigning them cases to work on in the laboratory, as well as for interpretation of DNA profiles for evidence items that are submitted to the DNA unit. I also train them in the methodologies for DNA testing. For example, if there's any new hires in our laboratory, I would be part of their training program where I would teach them about the laboratory work that's conducted, as well as give them presentations on the theoretical background of DNA testing. In addition to that, I also work on my own cases, so where I'm assigned cases by my manager, and I do the interpretation of DNA testing on those cases and review the cases of other people and what they worked on.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
When I first began at the DNA unit 10 years ago, I went through an 8-month-long training program where I learned about the theoretical discipline of forensic DNA testing, as well as the practical application of it. I tested mock evidence samples in the laboratory to determine what those DNA profiles were and learned about how to do that testing. Additionally, since that training, every year we go through continuing education where we learn about new methodologies that we're adopting in the laboratory and also any kind of changes that are happening in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
So you said that you've had testing, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Have you had testing?
Yes.
And what kind of testing have you had?
So every time there's a new technology adopted or there's new training that I go through, at the end of that training, we do a competency test where we are tested on if we have understood that methodology by taking a written exam or oral exam, as well as a practical exam in the laboratory. In addition to that, twice a year, we go through proficiency testing.
So have you passed the competency testing that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
And you said that twice a year you have proficiency testing. Who monitors that or provides that proficiency testing?
So the proficiency test samples are provided by an external agency, and those samples are tested in our laboratory as we would process any casework samples as well. And then the answers for those items of evidence, the DNA profiles we obtained, are submitted back to that external agency who will then grade us to ensure that we obtain the correct DNA profiles.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I've passed all the ones I've taken over the 10 years.
Thank
For
you.
those of you that are like, why are they talking so fast? I put all the background training and
Are you familiar with
experience
lab
at
case
1.25
23-00596?
until we get to the results.
Yes, I am.
We've heard this
And what type
a lot.
of DNA testing was conducted in this case?
In this case, we conducted a type of testing known as STR DNA testing, which follows a 4-step process in the laboratory, at the end of which we obtain a DNA profile.
Okay. So just generally, can you discuss that 4-step process?
No!
Generally, that 4-step process starts with extraction in the first step, where we break open the cells in which
We've
the
done
DNA
it so
is found.
much.
This is similar to like cracking open an egg, where the DNA is found within the yolk of it, and we extract that DNA. We use heat and chemicals to do this. The second step is known as quantitation, where we determine how much DNA is present in that sample so that we can proceed with the next step. The next step is known as amplification. In that third step, we make millions and millions of copies of the DNA that is found there, using
Millions and
targeting certain
millions
locations
is
within the DNA. In this
acceptable
case,
term
we
for this
target
lab.
26 locations that are found throughout the chromosome, as well as a sex determining locus as well. And then the last step is capillary electrophoresis. During that step, we analyze those copies of DNA to generate a DNA profile, which can then be interpreted for comparison purposes.
Y'all know more about
And then,
DNA than you.
Once the raw data
thought
is
you would
generated,
learn
you
at
said
this
that
point.
you're able to make some comparison here?
Yes.
And how is that done generally?
So generally, the first thing we would do is interpret the DNA profile, which means that we would observe the DNA profile to see what is in that DNA profile. So what are the different characteristics of the DNA that we're observing at these 26 locations that we have tested? We will determine how many individuals are in this mixture. So the number of people that make up this DNA profile, is it coming from one person or multiple individuals? And then that profile, once we've determined what it is, we can compare it to a known standard or somebody whose DNA profile we know to see if they would be included in that sample or excluded from it.
And in this case, 23-00596, there were many items that were tested by multiple people in the lab for DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of those people
Well
did the
prepared,
four-step
not
process.
tested.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role here?
At the end of that four-step process, data is generated on a computer. At the end of that process, my role comes in at that point where I look at that data. So it comes off in a form that we have to interpret using a software program. So that's where my role starts, where I interpret that data.
So I'm now going to start to ask you about what you did here and about each individual piece of data that you looked at with each individual item that you looked at. Is that okay?
That's okay.
So let's start with the first round of testing and the first items that you looked at. I want to ask you about item 9.
I'm putting this back at regular speed because we are going to start getting to the comparisons. And what was getting compared is A, something I want to take notes on, and B, the whole point of what we've been waiting for. So let's get to the results.
27.2.
If it gets slow, we'll speed it back up.
What is that item, ma'am?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
You may look at your notes.
Thank you.
I would imagine the notes are going to help.
That is a sample of an interior of dark gray slippers found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
Interesting.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 270 million times more likely
So
if it
included.
originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
So what does that mean?
So the statistic we report is known as a likelihood ratio. The first part of this is determining what the DNA profile is. In this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of 3 contributors, meaning that the profile that was observed on this item came from 3 individuals. In this profile, when we do a comparison, we compare the characteristics at each of these 26 locations to see if the profile that is on Anna Walshe's profile matches those or is consistent with the ones that are observed
These
in the DNA
are from
profile.
the dark
And
gray
what we, through the statistical
men's
analysis,
slippers.
what we learned is that it is at least
From
270
the inside.
million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it did not, and 2 other individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. The likelihood ratio is a statistical calculation that shows us how likely it is to observe a DNA profile.
I think this is the
given
only time we're going
2
to have to
propositions.
talk
One,
about the
that the person
likelihood
would be
ratio.
included in the DNA profile, or the other that the person is excluded or not included in the DNA profile. And the value of that likelihood ratio can tell us which of these
She says 3 DNA. This doesn't surprise me because I would imagine the DNA is probably Anna's, Brian's, and could be any of the kids. Have your kids ever put on your slippers ever? So I'm not, this is from the inside of the slippers. So I'm not surprised that there is multiple DNA.
proposition is more likely to observe this DNA profile given either of these propositions.
So how do you calculate the likelihood ratio?
That is calculated using a software known as STRMix or StarMix. And in that software, we use calculations that we derive from the general population of how common or rare certain characteristics are at these 26 locations observed. And we use that in the general population in the US, and we use that information to calculate the likelihood ratio.
Can you explain when you said this was a mixture of 3 contributors?
All right. If we're going to talk
So
about
that just-
mixtures, I am going to put us back at 1.25 till we get to more results, because mixture of DNA is not surprising to me. This is inside of the dark gray slippers.
Means that the DNA profile that we observed at these 26 locations, what I observed is that I would see DNA from multiple people, in this case, 3 individuals. We receive half our DNA from our mother and half from our father. So we would expect to see for a single source profile or something coming from one person would either have one characteristic or 2 characteristics at each of these locations. I had in some of these locations, I saw 5 or 6 characteristics, which means that there's at least 3 people here in this mixture.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 12 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated.
Did you hear how high that number was? Also, if you guys are good at 1.25, we might leave it here if they're going to go through what every statistic means.
From 3 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Did you
this provide support for an inclusion?
What is a quintillion?
A quintillion is 1 followed by 18 zeros.
1 fuckload.
Can you tell when the DNA was contributed?
I cannot, to the testing that we do, we cannot determine when or how the DNA was deposited on an evidence item.
Does DNA have to be contributed at the same time?
No, it does not.
Because the prosecutor, even at 1.25, sounds considered.
9-27.3.1. Can you tell me what that item is?
That was a sample from stain A on the exterior top left of the gray slipper, bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And can you tell me what's the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 16 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 77 times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals, unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support for an inclusion. Our DNA unit validation studies have shown that there is an inclusion of non-contributors in this range, likelihood ratio range of about 2 to 1,000, and adventitious support could be.
So it's not quite enough for them to say if it's for sure Brian Walshe. However, here, ma'am, hold on. That was
attributed.
My pauses are not great. So him being 77 times more likely is low, but we know that these are his slippers. So his DNA on the outside is not a lot. The stain is very heavily Anna's DNA, contributed with a low level of other DNA that is more likely to be his, but not to the point that it's 100% his. So it's not a lot of DNA. But this is the outside top of the slippers, and this is the stain on the outside of the slipper.
So what does that mean?
So when we do these calculations for the likelihood ratio, we're relying on the DNA profile that we observed in that evidence item. The more data we have there, that means the more of these 26 locations where we observe this DNA profile, the higher the statistic will be for an inclusion. And that's because there's more support and more data observed. When there is limited support for an inclusion, it means that the data for that contributor in that mixture, so it doesn't mean everyone in that mixture had less DNA, just that one or more contributors had less DNA available there for comparison. So the statistic is lower because of it. In our validation studies, what we did see, because all humans do share some DNA with each other, that we would see some non-contributors, meaning that
it's more likely Brian Walshe, but it's not a huge amount of DNA to pull from.
And so we would have some non-contributors get a positive likelihood ratio that's inclusionary, show that they're included when they really shouldn't be included. And it's because they happen to have some alleles that are common with what was observed in the DNA profile. So in this case, for the statistic, even though there is support for an inclusion, that support is limited, meaning that there is less data available.
So it's low.
What is an anillion?
They're his slippers. He could have touched them with his fingies to put them on his feet. He could have kicked them with his foot to turn them around to put them on. They're his slippers. The fact that the stain that appears to be blood is so heavily hers kind of tells you what you need to know.
An anillion is 1 followed by 30 zeros.
What type of cells is DNA found in?
It is found in all kinds of biological cells that we have, such as
I
our
thought I
blood
sped
cells,
this up.
which are our white blood cells,
It
our
is
hair
sped up.
cells, skin cells, saliva, anything we could have in our body that has a
Okay.
nucleus. Any cell that has a nucleus would have DNA in it.
And what of those is potentially found in a shoe?
From a shoe, it could be if there's a biological process that's deposited on there, that biological fluid could contribute DNA, or more typically for clothing and shoes, it would be from skin cells that are from wearing that shoe multiple times.
Do your results tell you what type of cells these came from?
No, they do not.
And do the
Ma'am, that's
individuals
blood.
have to contribute the same type of cells?
No, they do not. One of the things that could cause a mixture of DNA profiles
Skin
is
cells
if
plus
there's different types of cells
blood
from
cells.
different individuals that are contributing to the same evidence item.
Yeah, that number.
What is item 9-32.1.1?
That is a sample of an interior sleeve cuff of a TJMaxx suit that was found in bag number 6 at 304 Street.
Okay, so we did 2 DNA locations on the dark gray slipper, the interior of the slipper and the exterior of the slipper. And now we are moving on to the TJMaxx suit.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
From the
The DNA
interior
profile
sleeve cuff.
for this item was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 4.8 nanillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated
So that's probably
individuals.
blood as
And this
well.
provides support for an inclusion.
I just forget the blood results, but that's going to be blood as well.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 100 trillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than
Okay.
if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
So when you say things like this provides support for an inclusion, is that standard language that you're using?
Yes.
And standard language for whom?
The standard language for forensic DNA analysis in general, and then at our laboratory, we've adopted this language as part of it. Many laboratories would use very similar language.
What is item 9-32.2.1?
Sample from stain A of the exterior left pant leg of the TJMaxx suit from bag number 6 at 304 Street.
And is this the same TJMaxx suit that we just discussed previously in 9-32.1.1?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, there was the DNA profile was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 30 nanillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual.
so blood.
And this provides support for an inclusion.
Yeah, blood.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this single source female DNA profile.
What does that mean?
So the single source DNA profile is probably the easiest
Single
ones for us to do a comparison
source.
because we should be able to see if the single source profile we have from the evidence matches the one profile we have from our known standard or the reference we have. So when I say somebody's excluded, it means that the 2 profiles don't match each other.
What is item 9-32.5.1?
And that is a sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the TJMaxx suit.
And is this the same TJMaxx suit as discussed with items
They know
3
it
and 4
is.
that we previously discussed?
Yes.
But is this a different stain?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you
I
able to come
wonder
to
who
a
those
conclusion
are.
about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 110 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And what is sextillion?
A sextillion is 1 followed by 21 zeros.
Right.
I'm sorry,
21 zeros.
Blood.
thank you. Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is estimated to be 6 times more likely if it originated from two unrelated individuals than if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual.
That's probably skin
This provides
then.
limited support.
That's probably touch DNA. So the Brian Walshe DNA is only 6 times more likely, which means it's not nearly as compelling as the blood stain evidence, but his DNA is in there as well.
For an exclusion. Similar to before, the MSPCL DNA unit validation studies have shown that exclusions for the inverse likelihood ratio range of 2 to 1,000 have shown known contributors could be excluded, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what is limited support for exclusion?
So it's very similar to the inclusion one I described in our validation studies. We also looked at profiles where since we knew who those mixtures were made of, those individuals, we would compare this to those individuals. And when there's limited data available, again, for comparison, for one or more of the contributors in a mixture profile, the statistic would be lower, but it's on the exclusion side. And when it is a lower statistic on the exclusion side, we would like to report it as a number, just so we can be clear that there's a possibility that somebody who is truly meant to be in this mixture would be actually excluded from it because of there being limited data for support. So in this case, there is support for an exclusion, but there is only 6 times more likely for that support. The likelihood ratio is in that range of 2 to 1,000 again.
What is item 16-13.1?
All right.
This was an unknown tissue that recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
Makes me
This
so
was a
sad.
female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able?
I mean, we know that that's the case. We knew that that was going to be the case. It's just kind of devastating to hear it, especially given that there was no autopsy, that her remains were not recovered. It's the unknown tissue sample is tough. I don't know if they put it under a microscope to determine what kind of tissue it was. We haven't heard anything about that. So
To come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
yeah, it's simply hers.
So I want to move on now to the next round of DNA testing. What is item 5-1.1?
This is a sample from swabs of red-brown stain K on a basement floor in 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And what
The stain K on the basement floor was the one that was kind of an odd shape, suspected to be blood. The ones that have the really high numbers with Anna Walshe are stains are the presumptive blood stains. So this is that oddly shaped stain from the basement floor.
was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 15 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. And again, this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Interesting. So Brian Walshe
What
is
is
excluded.
item 7-10.3.1?
This was a sample of stained area C on the blade of a hacksaw, placard number 8, 300 Forest Street.
This is the blade of the
And
hacksaw.
what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, a female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
I don't expect to see Brian Walsh's DNA on any of these tools, the hacksaw, the snips, the hatchet, the hammer. I expect those to be mostly hers and mostly blood, because at that point he had PPE on. I am not surprised that the basement had other contributors. It's a home, it's a rental home. There are people around. But the number of the contribution from Anna indicates to me that that was blood. That I think had been presumptive positive for blood. The fact that it's her DNA indicates to me that it is her blood. So now we are going to get to some of those other tools. I don't expect to see his DNA on those things. So continuing on with the DNA comparison.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA
Yeah, it was
profile.
a single source on the blade of the hacksaw. So
What is item 7-10.4.1?
That is a sample of the handle of the hacksaw on placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Anna Walshe is included in this DNA profile.
Were you able?
Chat, you guys are very smart, and a lot of you are having the conversation about what we can learn from if Brian Walsh's DNA is on any of this. If Brian Walsh's DNA is not on the hacksaw or the hatchet, it indicates to me that he did not cut his finger on any of those things. I am very much leaning towards that Brian Walshe cut his finger on the knife that looked like it had everything bleached out of it that was in the kitchen before this, because at this time he has PPE on, and he bought the Band-Aids before he bought the hacksaw and the hatchet and the rest of it. So I'm interested to see what the prosecutor has to say about that in closing, but in my mind, that's kind of where I've put things in order, but we'll see, because the Band-Aids were before the trip to Lowe's. So I'm not surprised that Brian Walsh's DNA isn't here, but it's going to be hard for the defense then to argue that he cut his finger during this. I think the damage to the knife and the fact that it wasn't thrown away with everything else that was thrown away here speaks quite loudly. Laura asked, was the knife involved in the dismembering? Here's where I'm at on the knife, because I also don't want to influence how you guys see the case. Here's where I'm at on the knife. It was treated differently. It was not included with the snips and the hatchet and the hacksaw and the hammer. And so it has been treated differently from everything else. And because it has been treated differently than everything else, in my mind, I have separated it out and treated it differently than everything else. So no, I do not think it was involved. Otherwise, why wouldn't it have just been thrown away with the hacksaw, the hatchet, and the rest of it? So that's where I'm at. He also was Googling about getting DNA off of a knife.
To come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
We are sped up also. So the pauses are the pauses happening in court. They're just a little quicker.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
I still want to see if crime scene services went through the house and noted other knives in the house. I assume that the knife is part of a set. I would like to see the other set if it's around. So there's lots more DNA to go. The prosecution has asked the court for a minute and is grabbing papers. All right, are we back? All right, questions?
What is item 9-22.1.1?
All right, next item.
That is sample from stain A on a white towel, number 1, with red-brown stains on it. That was found in bag number 2 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
So
And
single
were you
source
able
on the
to
towel.
come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual.
Yeah.
This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the
We saw
comparison
the
to the
photos
known
of the
profile of Brian
towel.
Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-28.1.1?
This was a sample of stained area A on apparent hairs found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
What was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed on this item originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-31.1?
That is a sample from cutting of red-brown stain on a piece of rug from bag number 5 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Right. These are
Moving
all
on
very strong
to the
single
third
source
round of
DNA because
testing.
they are all
What
significant
is item
amounts of blood.
7-13.1?
It is a sample from area A on the head of a hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result from this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 33 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. And this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And that's a
Were you
single
able to
source
come
as
to
well.
a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Well, he Googled.
What is item 7-13.2.1?
That is the sample from the handle of the hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile from this item was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. Due
Mixture,
to limited
you say?
information available, contributor 2 was deemed not suitable for comparison purposes.
So were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 2.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
And what does it mean due to limited information,
not enough
contributor
DNA.
2 is not suitable for comparison?
It just means that in this mixture DNA profile, the data that is observed for one of these 2 contributors is so low level that we would not be able to make a comparison to any known reference standards.
That
So we
doesn't
test
surprise
26
me.
locations. We require in our DNA processing that data must be observed at a minimum of 3 locations for us to be able to do any comparisons to it. In this case, data was observed at less than 3 locations for this second contributor.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But
And
you never know what
what is an
comes out in
octillion?
trial.
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
It's a lot.
And you said that you were able to provide support for Anna Walshe, but were you able to come to a conclusion about the
What, Fred?
comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from the first contributor that's suitable for comparison in this DNA profile.
Which is Anna.
So what does that mean?
So since it's a mixture of 2 contributors and I can only compare one of the 2,
It means that Brian Walshe is not Anna Walshe, and that's her DNA, and you can't test the other one.
that one contributor, the DNA profile shows that it's the likelihood ratio shows support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile, but Brian Walshe is excluded from that suitable for comparison first contributor in this profile.
What was item 9-20.1?
That was sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains on it, found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a male DNA profile obtained on this item originating from a single contributor.
And were you
And
able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Anna Walshe was excluded from this DNA profile.
okay,
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile
where he cut
of
his
Brian
finger and then
Walshe?
wrapped
The
it and then
DNA
went to
profile
go
is at
buy.
least 23 octillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe
That's
than if it
his blood.
originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. And this provides support that Brian Walshe is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
Which is why he had to go buy Band-Aids because he didn't have any, which is why he taped gauze around his thumb because he didn't have Band-Aids yet. And then he went to buy Band-Aids because he had tape around his thumb. So, yep. So that's Brian Walsh's DNA from blood, from stain A, blood on the tape and gauze. Right.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Because blood.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so the tape and the gauze is Brian Walsh's blood. The handle of the hatchet is low-level DNA and Anna Walsh's blood. The head of the hatchet is Anna Walsh's blood. The stain on the rug is Anna Walsh's blood only. The stain on the hairs is Anna Walsh's blood only. The stain on the white towel, that big white towel, is Anna Walsh's DNA only. They're going to go to cross. I'm just going through my notes. The handle of the hacksaw is Anna Walsh's blood only. The blade of the hacksaw is Anna Walsh's blood only. The floor of the basement is Anna Walsh's blood only with another unknown male contributor, not Brian Walshe. He would have been PPE at that point. The tissue was Anna Walshe, single female contributor because it is, well, bodily tissue. The stain in the right interior sleeve of the Tyvek suit is Anna Walshe, and then more likely Brian, but low level, which means it's probably touch DNA from skin, but that is speculative on my part. It is just 6 times more likely that Brian is the other contributor to that from the interior of the Tyvek suit. Stain A on the exterior of the Tyvek suit is a single female contributor because it is Anna Walsh's blood, and that was Anna Walshe. The interior sleeve cuff of the suit was Anna Walsh's blood. She was a very high contributor. Brian Walshe was also a very high contributor on the sleeve, but the sleeves have the little like grippy bits, so they're tighter. I wouldn't be surprised that there would be more skin cells there because that is likely that on the inside sleeve of the Tyvek suit. There was one other unknown contributor to the inside sleeve of the Tyvek suit, which could be just about anything. And let's see, stain A at the top left of the gray slipper was 2 contributors, 77 times more likely Brian Walshe, lower than some of the others. Anna Walshe was 16 nonillions, so that stain is also blood, and I believe when we go back, we will look and see that it was presumptively positive for blood. The interior of the slippers had 3 mixtures. It was Anna, Brian Walshe, and then one unknown contributor. And those are all of the DNA that we went through. And now we are getting to cross-examination, which, because he wanders, I'm going to slow that down. A lot of you asked about the tape and the gauze. They were in one of the trash bags. She said it. I didn't make note of it, but it was in one of the trash bags. I imagine the cross-examination is going to go the way of, but these things were all in the trash together. So it could all be cross-contaminated. There's no DNA on the knife. They couldn't test the knife because of the condition of the knife. No, I don't think they had anything come back from the knife, presumptively or otherwise. That knife took a bleach bath. So no, there's nothing on the knife. I'm going to slow this down because he is hard to hear. When they're at the mic, it's way easier for me faster. So no DNA on the knife. No, the knife was nuked. It was just bleached into,
I think you said it in
another
your,
dimension. So that went pretty quick.
In some of your answers.
Yay.
In regards to the first round of testing that you testified to. And was that testing, was the report issued on January 13th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And in the context of some of your answers to the testing results that you told this jury about, for instance, sample 9-27,
which is
0.2.1 at paragraph 1 on page 2. You indicate that it was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors.
From the TJMaxx suit.
Now, as you were explaining
I guess it could
that
be the 4.
and some of the other conclusions and the results of testing, you used the phrase at least 3 people, correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Harris asked, they couldn't find all of Anna's body. They didn't find Anna's remains. They have hair, they have tissue, they have a lot of blood, but they did not have any more anything more substantial to test.
Correct.
So when you write this report and you include the phrase, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, it's more accurate to say the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of at least 3 contributors?
No, when we are doing our testing, we are using the information that we have in our profile. And in order to do any comparison analysis or further any kind of interpretation on it, we have to determine the number of contributors. So in this case, the data that I observed showed that there was 3 individuals in this. There could be more, but it's not in the data that I observed.
There could be more, though.
Yes, obviously the instrumentation we use, there could be contributors that are there that are not detected, but the ones that I observed, the profile showed a mixture of 3 contributors, which is how I interpreted this profile.
And when you interpret the number of mixtures, like you've just explained to the jury, am I right in saying that since we each inherit 1 allele from our father at a particular locus and 1 allele from our mother, then we typically have 2 different alleles at that one particular locus. Is that fair to say?
We could have 1 or 2 alleles at a locus, depends on if you inherit the same characteristic from both the mother and the father, or you inherit 2 different characteristics from the mother and the father.
If he stays at the microphone, we're going to 1.25. If he starts to wander, we'll slow it back down because he's also taking his time with these questions, which is fine. But I imagine he has his notes in front of him. Also, I wonder if throughout the cross-examination, if we will continue to see Tipton do what he just did when he talks about item 9-27, where he asks questions but doesn't connect the number to the thing it is. Excuse me, the way the prosecutor has been so good at doing, the prosecutor's really done a good job of saying item number this dash this, which is, or asking the witness item this dash this, which is, this item found at this location.
And when you inherit
I don't
the
think
same
he's going
allele,
to.
Your father gives you the same allele as your mother, that would be a homozygote. That would be another way to frame that.
That's correct. That's a scientific term for that.
As opposed to 2 different alleles. Your mother gave you 1 allele, your father gave you a different allele, then you'd be considered a heterozygote at that locus.
That's correct.
So what you're doing is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what you're doing is
Sir,
you're
not
looking at
gonna
all the
science
alleles
around
that you
this.
have in front of you on a particular sample, and you're trying to determine how many, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to determine how many peaks you have at a particular locus. And for instance, if you had, 2 heterozygotes combined in a 2-part mixture, you would probably expect to see 4 different alleles there.
If we were looking at a mixture of 2 contributors, we would expect to see
Are you trying to cause
characteristics
somebody's
at the location.
AP
When
biology
looking at the DNA profile, he mentioned the word
PTSD?
peaks. They kind of look like an EKG. If you can imagine like peaks and valleys on an EKG, that's what our data looks like. And so when we're looking at that, we are trying to just not only look at how many of those peaks are present, but what the level of each of those peaks is, because that can also tell us if it's coming from different individuals. So you would expect that if the same individual is contributing DNA to it at all of these 26 locations, they would contribute similar amounts of DNA at all the 26 locations. And so if we see some high peaks in one location and low peaks in a different one, that could also tell us that there is a mixture present as well. So not only looking at the number of peaks that are present, but also the level of these peaks.
And yes, we sped
And
both
so
of them back up to
there
1.25.
are some assumptions being made about the way you interpret the data.
The assumptions we're making is based in science that we inherit half our DNA from our mother and half from our DNA, half our DNA from our father. So we expect to see one or two alleles or peaks at each of these locations. So we're using that information to then assess the profile to see how many contributors are in this profile.
And without complicating this too much, and I don't intend to do that, but there is observed in DNA testing data, not just at a particular allele, one allele if it's
Press
a
X to
homozygote,
doubt.
or two alleles if it's a heterozygote, but there's actually times when there's a triallelic allele, all right?
That's correct.
Sir. No.
And so that's all I meant about the assumptions. And I understand they're scientifically based, but there are assumptions being made, correct?
Right. So if there is something like a triallelic pattern, there is a pattern to them, and we do know what those patterns look like. And what triallelic is that during the process, during the cell formation that happens,
Tipton.
there's a mutation that occurs in the DNA that causes.
You're
an
gonna have to
extra
warm
copy
up
to
for
be
those
present,
stretches,
either
bud.
of, either the allele from your mother, or the allele from your father, or a form of that allele, and that would cause, instead of seeing one or two peaks, we would see 3 peaks present for that person. But those usually have a pattern to them, and we can look at that, especially in single source profiles, and determine that. I did not observe any such things in the profiles that I saw in this testing that we did.
Fair enough.
It's very clear, isn't it, that you have, in a lot of these samples, if not most of these samples, you have concluded that a profile that was associated with Anna Walshe from a known sample, you could see the same profile in many of these samples, correct?
For any of the ones that were single source contributors, meaning there's only one person, that's where I can make that exact matching from the reference.
And then the ones that are mixtures?
The ones that are mixtures, those we would have to compare the whole profile as a whole. So it wouldn't always just be a matching of the 2 different peaks that we see. It would be a matching of looking at that plus the information we have on the levels of that contribution to see how likely it is to observe that profile if they were included in this mixture versus not included in this mixture.
Thank you. We appreciate your very clear answers. And what I would like to ask you now is something that you said earlier on direct examination. Your DNA testing and your results that you're reporting to this jury, it does not inform you of how a particular biological substance or a nuclear cell that resulted in the DNA profile, how it was deposited on that particular object that appears here in the reports, correct?
That's correct. We cannot determine how the DNA was deposited.
And if I were to tell you
Right.
and suggest to you that
Her
for
answers are
many of
very
these
clear.
items that were tested, if they were found,
But ladies and gentlemen, how can we know it's their DNA? Assumptions are made.
combined with other items in a bag, and those other items came into contact with each other, you would agree with me that you can't tell this jury if the biological substance that was tested on one object might not have been transferred simply from another object that it came into contact with in that bag, correct?
Overruled.
That's correct. It could be transferred from one item to another item in a bag.
And would that transfer that word?
Whoop, there it is. There's where we thought Tipton was going. But it's in a bag. But it's in a bag. Sir. The single source DNA of Anna Walshe at those numbers after things tested presumptively positive for blood is just giving blood. Yeah, from the bag that he dumped. But it's in the bag. Right. Mm-hmm.
You just used. Would that transfer also occur if 2 items or more were placed in a single bag, and then that bag was actually compressed by a compactor that compressed
There's no
that
evidence
bag
of that.
Very tightly to reduce its size? Would it be even more likely that there would be a, quote, transfer between those 2 objects of biological material?
Objection to the hypotheticals?
It was objection to hypothetical, but I also think it's facts, not in evidence, but you're allowed to ask experts hypotheticals.
Phrase your question.
The court told him to rephrase it.
Would transfer be more likely if two or more objects were placed in a bag, placed after that into a compactor and compressed together, where the items within that bag were compressed together.
Objection, same question.
Same result.
Try again.
If two items come into
I'm going to slow this down if the court's going to be cheeky. Third time's the charm, counsel. He could ask, is transfer more likely the more contact items have? And then he can just argue it and say later, if they were compacted, they have more contact. There's no evidence they were compacted.
contact with each other, there's a possibility of transfer of biological material on those two items, correct?
That's correct.
That's
And
kind of
does
way he
the
went.
prospect the possibility of transfer between two items, would it increase if those items are pressed together tightly for
That's
a
what I
period of
just
time?
said.
I'm not sure if the chances would increase or decrease if they're pressed together, but if two items were to come in contact with each other, there would be a likely transfer of DNA.
So based on all of your conclusions based on all of your
Chad, I agree with you. He's doing his job. No, this doesn't change the single source DNA blood of Anna Walshe on the hacksaw and the hatchet. No, it doesn't change any of that. I think Tipton wants to distance his client from the suit a bit, but from the slippers. I think the slippers are a bit more damaging to the defense.
your observations of the data and the results here, once again, you can't say how any of the biological material was deposited on any of these items, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell the jury, and it's the limitation of the DNA testing, you can't tell when it was deposited, correct?
That's correct.
And for instance, if there is a particular object like a tool, let's say a hatchet, you cannot tell from your DNA testing if that hatchet actually ever came into contact with the biological material.
Objection.
I didn't finish, but maybe I'll start over again. Let me start over again.
Counsel, you are doing your best. However, we saw him purchase the tools new at Home Depot, and then we saw the same tools laid out on the floor, and then they were swabbed. They came back presumptively positive for blood, and then those same stains came back with staggeringly high single source contributors to Anna Walshe, indicating that it is in fact her blood. So you can't tell how the blood on the blade of the hatchet got there. No, they can't. They can tell you, and this witness can't tell you that it's blood. This witness can tell you that the sample that came from the place has this DNA. See, counsel, there's puzzle pieces, and you have to put the puzzle pieces together. And these puzzle pieces aren't helpful for you. So he's going to try again. Let me begin again.
The DNA testing on a particular object does not tell you that that object was ever used against a person whose DNA profile appears on that object.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ma'am, you can't say that he took that hatchet and... No, she can't. But counsel, you're telling us a lot about what you think of this case with your questions. So you agree. It is a crime scene. Ma'am, you can't tell us if that hatchet was used on a person.
That object was ever used against a person whose DNA profile appears on that object.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's a hard argument to make at closing, counsel.
Well, you have told us that the biological substance that was tested does not tell you anything about how that biological substance got on that item, correct?
That's correct. The DNA testing that we do cannot tell us how or when the DNA was deposited on an item.
Tipton, tissue, hair, hatchet, hacksaw.
And I think you told us this on direct, but I just want to make sure I understood it completely. The DNA testing that you conducted here on the biological samples, that can result, the DNA profile can result from any nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct.
And so we heard you refer to skin cells, correct?
That's correct.
And we heard you refer to blood cells, correct?
Yes,
Sweat.
except for red blood cells, all other types of blood cells do have nucleuses.
Okay. And so when you are given samples to test, you do not determine in your laboratory, and you can't determine based on your DNA results, whether your DNA results are the result of a profile coming from a skin cell or a blood cell or some other nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct. We would not be able to determine the cell type from which that DNA profile was obtained.
And even though sometimes you might get a sample that's identified as a red-brown stain on an item, especially an item of clothing.
That's not her job.
Even if you got a full profile from that particular stain, you still don't know if the profile you got came from epithelial cells or skin cells versus blood cells, correct?
That's correct. We would not know if it came from any blood cells that were present on that item or skin cells that might have been present on that item as well.
The presumptive tests for blood, though, are what let you know.
Well,
the hatchet and hacksaw, I think, and tissue are fairly visceral. I'm not surprised he's trying to distance a bit from it and make some holes there, but they are visceral.
On sample,
the jury's not going to be asked to determine if he disposed of Anna Walshe.
7-13.2.1.
The jury's only going to be asked if they think this is a first-degree murder, and possibly,
I think that's the sample.
And I think there will be lesser included of second degree, which would be non-premeditated. So he's trying to distance himself where he can, or distance his client where he can, but it's hard. These
that
facts
you
are not
explained
hard.
to the jury that
or not
it was a mixture
easy
of
for the
two
defense.
contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And even though you concluded that it was a mixture of two contributors, you said that due to the limited information, the contributor two, and you put in, you actually refer to it as contributors, and you put the S at the end of contributor in parentheses, contributors, two is not suitable for comparison, correct?
So a contributor is just, it's just one contributor. Contributor two is not suitable. The reason there's a parentheses S there is because we use similar conclusions when we have multiple contributors that may not be suitable for comparison. The wording that we use, like I said, it's from our protocols that is designed to sort of kind of cover all.
Well, now the YouTube glitches have gotten me and I lost sound. That wasn't on your end. That was on my end. I know it's been happening to y'all all day, but then it happened to me.
Contributors that may not be suitable for comparison. The wording that we use, like I said, it's from our protocols that is designed to sort of kind of cover all.
And then glitch. Let's see if it comes back. If it doesn't, give me 1 second. Let me refresh the feed and see if that helps real quick.
To a conclusion.
It sounds like we get our sound back. Let me try to get back to the right place and see if I can get back to the right place. And I mean, Tipton was asking again about the DNA, of course.
Present on that item or skin cells that might have been present on that item as well.
I backed up just a little bit more, I think, to get us beyond the question where it glitched. And we are not in real, we are not in 1.25. Jody, the witness went over it. The witness went over it when she identified on direct examination, when she identified which item, which bag. She went over that. I didn't reiterate it because I didn't take notes on that, but she did note which items came from which bag. And then a few days ago, when they did the photos, they showed what was in what bag together. But if you want to piece it together, you're going to have to go back to some of those things. I think it will be put together a bit more in closing, but not everything was all together in one bag.
On sample 7-13.2.1, I think that's the sample that you explained to the jury that it was a mixture of two contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And
I backed up a little bit too far, and Tipton took a long
you said that
breath.
due to the limited.
So this is the item that they couldn't reach a second profile because there was not enough. I'm going to try to get right past the jump with the sound. It was right here. Let's see if we can get that back. I hope. Nope. No sound, no sound, no sound. Let's see. Oh, this is a stretch without sound.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call.
I guess the witness finished.
Commonwealth may call us next.
Did they go to sidebar? They did go to sidebar. I wonder if the feed cut it when they went to sidebar. All right. I might go try to find it later, but they all went to sidebar. So let's investigate one more time with the power of ADHD. What the fuck just happened? She was talking. I didn't even hear an objection, but it might be because Tipton had lulled me to sleep with his questions. They were talking about not suitable for comparison. The sound disappeared. And then it looked like they went to sidebar. Okay. Well, that must have ended the testimony with no redirect because they all go to sidebar immediately from that. I think the pool feed jumped the gun on muting it when they went to sidebar. The question where we were at with Tipton was you couldn't get a profile off of that second one. And that must have been the last thing he was asking because they came back from the sidebar and called the next witness. So we are done. I think after that question, the judge called them to, or they went to sidebar. And then they unmuted in court. So that was a mute in court. Fair enough.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're done with that
Commonwealth
witness.
would call Michael Roddy.
That was faster than I anticipated. What you were saying, even YouTube wants Tipton to stop. We are done with cross. And moving on to the next witness. There are only so many ways you can try to hypothetical, but the interpretation of something, most of that's just for argument.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you give in the cause now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way.
All right, next witness.
There you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Michael Roddy, Roddy.
And
So witness
where do you
number
work, sir?
I work for
42?
HomeGoods.
And what do you do for HomeGoods?
I'm a district loss prevention manager.
And can you tell us what is HomeGoods?
It's the place you go when you want to buy stuff for your home.
Okay. So
Video from HomeGoods because the defendant went and purchased new rugs and scented candles. Sir, I have found so much shit that I love at HomeGoods. Truly, so much stuff that I have found from HomeGoods. I love it. I love it.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for HomeGoods.
And
I had to back it up. That was funny.
What do you do for HomeGoods?
I'm a district loss prevention manager.
And can you tell us what is HomeGoods?
It's the place you go when you want to buy stuff for your home.
Okay. So I take it by buying stuff for your
The jury chuckled. It sounded like the jury was chuckling.
home. It's a retail store.
It is.
It's
Okay. Now,
lots of stuff
HomeGoods, is it
for your
part
home.
of a larger corporation or umbrella of stores?
Mine is connected also to a TJMaxx, so you can get all kinds of stuff at the HomeGoods.
It is. It falls under TJX, which also has TJMaxx, Marshalls, HomeSense, and Sierra.
And how long have you been with HomeGoods, sir?
HomeGoods itself, 9 years. TJX, 19.
And can you tell us about
It's a
your
long time with the
responsibilities for
company.
HomeGoods?
Sure. At the core, it's really protecting the assets of the company and the business.
And so, how many? Do you have a geographic region that you're responsible for?
I do. I cover 11 locations.
And of those 11 locations, are you familiar with a location in Norwell?
I am.
What location does HomeGoods have in Norwell?
It's
HomeGoods in Norwell.
store number 122 in Norwell. I believe it's on Washington Street, Washington.
And that store in Norwell, are there any other TJX properties in that same plaza?
There's TJMaxx right next to it.
That's not uncommon.
Now, sir, are you
Ours is in
familiar
one
with
building.
surveillance videos that were turned over by HomeGoods in this matter?
I am.
And have you had the chance to review them prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Have they been altered in any way?
They have not.
Flying Panda,
Now,
no.
sir,
Flying Panda asked in the chat, and I've seen a couple ask in the chat, HomeGoods, are they claiming he stole stuff? No. But loss prevention are the ones that deal with the cameras. Loss prevention and those in charge of loss preventions are the ones that interact with all the security systems the most. So he went in and purchased things, but to get the security cameras, the person who works with those and is going to be the custodian of records on those are loss prevention. So we've seen loss prevention from numerous retail locations and then managers from others who come in and bring in the videos from the HomeGoods. So he's bringing in the video. Hey T, we're still watching trial. How was your day? Did George follow you in yet? 30 seconds between George's screaming. Do you want to say hi to the law nerds real quick? There's George. We're gonna take a quick break from loss prevention manager Bucky Barnes before we get to see what the defendant bought at HomeGoods. Good to see you, buddy. Wait, you're on the side. Good to see you. George doesn't want to be on camera. George just wants to be where Travis is. George wants to be where the Travis is always. All right, bud. Well, you don't have practice today. That cat is trying to climb into Travis's face. Good. I know you've got some more audition work you need to do. All right. Well, go sit with George until he is done being pet, because he is not done yet. George is just like, he has his head just butting into Travis's chin. So, all right, bye T. All right, back to what rug and candles were purchased at HomeGoods.
HomeGoods, does it maintain its surveillance videos in good faith?
It does.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
It does.
And when it's surveillance videos, I take it they're recorded digitally, correct?
They are.
So when they're recorded, they're going to a server?
They do.
And who has access to the server of surveillance videos?
Myself, direct reports of mine, and home office loss prevention.
Ron, may I approach?
You may.
All right, we're going to put the video into evidence.
you recognize this thumb drive I'm showing you?
I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Did you have the opportunity to review the videos from this thumb drive?
I did.
And they have videos from the Norwell Home Goods store for January 2nd and January 4th.
Yes, they do.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive, the Home Goods surveillance videos for January 2nd and 4th marked as
Council's marking that for evidence. Reality
Any
check in the
objection
chat
to
said
that?
trial with EDB perfect to
I
cozy up
believe
with
we're
the
at
Ponards.
251, is that correct, Madam Court Reporter?
George agrees.
That thumb drive is now admitted into evidence.
Next in order.
The Home Goods Norwell
250 what?
thumb drive.
252?
Thank you, Your Honor.
251?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the Commonwealth publish videos from the drive?
Yes, you may.
So, Ms. Gilman, could we have the first video for January 2nd?
I'm curious to see these two.
And if you could pause right there, Ms. Gilman.
All right, January 2nd, 2023. There's no fucking question about the date on this one. HomeGoods is like, huzzah! Here is the date. Thank you, HomeGoods. I appreciate it. It's so clear and easy to see. So, HomeGoods video from January 2nd, from the entrance. So, already needed a new rug there on January 2nd?
Roddy, what is it that we're looking at here?
The time says 9:30:04:48 a.m.
This is the camera. It's a public view monitor. When you walk into the building, this is the one you can see yourself on.
Now, Mr. Roddy, the date and time at the bottom for HomeGoods, are those accurate or are they off in any way?
No, those are accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
And he confirmed that the date and time were accurate. I imagine we're going to see the defendant walk in. The question is, gloves and mask? No, no gloves, no mask.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video register home? And
All right, different camera
Mr. Roddy,
angle.
where is this in the store in Norwell?
9:43:21
So
a.m.
that is the front in our queue line. It's another public view monitor as you're walking towards the registers.
And when you say queue line, so are there items for sale in this line?
There are, yes.
Lots. There's lots of items for sale in that line. Sometimes it is quite overwhelming. So you can see, for those of you listening in the background, you can see him standing not on the registered side of the queue, but on the other side, shopping for like the little things. I imagine candles. They're starting to zoom in. He has a cart with him. It looks like he's got 3 rugs, one larger than the other 2. Fun fact, the rug in my office is also from HomeGoods. I freaking love it. And he is looking through whatever is on that shelf. Based on what we know about this case, I would presume it might be the candles. So you can see what looks like possibly a few candles. You can see the rugs.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could stop.
As he was coming around the bend, one of those rugs looks like the new rug in the living room. I'm not shocked by that.
For the record, we're stopping at 1 minute and 16 seconds on the media player. And Ms. Gilman, could you go to the third video, purchase home? Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is
the eye in the sky will see everything that you do.
Is the register, I believe that's register number 8, and it's a camera right above the registers behind them.
Wrapping up the candles as he's checking out with those. Looks like maybe 5, but I'm sure we'll see the result. Or the result. The result on the receipt, not the result. That noise was in court. It's interesting to me where he chooses to pay cash or not, wear the mask or not. I think perhaps Brian Walshe feels that there's nothing nefarious about purchasing candles and rugs, where the things at Lowe's maybe felt like you needed to not be on camera and pay cash. I appreciate that the video is not inverted, but it is a bummer that he's at the one register where his face is blocked by the monitor. And for those of you listening in the background, it looks like he's trying to arrange the rugs so that they can be scanned. I mean, God knows he couldn't do this himself because the man could not work a self-serve register for anything, but he was trying to help figure out where the barcode was so it could be scanned. And it looks like he's paying by credit card, though I'm sure we will see that receipt as well. Something in court sounds like glass and or metallic. I don't know what it is. And it looks like finishing up paying for his transaction. Cashier's waiting for the receipt to print. Oh, and then took the card to punch it in? Did it really not swipe? Or is he using a gift card? What are we doing? He handed the cashier something that she was punching in. And then handing it back to him. We'll see the receipt, so I guess we'll know.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that video and bring us to the fourth one.
All right, next camera angle.
And pause if you could. Mr. Roddy, where is this in the Norwell store?
So that is an exit mullion. It's in the vestibule between both sets of doors to go outside.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play, please.
And look at that camera angle.
And Mr. Roddy, what is the time upon exit? If you need to see it again, we could just bring it back up.
Yes.
This is
Gilman,
the
if you could.
time that the defendant is exiting the HomeGoods. I love that
What is the time upon exit for the...
I'm living for the camera angle in court of the defendant watching himself walk out of the HomeGoods on video as they go back to establish the time.
Record?
9:48 and 2 seconds.
And it's January 2nd?
January 2nd.
So he's leaving at 9:48:02. He walked in at
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth...
9:30. I don't think I've ever picked a rug that fast, but I don't know if what was on the rug was a matter. But he went in at 9:30:04 a.m. and left at 9:48:02 a.m.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roddy, you recognize this document I'm handing to you?
I do.
The receipt.
This is a receipt for a purchase on January 2nd.
Does HomeGoods maintain its receipts in good faith?
It does.
Normal course of business?
Yes.
And I take it it's generated at the point that the sale occurs?
Correct.
Business.
Once it's completed.
And this was also turned over to law enforcement in January 2023?
It was.
Business Record Foundation.
You have the receipt from January 2nd, the receipt from January 2nd at HomeGoods as the next exhibit.
A lot of you in the chat are saying that you've never been
The HomeGoods
in and out of
receipt from
HomeGoods in 20
January
minutes.
2nd Is now in evidence as 252.
HomeGoods is not a quick stop for me.
You may.
The receipt.
Mr. Roddy, I have some questions about 252, Exhibit 252.
It's an unfortunate name. This is the receipt. The first thing it shows is a 12-ounce bone mango tangerine, 16 WHK square. It's probably one of the rug. 15-ounce Sig purple, 16-ounce Aquarius candle. We'll see what else is on the receipt.
At the top, it says TJMaxx. Is that generated internally, or is that what's given to the customer?
That is internally.
And so the customer would get a HomeGoods at the top.
It would say HomeGoods, correct.
And store 280122, is that the Norwell store we were talking about?
Yes, that's the Norwell location.
And now, sir, what does POS 8 mean? POS 8?
That is register number 8, point of sale.
And then cashier, the number, and then there's a name underneath it. What is the significance of that?
The cashier number is the identifier to the associate who's ringing the register.
And sir, are you familiar with the codes with the S underneath them next to the items?
Yes, those are the department numbers.
What is the 35 significant of, S35?
Department 35 is our candle department.
And going further down.
3-wick or 16-wick.
What is S70?
75. I'm going to guess is rugs because it says 2x7.7 quartz blue, 2x7.7 quartz blue, 5x7 metallic. And those are 49, 49, and 79. I imagine that number 75 is the rugs, but number 35 is the rest of the candles. There were 2 16-ounce Aquarius candles. For those of you listening in the background who wanted to know what else was on the receipt. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 candles and 3 rugs?
75 significant of.
Those are rolled rugs.
What was the total for the sale, sir?
Total's $245.35.
And how was it transacted? Was it cash or charge?
It looks like 2 store value cards were used.
2 gift cards? I mean, or gift cards from returns, but 2 gift cards? You paid with 2 gift cards? You paid with 2 gift cards?
What are store value cards? And I'm sorry, I was interrupting you.
No, those are just, they're cards. They work just like a gift card would work. Same thing.
And if we could scroll all the way down to the bottom.
2 gift cards.
There's a date and time.
Yes, January 2nd, 2023, 9:44 and 36 seconds in the AM.
So keeping this up on the redemption area, you had mentioned there are store value cards?
Yes.
So
there's a reason he could be paying with gift cards. It could be to try to avoid the credit card transaction from pinging on his bank records. It could be because he just didn't want to pay for the rugs that he was replacing, and he knew that his spouse was not going to be using that money, and he wanted to keep the cash in his account.
These store value card numbers, were you able to track down when these cards were issued and where?
Yes, we were.
Oh, tell me. When were they issued and where? Because I bet they're in her name.
May I approach?
You may.
I can't imagine that they're in his name, but I want to know when they were. Because a lot of times when you return stuff, you can end up with a
document. Do you recognize that?
like a
yes,
gift
it's
card.
another receipt.
It's another receipt, but is it from HomeGoods in Norwell?
It is not. It's from Marshall's.
And this Marshall's receipt, what does it have to do with the store value cards?
So this looks like a return without a receipt at a Marshall's
Right.
in Maryland. So when a return is done without a receipt, the customer receives a store value card. A store
right.
card.
And on this receipt, does it denote the last 4 digits of the store value card?
It does.
And can you?
They really tracked it down. They're just circling back and answering the numbers. Why are they circling back and answering the numbers from the marshal's return in fucking Maryland? Because they were hers. So, you know, even though he was telling law enforcement his spouse was missing, he knew that his spouse wasn't missing. I mean, he's going to admit that if he testifies, because he's going to say he thought that she unexpectedly died. But, yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
And so, sir, understanding that, do they bear any similarity to the redemption cards used on your on this receipt that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, it does. On here, it shows the last four is 0256, which matched the purchase receipt.
And as a result of being a member of the TJMaxx umbrella, are you able to get access to the marshal's receipts to find out which card was issued in corresponding to the redemption that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, we can see that.
Oh, that'd be great.
And this is the card that was issued. That was one of the two cards that was issued to do that redemption.
Correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this receipt from marshals as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
And now,
Marshal's receipt.
I don't think he expected them to do that much work. His lawyers, of course, would have all of this, but they literally followed all the receipts. Normally, I would say, okay, no big deal. Like, I don't know. At our house, most of the gift cards are in the same drawer, so whoever's going to Target can grab it. But she was living primarily in DC. He was living primarily in Boston. So I imagine they're not just in the drawer at the home in Boston. Are they in her purse? Are they in her wallet? Because they would have had to have traveled to Boston for you to have them at the HomeGoods.
This receipt from marshals is the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The marshal's receipt. Is there a date on that so I can identify it for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. The marshal's receipt, sir, before I get the date wrong, can you just...
It is December 28th, 2022.
December 28th, 2022, the marshal's receipt from December 28th, 2022. So it probably would have been in her wallet or purse and come home with her when she went home 2 days later. Because she went home on the 30th, right?
Marshal's receipt from December 28th, 2022 is now in evidence as Exhibit 253.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 253, the marshal's receipt from, it's labeled Baltimore receipt.
You may.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a look at the receipt from Marshall's.
Mr. Roddy, what's been marked as 253.
And the returns are for children's toys, seasonal decor, and stationery. Customer, Anna Walshe.
Where is the location of the marshals?
It shows it's in Baltimore, Maryland.
And this is the type of receipt a customer would receive, right? Because it doesn't have the TJMaxx brand at the top?
Correct.
And what is the name of the customer?
Anna Walshe.
And could we scroll all the way down to the bottom? Pause. I'm sorry. So
what is the amount?
There's issue of merchandise credit. Is that the card that you were speaking of?
It is.
Okay. And could we go all the way down to the bottom?
Credit for $174.75.
Sir, can you tell us what you see as far as a date and time for the receipt?
It's so sad.
Yes, it's December 28th, 2022. And the time is 4:30 p.m.
So, sir, that was for one of the two cards ending in 0256. Were you able to find an additional receipt that corresponded to the second card?
Yes.
Of course they did. They've done more detective work than the whole of Canton.
Did that card end in 4563?
It did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, do you see this document?
I do.
Is this a TJMaxx receipt that corresponds to the issuance of the card we were just talking about as far as the second redemption card.
It does.
And again, these are kept in the normal course of business and in good faith?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this receipt marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor. This would be Washington, D.C. receipt.
So both gift cards then.
This one is TJX.
So both of the gift cards he used
Positive about.
were her gift cards.
TJX store, but you can't tell me the brand.
Exactly, correct.
It's just
The
grim.
TJX Washington, D.C. receipt, Your Honor.
Is the date on that one?
Mr. Roddy, can you tell us if there's a date on this one?
There is. Also, it's December 28th, 2022.
Any objection? The Washington DC TJX receipt 12/28/22 is in evidence as 254.
So this is a second receipt from a second return, I imagine. Return without a receipt.
Washington, D.C. receipt.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, where is the location of this store that issued the card?
It is Washington, D.C.
And if we could scroll down, Ms.
Customer on a Walshe.
How much was the card for? How much was issued as far as a card?
$216.44.
And what are the last four digits of the card?
4563.
And if we could continue to scroll down.
And that's why the cashier gave it back to him, because there was still money left on this card. This is from December 2nd. Oh no, the sale was on December 2nd, 2022. The return was on December 28th.
Where it says returned refund, is there a date as far as what is the December 2nd date that we're looking at?
Counsel, that was a
opposed to
rough
December 28th
question.
date?
The December 2nd date would be the date of the original purchase of the merchandise being refunded.
And so the date at the bottom, December 28th, is when the refund was actually issued.
Correct.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, you also
boy.
had the opportunity to review videos from January 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also what's already been marked into evidence. And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to publish videos from January 4th, Norwell HomeGoods store.
Is that on the same thumb drive?
Same thumb drive, Your Honor.
251? You may
All right.
publish it.
Back to HomeGoods.
First video for January 4th.
This is the second trip to HomeGoods on January 4th. I can't see the time on this one yet. And there's the defendant. Other door. Grabbing a cart. And walking past with his
And-
cart.
Pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the public view monitor again at the entrance.
And looking at the bottom of the image, can
Same
you see a
store,
date and
different
time?
day.
Again,
Can you tell us what the date and time is?
it is 9:57 a.m. on January 4th,
Some of you
2023.
clocked that with your
Ms. Gilman,
eyes.
Could we have the second video?
That was hard to see for me.
Mr. Roddy, what view are we looking at here, sir?
This is another
Eye in the
register view
sky.
right behind the registers.
All right. Walking up to the register. Move the closed caption. So defendant has a cart. It's harder for me to see exactly what's in this cart, but we know we'll see the receipt. So cart a little bit fuller than the last time and is at the register to check out. This is shortly before she was reported missing and he called work. Yes. He was so worried, y'all. He was freaking out. He had to get to HomeGoods before he called her work. No, I guess the cart wasn't that full. It was whatever the blue thing is. Wait. Are those drapes? They were talking about the drapes in the bedroom. Are those drapes? I have questions. The bigger blue thing, I could not quite. Oh, no, they look more like bath mats. Chat, correct. They look more like bath mats and like a shower curtain. So for the bathroom. Well, it'd be weird if the police came over to your house and you didn't have a shower curtain and bath mats, chat. It would be weird. That would be creepy. All right. Well, I guess we'll see what's on the receipt, but yep, they look like bath mats. I mean, I guess they could be technically kitchen mats. Bet he's using the same gift card. And they are still going through the checkout. He still can't figure out a point of sale system. I mean, watching this man try to figure out a point of sale system is something unto itself. He handed that to the cashier. The cashier's handing him back the receipt now. And he's starting to leave. That was really
Thank you, Ms.
loud.
Gilman. Can we go to the third video?
I think that noise was in court. That was very loud. Would have made me jump were I sitting in court. A number of you in the chat said maybe he's having such a hard time at the registers because he is stressed. It's possible that that is the sign of stress that he's showing, that he cannot figure out the point of sales, and that though he is walking fairly calmly and he looks fairly calm, that is where the stress is giving it away, that he just literally can't. Then again, it could just be him. So, who knows?
File. Mr. Roddy, what part of the store is this?
That is the
The
exit
exit.
mullion again in the vestibule between the two doors.
How long was
And
he
if
in the
you
store
could
this
pause,
time?
Ms. Gilman?
I'm going to let you know, I do not have this sped up. So the defendant cruising out of HomeGoods is at his own speed. That is not sped up because he is moving it.
Mr. Roddy, what part of the store is this?
That is the exit mullion again in the vestibule between the two doors.
And if you could pause, Ms. Gilman? What is the date and time on the video? And for the record, we're at 7 seconds on the media player.
It is
10:02?
10:07
10:07?
a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman?
No one shops at HomeGoods that quickly, sir. He went into HomeGoods at 9:57. He's out at 10:07. It's giving, I don't care what I buy. I just need to buy something in this category.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, were you able to produce a receipt for this transaction?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roddy, is this receipt also maintained the same way that the other Norwell HomeGoods receipt is maintained?
Yes.
And does this receipt correspond to the transaction? That
Lithie said, holy
does.
supermarket sweet
What is
Batman.
the date on this?
Mm-hmm.
January 4th, 2023.
And at the top, this says TZX. So is that an internally produced receipt opposed to what a customer would see?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this as the next exhibit, Your Honor. January 4th receipt from Norwell HomeGoods.
Any objection? The receipt from 1/4/23.
Your Honor,
from
I have an
Norwell
objection.
HomeGoods. It's now in evidence as 255.
Whenever somebody says receipt, Your Honor, can you require them to finish timeline, screenshots, fucking everything? I realize it's a murder trial, but today's been really heavy and all of us could use just a little just a little bit of levity. That'd be great. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Your Honor, if I may publish 255.
Some of you are asking how the hell this man is
Human.
just out and walking all around on house arrest. I wonder if part of his speedy shopping, because the house arrest that he is on clocks when he leaves the house. I wonder if some of these shopping trips are done contemporaneous to him dropping the kids off at school, because he was dropping the kids off at school. So I wonder if he was tacking this on to the end of drop off and kind of zooming through so he would be back home, because he was able to leave to take the kids to do things. And he was able to, email in at the week and said, these are all the things we have to do in the week. So perhaps. But yes, he was moving
Mr. Roddy,
swiftly.
Mr. Roddy, I have a similar questions. Going down the receipt to the body of the goods purchased.
We have things in category 36 and things in category 68 that he purchased.
What is the significance of 36?
36 is our towel department.
And what is the significance of
Towels, you say?
68?
68 is our bath mats or bath rugs.
And going down to the bottom of the receipt.
Bath mats.
Sir, how is this transaction negotiated?
It looks like there was 2 SVCs, 2 credits used.
And was one of them the 4563 that you previously testified about?
It is.
And going down to the bottom of the, is there a date and time on the receipt?
There is January 4th, 2023 at 10:05 a.m.
And you said there was a second SVC card.
There's
Were you able to
another
find the
gift.
receipt?
There's another gift card. 3.
Or the transaction for that in the TJMaxx systems that issued that second card ending in 4481.
Yes.
Your Honor,
Well, where'd that one come from? Because it still has a balance of, well, maybe still has a balance of
Roddy, do you recognize-
3086.
I do.
Is this from a Marshall store?
It is.
And does this receipt
Mm.
show the issuance of the card that you just mentioned, the second card used to transact the sale?
Yes, it does.
And what was the date that this transaction occurred that issued the card?
It was December 8th, 2022.
And where was the store, where was the Marshalls located?
Let me
Hingham,
guess.
Mass.
Oh,
Receipt to have the Hingham
that one was in Hingham. Okay.
Marshall, December, what was the date again, sir?
12/8/22. Any objection?
Whose name's on it?
The 12/8/22 Marshall's receipt is in evidence as 256.
Chad, I am torn between code red, because what the fuck, and code green, because the audacity to use the gift cards in her name to, you know what? You're just doing all the things that are going to really piss off a jury. So keep going. I'm torn because it really, you're telling law enforcement. No, you're not telling law enforcement. You're at HomeGoods replacing towels and bath mats before you call and report your wife missing, using her, or at least the return cards that are in her name. All of you are saying code Christmas. Code Audacity and code red. It's Audacity more than fuckery, isn't it? It truly is. It's just when the overwhelming emotion is who the fuck does this, I think that's Audacity. I do. I think it is. We might throw a red light in there for Christmas, but I think code green, motion granted chat. For those of you that are new to watching trial with us, we have varying codes of things that happen, but I think we're at Audacity. Code green started with Murdaugh. Yeah, I think Audacity for who the fuck would do this? Just granted, because what are we doing? All right, code Audacity. Let's get to the green. My lights didn't change fast enough, but I promise that they will. Let's get back to court and see if this gift card's also in Anna's name, because I'm guessing that it is. Yes, I look lovely in code green today. Hold on, let me let my white balance adjust
You may.
before I am completely green.
Sir, looking at this, what is the address for the marshals?
My camera's like, must
400
wait.
Lincoln Street in Hingham, Massachusetts.
And the initial transaction date is what, sir?
The original was December 2nd, 2022.
And going down, sir, is it?
I was trying to look at the name. Let's see. I don't see a name. I have no idea what number 23, a men's best bra is. I really have no idea.
What is the first?
I don't even know if I want to
This is
Google.
not your store, so you don't know 23s. Next to the item, what is the description of the item that was purchased?
Men's best brand.
And then the
Men's best brand, you say? Men's chat, men's best brand, chat, men's best brand. The receipt says men's best BRA. Men's best brand being returned.
second item that was purchased?
Children's toys.
Now, sir.
So this purchase was on, oh, I already forgot the date. So December 2nd, 22. It looks like a return of a men's best brand and then a purchase of a men's best brand and then children's toys.
Going down, if we could. Amount due to customer is what, sir?
$155.
Oh, everything was returned.
And there is a merchandise credit number ending in what, sir?
4481.
And going down, sir, going down, Ms. Gilman, all the way to the bottom. The date for it is what, sir?
December 8th, 2022.
Okay, December 8th. I'm sorry, I might have heard you as December 28th. My bad. Now, sir, on this receipt, is there a name for the customer?
If we go.
So the return was on 12/8. The purchase was on 12/2.
So on this one, it is a return with receipt where we don't need ID to process those.
So there's no customer name at the top like there was in the prior ones?
There is not.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Really? So, 3 gift cards used to purchase the 3 rugs, 5-ish candles, because I don't remember the count accurately. 5-ish candles, towels, bath mats. Because where did those things go? Well, we saw where one of the rugs went. Let's get to cross.
Regarding these,
not what I was expecting from.
cards,
I just
the last couple of
thought we were
cards.
getting video.
So am I right to just say that, or to suggest that there was some purchases made in or around the Maryland, DC area at some point in December?
Yes, I'd have to see it again. I'm not sure if it was a purchase or a return.
Okay, purchase or return. There was a transaction.
Yes.
And then
Counsel, there was 1 return in Maryland, 1 return in DC, and 1 return in Hingham, and 3 gift cards generated.
whoever transacted that transaction, that's not a very good way to put it, but whoever did that,
Anna Walshe did that.
they eventually got some store credit that was applied to that card, right?
Correct.
And then they walk out to the store with that card, right?
Correct.
And then that card, of course, finds it.
You don't know how that card ended up being used for these purchases, right?
Its way down to Massachusetts, and that card is eventually used in Massachusetts sometime around January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Nothing unusual about that if a family is trading cards back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Did the Commonwealth, the state of Massachusetts, did they ever ask you to try to...
Where's the money? The money's gone. Where did it go? It's probably recirculating by now. Could be anywhere.
Get video of those transactions that occurred in December, for instance, from those Washington area?
Tipton, go back to the mic. I think Tipton is asking if the prosecution asked to grab video from those transactions. But I have to back it up because I want to hear.
Correct.
Did the Commonwealth, the state of Massachusetts, did they ever ask you to try to get video of those transactions that occurred in December, for instance, from those Washington area?
From myself, it wasn't HomeGoods, so not from myself. If it was from a Marshall's or TJ's.
Okay, that's what he asked. Did the Commonwealth ask you to get video from the transactions in Washington, in Maryland and Washington, D.C. from those transactions? And he's saying, I work at HomeGoods, and though we're under the same umbrella, I can't grab the video from a Marshall's in Maryland.
District Loss Prevention Manager, I'm unsure.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Go, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Okay. And we're done with this witness. Oh, the judge is standing. They are probably done for the day then. Well, we've got to get out of the code green because no audacity from the court. So, those gift cards, man. Not the smartest choice. But I think the defendant was probably trying to avoid clocking his transactions on bank records. Not realizing that everything has cameras and that he had a phone with him that has location.
We're going to suspend there for today.
Yeah, well, the judge approaches. I want to hear what she says to the jury, but I'm going to need to gain it up just a little bit because she does walk away from the microphone. There we go.
Your work today.
Good work, everybody.
With regard to the schedule. Tomorrow, I'm going to have you return to the courtroom an hour later because I don't want you waiting around for me. I need to attend to other matters that don't require your attention. And so I don't want you waiting around for me to be cleared. So you get a little extra time for yourself tomorrow morning. Be here for a 10 a.m. start. I expect, although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early. And so you may have a shortened day tomorrow.
It sounds like the Commonwealth is finishing their case tomorrow then.
I just tell you these things to keep you as best informed so things don't come as a surprise to you. They happen that way. Right? So that's the update on the schedule for tomorrow. I wish for you all a good night. And while you're having a good night, I remind you of your responsibilities.
And good night.
Don't do any research about this case. Speak
Your Honor,
to anyone about the case.
we're going to have to sing
Don't
MCR
go on
now.
Any social media or any news media of any kind. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Have a good night. See you back here.
All rise for the court, please. There is book and notebooks.
All right,
Follow
let's
me.
hear if they put anything on the record with the lawyers. I imagine the lawyers are going to be in at the normal time tomorrow. I'm still having a hard time hearing. I'm going to try to gain the court up a little bit as the judge is on the bench, because I still can't hear her away from the mic. I guess if I need to turn it down, I always can.
I don't have anything other than what we've discussed previously about your responsibilities of getting things to me. Other than that, I have nothing.
Oh, Your Honor, you don't sound pleased. You don't sound pleased at all, Your Honor. I know you had asked the defense for them to file that motion, but you do not sound, she does not sound happy. So I'm going to hear out the rest of what the court has to say, but that is not a happy judge.
I don't have anything other than what we've discussed previously about your responsibilities of getting things to me. Other than that, I have nothing on my radar for tonight, anyway, before we suspend tonight. Does anyone need to discuss anything else?
From the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
All right. Well, all of you have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, boy.
Goodbye.
And that's the end of this day. So, law nerds, we are done. Let's do a summary. I'm going to mute this just in case it starts playing again so I don't get scared. We are at the end of day 7 of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, and it seems, based on the court's statements at the end of court today, that the Commonwealth is very close to finishing their case. I expect that the Commonwealth will be done with their witnesses tomorrow. And tomorrow, Wednesday, December 10th, the jury's going to be coming in an hour later so the court can address some matters with the lawyers. And one of those matters is the out of the presence of the jury voir dire or questioning of Jem Mutlu, who is going to be testifying, it seems, tomorrow. This was a friend of Anna Walshe, a former employer of Anna Walshe, and was the individual with Brian and Anna the night of December 30th, going into the morning of January 1st, New Year's Day. So we are going to see that testimony tomorrow, and we will see what else we have on the docket tomorrow. But the court let the jury know that the evidence may end early for the day tomorrow. So once the Commonwealth, I presume, is done with their witnesses, they will let the defense start their witnesses on Thursday. So we are going to start getting into the defense case this week. The big question for me with the defense is Brian Walshe going to testify? And it seems that he has to. And if he testifies, how long will he be on the stand for? And what is that going to be like? So tomorrow morning, the jury is coming in an hour later. We are going to resume at our normal time because the lawyers are going to be in court working with the judge. The judge seems to be asking the defense about their motion or their opposition to the Commonwealth's motion to keep the defendant's guilty pleas out of evidence. Remember, the jury does not have to determine count 2 and 3. The defendant already pled guilty to count 2 and 3. That was an open plea to the court. The prosecution put an extensive factual basis on the record. We will link that down below. We've been linking it the last couple days. We will link that down below this video if you want to go watch the factual basis that the Commonwealth put on the record. And the jury doesn't have to decide counts 2 and 3. They only have to decide count 1. which is a first-degree premeditated murder. When we get to discussion of jury instructions, I am very interested to see what lesser includeds are asked for and what lesser includeds, if any, are given. Because for a first-degree murder, you can have a lesser included of second degree, no premeditation. You can have a vol or an invol, I guess. I don't see how we get to an involuntary manslaughter, but it's really going to depend on what the defendant says. So if the defendant sticks with, I went to go get into bed and I nudged my spouse and they were non-responsive, I don't know if that statement even warrants a voluntary or an involuntary manslaughter instruction, because a voluntary or involuntary manslaughter still intend that some action is taken. It's just the mens rea that changes. So we will see. But the question is going to be what the defendant says and how is the Commonwealth going to argue premeditation on this case? What points are they going to pull out of all the evidence we've seen to argue premeditation? So what did we see at the end of the day today? We went through a ton of scientific evidence. I think it was a very smart kind of evidence sandwich from the prosecution to bring in the video from HomeGoods later, and then maybe some of the other civilian witnesses who knew the victim and the defendant later on, and kind of put all of that scientific evidence together. But of the things they tested and sent out for DNA, it's not surprising to me that most of the DNA came back single source to Anna Walshe, and some of them were mixed sources with both Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, and some were kind of a littler bit of Brian Walshe, which seemed to indicate to me that those might have been more touch DNA from him. I mean, at some point he had to put on the TJMaxx suit and things like that. So it's really hard to keep your DNA from getting places, but seeing Brian Walshe going through HomeGoods, picking out rugs and candles somewhat swiftly on January 2nd and January 4th in the morning hours after 9:30 in the morning fairly quickly was interesting to see. Then he went back and purchased towels and bath mats before he talked to Anna Walsh's work and said that she was missing. And the detail I was not expecting in all of that is that in each of those transactions, he did not pay with credit card, he paid with gift card. 2 of those gift cards were from returns made in Maryland and Washington, D.C. to a Marshall's location. Those returns were made with no receipt, so they took the customer's information, and those returns were made by Anna Walshe. Wild, isn't it? But I wonder if he was trying to evade detection by not using his credit cards. He had used cash at the Lowe's and used cash at the CVS. Or did he just not want to take more money out of the bank account? And so he had some gift cards that weren't going to be used to HomeGoods and just decided to use them. So we will be back tomorrow morning to see what happens and to see some of the civilian witness testimony and see the prosecution rest their case. So Law Nerds, let's get to questions. It's time to get to questions. You have questions. I have questions. We zoomed a little quicker today, which is good for all of us. I have a list of things I need to get done. I'm sure you do too. It's been some long trial days. Today was not as long. If you are new to watching trials here, the Law Nerd app is to keep you in the loop. When I go live, when witnesses take the stand, when something unexpected happens, we will let you know in the Law Nerd app with Law Nerd app notifications, free on iOS and Android. We built it for you because YouTube doesn't let us notify you when something wild happens, like, I don't know, the judge makes a ruling or the prosecution rests their case or the defendant takes the stand. But we will push you notifications to the Law Nerd app when those things happen because it is our best way to keep you in the loop. You have lots of questions, Law Nerds, and we haven't even gotten to play the Q&A. We haven't even got to play our FAQ, and I think we should. Let's get to questions. Lots of you have them. So Chada said, wait, HomeGoods and Marshalls are related? He talked about having the same system I don't know if they're under the same parent company. I think he said that they were under the same parent company, but that they were able to get the same receipts because they were all connected in the same system. So they would have to be in the same parent company for that to happen. But Cindy in the chat says that rug really brings the room together. I mean, this man was zero fucks. Just zero fucks about what he was purchasing. He was just like, get the stuff, just get the stuff. So HomeGoods, Marshalls, TJMaxx, all same parent company. Thanks, chat. I think he said it at the beginning, but it's been a long day and it was a lot of DNA. And my brain is tired. Ona asked if I had looked at the art fraud case. No, other than to know that they were Warhols. I don't remember what the sentencing is. I'm going to pull that up this evening so I have it. Because I forgot, but no, other than to know that they were Warhols and to make Animal Crossing references, but I hadn't gone beyond that. We just looked on Monday at his mother's case where his mom is being sued by the landlord of the home where the death or murder, but either way, dismemberment of Anna Walshe took place. She's not happy. Mandy in the chat said, Emily, I just got $239 off of my 2 Lola blankets for my daughters with your code. Thank you. You are welcome. Our Lola code is great. It is on, I believe our code is Law Nerd. Either way, the mods will put it in the chat because it is still active. If you are looking for a discount on holiday gifts, they really are the softest blanket. They are a luxury item, but they really are the softest blanket. Margaret asked earlier, is second-degree murder on the table or just first? The prosecution has charged first-degree murder. The defense, I imagine, will ask for the lesser includeds to be given to the jury. And there's not much the prosecution can do to keep those lesser includeds out. It would be appropriate to have them. Then again, the defense might say, don't put the second in there, make them decide premeditation and just go all or nothing. And the prosecution might ask to have the lesser includeds. So I think we will see the lesser includeds in there. And in Massachusetts, the biggest distinction in first degree and second degree is that premeditation. Also, sentencing. First degree is life without parole, period. Go to jail, stay in jail, prison. Go to prison, stay in prison. Second degree is 15 to 25 to life. So there is a range where you are eligible for parole at some point. Christina in the chat asked if I'd watched the Diddy doc yet. Yes, I did. I thought it was really well done. I did watch the Diddy doc. We can talk about it another day, but when they started talking about Keefe D, I was like, I am sat down to watch everything. And it was interesting watching it, or parts of it, with Travis, especially the episode where they were talking about the East Coast, West Coast, Tupac Biggie of it all. Because I felt like I was like, sit down, my son, and let me tell you about the things that had happened in the year of our Lord, 1996. And what in the fuck was going on with the East Coast, West Coast rap beef. And also trying to explain to him how different celebrity was in the 90s versus now. It was an interesting conversation to have just because traditional celebrity has changed so much. And so trying to explain to my kid how Diddy was perceived in the 90s was also an interesting conversation to really be like, hey, you don't understand the level of untouchable and the level of everywhere. But I think they did a great job. I was stunned. I'm so glad you asked this question. I was stunned that they got the footage leading up to him getting arrested. I was in New York when he got arrested for a YouTube event and went to his arraignment. I was stunned at some of the things in the doc. If we want to do a podcast about it, maybe we will, because there's some stuff I want to go back and rewatch to talk about the juror, especially. But it was really well done. And I think if you've ever felt petty in your life, you can take a look at 50 Cent and be like, oh, I have not even yet begun. And I am here. I am here for it. I am here for it. So trying to, also my kid was like, wait, who's Diddy? I'm like, Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, now calls himself Love. In prison, your generation might call him the diddler. He's like, that one. I was like, right. And then trying to explain to him like, okay, but does he have music? And it's like, no. He's like, but all these music videos. I'm like, well, yes, he was in all of the music videos. And then like the white parties and then it was much to explain. Like trying to actually explain Diddy to the kids today is wild. But also, did Diddy send funeral flowers to 50 Cent? Did he send a bouquet of funeral flowers? Is this real or was the internet trolling me? I don't even know anymore. But it was a really well done docuseries. So all of you were like, yes, we need a review. All right. I'll go back and look and we can talk about the East Coast. All of you were saying it's real. We can talk about the East Coast, West Coast rap beef, but I have Keefe D's book. And so I think there are people who probably haven't watched my content talking about Keefe D and Keefe D's case pending for the murder of Tupac still that should be going to trial. Well, we'll see. Might be going to trial in 2026. But when I went through Keefe D's book, I did a podcast on the book with you. And Keefe D's book lays out everything they laid out in the docuseries. Keefe D's book laid all that shit out. The fact that Keefe D put this book out before he passed is insane to me. Like, Keefe D, this is a book that you tell someone to press publish and the money goes to your estate. This is not a book that you put out while you are alive. Not at all. So, yes, absolutely wild. Lasagna Wolf asked, why buy candles to cover up a smell if she died of natural causes? I agree, Lasagna Wolf, but he was Googling how long till a body starts to smell and how to make a body not smell. Which, of things in this case that are hard for me to spend much time contemplating, my brain has a lot of questions about that knife in the kitchen. But the things that I don't want to spend too much time contemplating are the house, because the kids were still living there. And there are some things that are just so awful. Some of you are asking about the bath mats. I don't know if Oz Jules asked bath mats murder in the bathroom then. I don't know. I want to hear the rest of the case. But it seems to me that at least there was some wrapping up with different things. And so I don't know if those were used for that. If something happened in the bathroom, I don't know. I don't know if we will know. But the way that the rug looked, it looked like, well, as I whack my microphone, it looked like that had been rolled. So it could have been used for cleanup, could have been used for moving because they moved her. So could have been him trying to clean himself off. We saw what the slippers looked like. So I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities there. So unfortunately, there's too many possibilities there. And I think that's something that prosecution's going to struggle with. Jenna Banana said, Emily, I'm taking the LSAT soon and applying to law schools next year. You made me want to become a prosecutor. Jenna, be a good one. And don't be afraid to call out your colleagues that aren't, because there's so much room in the profession to do it well and to do it right. Find an office that supports you. And if you don't feel like the office supports you, leave. You're worth more than an office is. And it's okay to say, this is not a fit for me. I think there's probably some prosecutors in Norfolk who are probably real frustrated with the way things have gone. But congratulations, it is a great profession. It is stressful. Take care of yourself. Law school, look, if you go into law school and are able to say, I want to learn everything I can. I do not want to get caught up. And I don't know if law school is still a just hamster wheel of competition. Maybe it has settled down some, maybe it has not. But if you can focus on, I just want to learn everything, I want to understand everything, I want to run down the rabbit holes of thought and argument and exploration, versus some law students that get real stuck in the, if I don't beat all these other students and end up in the top 5%, I don't have a future. That mindset going into law school is not helpful. So exploration will always help more. Miss DLS, thank you for the gift of memberships. Welcome to all our new members. SD Casper said, EDB, you're getting a Buc-ee's in Murfreesboro. Oh, I know. I've been clocking the Buc-ee's in Murfreesboro. You know what else we're getting? Like this week, like 3 In-N-Outs. My youngest is going to be thrilled. Though I wonder if we go to In-N-Out, because my youngest is the biggest In-N-Out fan in the family. If we go to In-N-Out now that he's moved on to Steak and Shake and is like, you know what? I'm good. I'm good. I don't need it. Ms. Spunky, thank you for the super chat and the holiday wishes. This is going to be kind of a difficult holidays covering this case. It's sad. It is a sad thing. Somebody asked about Keefe D passing away. No, Keefe D hasn't passed away. Keefe D is pending trial. I think Keefe D should have waited until he passed away and then had somebody publish the book humorously after death, like life after death, like just from Biggie. Just publish that shit after you die, not before, because now he's being prosecuted from it. Like the book is part of why he's being prosecuted. Dad Asti said, Emily, and I hope I pronounced that correctly, what do you think about the lawyers and their style in this trial? Much love from Serbia. Sending love back to you in Serbia. I can't pronounce that. Humorously. After. I think the lawyers have been great. I think I've been fairly complimentary of all of the attorneys. I like how much the defense has focused on where they can move the needle. There are times where I roll my eyes with all of you because it's a reach, but the defense has consistently focused on the things that they think are most detrimental and have really tried to move the ball there. They have not pushed cross-examination just for the sake of doing cross-examination. They have not, I think, pulled on threads that are a complete waste of time. The jury might look at this and just be like, I mean, come on. But they are making some inroads. I think that the prosecutors have been incredibly organized and everyone seems to be working well together. So it's run really smoothly. The court mentioned today was bumpy. Today is a little bit bumpy, but they've had one bumpy day versus every day it's something new. And I really appreciate how organized and focused the attorneys have been. The witnesses have been great. So I think it's been a really well-tried case. There are some legally difficult questions here. I don't know how much breath we want to expend on the legally difficult questions because we can sit here and talk for days and days and days about the legally difficult questions and the nuance of where is the line of premeditation, and we've done that in some past days. But if the defendant testifies, it's going to change everything. So it's why jurors are asked to try to keep an open mind until the end of the case. Because if the defendant testifies, all of our discussions about where can the jury look and see if there's premeditation might just go out the window because the defendant might just talk himself right into a first-degree murder conviction. And what about that knife? And what about the cut on his hand that was before he went to Lowe's and bought everything? But is that going to be enough for all jurors? I don't think it's enough for all of chat. I think a lot of you, from what I've seen in the comments and what I've seen in the chat, a lot of you have gotten to, I mean, I think he's up to something. I think he did something. I don't know what he did, but I think he did something. And when Massachusetts tells the jurors, you need to reach this verdict to a moral certainty, I think he did something is not going to cut it for a first-degree premeditated murder. And I'm interested to see what the rest of the witnesses are, and I'm interested to see what the defense case is. Because if he really gets on the stand and says, but she was dead in her sleep, and then I freaked out and disposed of her, there are some things in that are just not accounted for. And that's going to be for argument. But again, I think if the prosecution sits there and argues, how do you know that he thought that this was a murder? Look at his Google searches. He's Google searching crime scene and how to dispose of a body after a murder. He tells you in his Google searches that it's a murder. That's what he thinks happened. He thinks it's a murder. Why is he Googling how to destroy DNA off a knife? And will a dishwasher kill whatever on a knife? I don't remember all of the words. Why is he looking for so much information about the knife? What did you do with the knife? And why isn't it with the hatchet and the hacksaw and the hammer? And why are you buying Band-Aids before you're buying the hatchet, the hacksaw, and the hammer? None of which have your DNA on them. I think there are arguments for the prosecution to make. It's really going to depend on what the defendant says. And if the defendant says nothing, which I don't think he will, but if he says nothing, I think it makes it harder for the prosecution. I think the defendant can talk himself into a first-degree murder conviction faster than he can talk himself out of one. But that's just my opinion. And we'll see. Do the Fed charges change from him criming while on house arrest? No, it doesn't seem like there was anything added for him doing all of this while on house arrest. Francis said, law newbie here, missed 40 minutes. No worries. Today was a lot of foundation. But did we mainly get evidence of dismemberment? Yes. And nothing to point to murder? The murder is circumstantial. And he pled to dismemberment already. He pled to the dismemberment and disposal because the charge is the disposal, but the factual basis includes the dismemberment and putting her in separate dumpsters. How will the state argue murder? Similar to what I just did. A, he calls it a crime scene and a murder in his Google searches. B, why was that knife treated differently and seemingly treated with lots of bleach? And then the slippers. The slippers have hair and tissue on the bottom of them and are quite bloody. And with that, it becomes, I think, difficult to argue that he was Googling and planning to dispose of the victim. And he did that with PPE and the things he bought at Lowe's. I think it makes it really difficult to explain the slippers that seem to be his slippers. So I think that becomes incredibly difficult to explain. Chloe asked, why is there no body? They were not able to recover her. They have not talked about it in evidence. I do not know if they will talk about it in evidence, but it seems that not all of the dumpsters are landfilled and that some of them are incinerated. So because of the delay, they were unable to recover her. The prosecutor talks about it in the factual basis that because of the delay in him admitting that this wasn't a missing person case, the window had closed on them being able to recover things from the other dumpsters. So I think there is a strong argument that the slippers were worn during whatever happened on January 1st. So that's where I think they will go. Hi, Fred. Fred's like, and aren't we done? That weather guy said, wait, so they saved to a server, not a cloud, not to iCloud? I know how professional all of the loss prevention agents are, aren't they? I don't know if you can hear my cat yelling at me, but I can absolutely. Geek Butts asked, I've been in and out all day. How many things were in Stop and Shop bags? Yeah, nothing. We did see some Stop and Shop bags in the trash, but nothing that they used to officially store evidence in. So that was that. PCAT asked, I can't remember, is the jury not allowed to know that Brian has pled guilty to disposing on his body or interfering in a police investigation? The judge has not ruled on that yet. We're going to see argument on that tomorrow morning. Music Addict said, considering he already pled to some things, how is sentencing going to work if he's found guilty here? Will it all be merged together? I think they'll sentence him all at once, no matter what happens. If he's convicted of anything here, they'll sentence it all together. If he's not convicted here, they will still have to sentence those. So they will. Sam, I'm so sorry for the loss of your other dad. I'm so sorry for the loss. We've had a lot of law nerds dealing with loss this holiday season, which is absolutely hard. Loss is always hard. There are times of year that it just sometimes feels more acute. So I'm sorry. The law nerds are here for all of you. That's what we do. We're in the chat. Sometimes it is serious. Sometimes we just need to disassociate and play pick the lipstick color. I mean, it's just some days are like that in trial. They just can't be when you're the attorney. They just can't be when you're the lawyer in court. So when we get to tomorrow, I'm very interested to see what the judge has to say and what the arguments are. I've got a little research that I want to do and see if the defense filed anything and if I can find it. Fred is not going to wait for me to be done streaming. Are you? I thought you were your brother. Hi, George. What is Travis playing the guitar? He is, isn't he? He is. I looked down and thought you were your brother. How rude of me. Well, I'm sorry. We have a rare George sighting. Your brother's hands must be full with his guitar, huh? Huh. Travis's hands must be full with his guitar. I know. I looked down and thought it was Fred. Well, because Fred's over there. How did you sneak on in? How did you sneak in with your brother? Hi. George is just like, you call yourselves our mother. I know. How dare I? Fred has the white. George does not. Fred is down on the floor. George, what are we doing? We're looking for a lap? He's like, stop streaming, human, and pay attention to me. All right. Well, George has decided that it is time to be done streaming for the day. I have a few things I want to take a look at. I want to see if I can pull the jury instructions for premeditation in Massachusetts. I think that'll be helpful as we get to the end of the prosecution's case. I am going to go back and look at you can't just knock things over though. I'm going to go back and look at the prosecutor's proffer because I've seen a lot of questions about the prosecutor's proffer from lap. Yes. The prosecutor's proffer from the plea. We will link that down below if you want to go take a look at that plea and see what the prosecutor had to say about the proffer, which is the factual basis of the crime that Brian Walshe is pleading to. And then there was one other thing I wanted to grab. Oh, I wanted to see if the defense had filed anything with the argument about the guilty pleas coming in. I think the court's going to keep them out. Ultimately, I don't necessarily disagree with that because, George is like, there's no lap room. I'm making lap room. I don't necessarily disagree. Here's why. The jury has one real question before them. The question that the jury has to answer as the finder of fact is, did Brian Walshe kill Anna Walshe, and was it premeditated? If there are lesser includeds, then they have to go, did Brian Walshe kill Anna Walshe? Yes or no? Was it premeditated? Yes or no? Like, if yes, then no, second degree. If yes, then yes, first degree. So they don't have to answer the question of did he dispose of Anna Walshe and did he lie to the police? So what fact does him pleading guilty illuminate for the jury? And that is what the court asked the defense to focus on. And if you're like, I'm struggling to answer that question, right. Because what fact does it help the jury determine? So that's the question for the evening. Law nerds, I will see you soon. I will see you in court tomorrow morning. Good to see you, everyone. So have a good rest of your evening. That's enough work for this day. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app. Thank you to NordProtect. Look, guys, when I say that I've never seen anything quite like NordProtect, I mean it. They actually have a level of protection to help rebuild if identity theft, cyber extortion, and more happen. So be sure to check out our deal with Nord. George popped up to say he agrees. Well, thanks, George. The online sphere has a lot going on. So go check out NordProtect. Thank you for sponsoring us because the photos in this trial are not YouTube friendly. George. And streaming is dynamic. Law nerds, I will see you tomorrow. Is the prosecution going to be done tomorrow? I think so. I'll see you then. Bye, guys. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.